Hi all, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, team.
So, okay, thank you. Thank you, Amit. Yeah, actually start my presentation. Can I go ahead then? Can someone confirm that you were able to see my screen?
Yeah, Aditi, first can you jump?
Yeah,
Yes, we can able to see your screen.
awesome. Awesome. I'll go ahead and start now. So hello everyone. Welcome. And I think mine is the first presentation, but thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity, Amit, and the rest of the organizing team. So today, this is my first session today, but tomorrow also I'm going to have another session. But for today, I'm going to talk about how the SQL Server uses the statistics to pick the execution plans for your queries. So this is not only any ad hoc queries or for the store procedures. This applies to every single query that runs on the SQL Server, no matter in the front end if the Power BI is running, behind the scenes if the SQL Server queries are running, then definitely this applies to those queries as well. So let's begin. I forgot to include my introductory slide, so I just I can give you a couple of words about myself. Guri, and I'm a data platform MVP. I have an extensive experience as a database administrator. I also do organize couple of user groups and also couple of conferences. So without further ado, let's begin. So what are the statistics? Um, so statistics are basically the internal tables created by SQL Server. So these are not, we can view those, but we cannot edit those. We do not have control in editing the information within those tables. These are the blob structures inside the system tables. So if let's say you have a table within the SQL Server, you have a user table. Underneath the user table, if you look at the statistics, there are the list of the statistics mentioned. So I'm talking about each of the statistics, what it is. So when you open, it looks like a table itself with up to 200 rows. It can be less than 200 rows, and max it can be up to 201 rows. Most of the time it is just 200 rows or less than 200 rows, but if it is showing as 201 rows, that means like if you have nullable columns within your user table, if any of the columns have the null values, then it can show up to 201 rows, right? And also, why do we have these statistics? Why do SQL Server create these statistics? Is because let's say you have a table with 5 million rows, right? then SQL Server should understand when it is running the queries, it should understand how many rows it can get back. Even before executing the query, it have to know that information. So it basically depends upon the SQL Server statistics, because the SQL Server statistics will provide the distribution. It will basically show how your data is distributed. If you have a lot of skew in your data, that is also shown in the statistics. So it doesn't only apply to the SQL Server tables, but it also applies to the index views. So when you see I will show you how the statistics looks like, but in my demo, but I would like to also show what are the main settings we have upon each of the statistics, right? When you open up the database, when you see the properties of the database, there is a specific section where you see the options specifically for these statistics. So mainly in this picture, what you're seeing is all the options we have, right? But main things that you need to remember are auto create statistics. It is enabled by default. So what are these auto create statistics? When it is turned on, you can manually go ahead and turn it as false, but it is highly suggestible to make sure it is always true. By default, it is automatically turned on and it is true. So when this option is true, SQL Server will go ahead and create the statistics automatically for you. I will show you where it can create later, but it will automatically create, right? And auto update stats is also turned on by default. So based upon if at all SQL Server things like it is going outdated, the statistics are going outdated. If this option is turned on, the auto update stats, then it will go ahead and automatically update. For example, when your auto create stats is turned on and your data is being changed in your table, like for example, 20% of your data has changed within your table, plus 500 rows has changed. So both of them should be um, added, right? 20% of your data should be changed, and additionally 500 rows should be changed. If that is the case, and if your auto create stats, auto update stats is set to true, then SQL Server will go ahead and automatically update those stats. And these are the main two options that you need to focus on for this session, especially. So how these statistics are created, right? I have told you that there is auto update stats and auto create stats. So when you enable the auto create stats, automatically SQL Server will create the statistics whenever the indexes are created. So if you have SQL Server tables, again, I am talking in a very basic format, because in this call, there could be database administrator, there could be programmers, there could be data analyst. So I'm talking in the perspective of like all of them in a basic way. So please bear with me if you already know all of this information. So when you put the auto update stats to be turned on and you create those indexes, any indexes, it could be non-clustered index. And when you create the clustered index on the top of the heap tables, which is like regular tables without an index, is known as heap tables. Whenever you create the index, behind the scenes, SQL Server will go ahead and create these statistics for you. And that is clearly shown on the right side of the image. There are two images on the screen. If you see the right side of the image, there is this highlighted number 4 object. So that is not a index name, but that is the name of the statistics. So whenever you create an index, the statistics will be created with the same exact name of the index. That is the reason you're seeing IX meaning it is an index, and the rest of the name of the um, index name over there. It will create with the same exact name. Now, if you see the left side the screen, number 6 at the bottom, at the bottom of that image, you see the number 6 row, the underscore WA, the underscore SYS, and there is a code value over there, right? So that is a kind of statistics that will be created automatically whenever you are searching on some kind of a column. Let's say you have a table. Let's say we have a Hyderabad table, and we wanted to search on particular column, right? Select star from Hyderabad, where a specific place, let's say Kishtapur or something like that, around the Hyderabad region. If you are searching in the where clause, then automatically it will go ahead and create the statistic on that particular column where you are searching on. And for that particular column, you do not have a proper name. It will go ahead and create in this particular format. So what is that format, right? Let's see what that format is. Underscore WA represents Washington State. Underscore SYS represents the system generated statistic. Underscore that 0006 is the what is the number of the column. Let's say the place where we are searching on is number sixth in that table, right? Number sixth column in the table. It is representing in that number. Is also other number at the end of the statistics, which is like 08P54. That is a hexadecimal value of your column. That's how we have to read these statistics, right? And before moving further, I would like to show why these statistics are that important, right? Your queries are running on the SQL Server. And first of all, we need to know, before even dig deep into these statistics, we need to know um, the top level view of why these statistics are being used. So I put this slide together to describe why statistics are so important and what will happen if they are not properly updated, right? So let's say we run a query, any query, right? All the queries that you're running, even from the Power BI or anything, right? Let's say the query is running on the SQL Server. So the first step that will happen is the transformation phase, right? The query will hit the SQL Server engine, and there are a couple of steps taken by the SQL Server engine. Mainly, it will go ahead and build the tree structures, like it will go ahead and create the execution plans, but it will only choose the best execution plans based based upon these statistic values, right? The statistics that I talked about on will be created on each and every table, as well as the indexed view on the SQL Server. So the engine, going even before the query gets into execution phase, these estimates, these statistic values are calculated, and based upon those values, the cost of the query will be decided. Now you might say, what is this cost, right? It is not in a dollar, it is not in a rupee, but it is calculated based upon the CPU limit, or the memory, how much memory that each of these execution plans that it have built might take, based upon these estimates, which is statistics, right? Estimates are equal to statistics. So based upon those statistic value, the cost is allocated on each of those trees that are built for that query. Again, this is happening before the query goes to the execution phase, right? So after building those trees and after allocating the CPU and memory cost for each of those trees, the lowest cost one will be the winner, because we want to save the resources on the SQL Server. So engine will go ahead and choose the plan which have the low cost of the CPU and memory. So that plan will be saved inside the plan cache. And next, query goes to the execution phase. So when query goes to the execution phase, it will it will take the same execution plan that was a winner, and then the memory grant is allocated based upon these SQL Server statistics that we talked about. So based upon those values, it will go ahead and allocate the memory grant. So let's say we are searching on a table, right, where we are searching on a particular column. It will go ahead and search what are those SQL Server statistics on that particular column. Let's say the statistic is stale, it did not get updated properly, and when you execute the query, you have to get back the results, 1 million results, right? 1 million rows of results. But your statistics is stale. We did not update properly. So it is showing just 1,000 rows, let's say. So based upon those statistics values only, these memory grants are allocated. So our statistics is showing 1,000 records will come up. So it will only allocate the memory and memory only for the 1,000 rows. But in fact, when the query goes to the execution phase, it needs more memory because the actual query will execute and produce 1 million records. But because our statistics are stale, it showed like only 1,000 records will show up. Now, what will happen if these cardinality estimates are stale, like I mentioned in this example, right? If these cardinality estimates are stale, then mm, the cost that is allocated for that particular execution plan will be also goes wrong. I'm hearing so much static and so much disturbance on the call. Can you all please mute yourself? Thank you so much. So if the cardinality estimates, meaning the statistics, are stale, then the cost allocated for these execution plans will also go wrong, and a wrong plan will be saved inside the plan cache, and a wrong memory grant will be estimated. And when the query goes to the execution phase, it doesn't know what to do because it needs more memory grant, but it didn't get allocated proper memory grant, so it have to spill to disk, and the query will run like 30-40 minutes. Who knows how much time it will run, right? Based upon how many results it will produce. And it will keep on running. And, if it is running from the Power BI, nobody knows what is going on. The refresh could happen forever and it never completes. So SQL Server statistics are so important to be updated all the time. That is why we need to talk about these statistics. Even though if you're not a DBA or a developer, you need to know the importance of it, right? So just because these SQL Server statistics are stale, everything went wrong. So that is the exact reason why we need to know about these statistics, and you need to check with your DBA regularly to just make sure the statistics and your queries, all your queries that are running those tables, have the updated stats. So how do we see these statistics in the SQL Server, right? I'm going to show you, but the way that we can see is by running the dbcc show statistics on the table, right? So when you run this dbcc show statistics, and in quotation marks, you'll give the table name, which will give you the three-part section, header, density vector, and histogram, which I'm going to talk in the demo. So without further ado, let me go ahead and show you the demo. So this is fairly a simple demo. I put it as a simple just to show you how the indexes and everything, how the statistics looks like. So to see any statistics, um, to see any indexes on the table, you execute sp underscore help index and you give the table name. And when I executed this, it gave me the results of indexes name. Now, why I talked about statistics, but I'm showing indexes here because we have two different indexes here. Whenever we create the index, let's say I created a reputation index here. Whenever I create an index, there is this um, there is this statistics get created with the same exact name. So let's see. This is dbo.users table under the Stack Overflow database. So here is a Stack Overflow database table. I would like to show you the users table. It is taking a little bit time to open. It's weird. I don't know why it is not opening. Okay. It looks like. Okay. So we are talking about the users table, right? here is the users table, and I'm opening up this table. And if you see here, we have primary key and we have indexes on reputation. Now, if you open this statistics, right, you have the reputation name with the same exact name. Now, if you see the results, this is an index name. So when I created this index, automatically SQL Server created a statistics with the same exact name. And if you see the primary key, this particular index, right, it also created the statistics with the same exact name. But if you see this one, this is a system generated. And by looking at the name itself, you see it's a system generated. And if you see, it says 0A, 0A meaning like it is the first column of the table, and then the hexadecimal value of the column itself. So this is the system generated, right? So that's how um, we can check the indexes, and also we can check the state statistics name here. So if you create the non-clustered index, clustered indexes, this happens automatically by default. But to happen, like for this to happen, you need to set the auto create stats to be turned on, right? And now I would like to show you what if I'll go ahead and create a non-clustered index on this particular database, on this particular fact.order table. And for this, I need to connect to a different server. Let me go ahead and connect to a different server. No, it's a different server. Let me connect. And I'm connecting to a wide world importers data warehouse. So let me go ahead and create this index, right? I created the index, and now I'll go ahead and see help index fact.order. If you see here, we just created this particular index here, of order quantity, right? The order quantity is shown here. And if you go to the data warehouse, and we have created the index on the fact.order. If you open this, refresh, of course, we need to refresh statistics. And if you see here, it have created the order.quantity. That's how, because my autostats is automatically updated, right? Like autostats is enabled. That's why it created. But you can see the system generated stats as well. Now let's move forward. And this is the very important thing that I would like to show you here. DBCC show statistics will give you the internal information of each of these stats. Whatever stats you wanted to see, all you have to do is search DBCC show statistics, run that with the table name and the column name. Now here we are using the Stack Overflow database, especially if you see here Stack Overflow database, and we wanted to see this particular stat. We are searching under the stat, reputation stat, because we are searching under the table dbo.users, right? So you can just replace this with any stat and then any table. So let me go ahead and run this one on the right server. Of course, I need to change the server name. I have multiple servers installed here, so I'm using both of them, and I need to run on the right database here. Stack Overflow database, and if I execute, so this is what I was talking about, right? Three different sections. This particular top section is known as header information. This section is known as density vector information, and this particular one, which is very important out of three, is known as histogram. And this is where I was saying, like, it can be up till 200 rows, right? And if you have null values, it can go up till 201 rows. But here, if you see down right side bottom, there are only 190 194 rows. You can't control that, right? It can go anywhere between 0 to 200. So let's talk about the header information. The first one is the name of the statistic, when it was lastly updated. Of course, this is my demo and my computer. I did not update at all. That's why it is showing you 2023. And the number of rows that we have in this statistic, meaning like with this column value, right? We have created an index and index on the reputation column. That's how the statistics got created. And we have these many rows for that particular column value. And then we have how many rows was sampled. So what is this sample basically? When you update the stats, you can choose how you want to update the stats, right? You can choose 100% update. 100% update means like it will go ahead and update 100% um, of your column value. This is a statistic. It will go ahead and do 100%. But you can go ahead and choose like if you wanted to update 70%, 80%. Me personally, I would like to update 100% because if you update your stats 100%, your queries will be running faster because that's how SQL Server will know how much memory grant should be allocated to your queries, right? So I'll make sure it runs 100%. That is the reason all the rows are shown as same 100%. How many steps do we have in the histogram? Like you saw, this histogram have 194 rows. And what is the density? Density represents how many unique values are there in this particular column reputation. That is how it is shown, and I will show you how that value is calculated. And average key length and rest of the information, not not that important, but the important one is unfiltered rows. Like if you have any filters on the top of the statistics while it is getting created, right, then that will be shown here. But if you see, the number of rows is same as the unfiltered rows. It is not filtered actually. So that is the reason that it is shown equal. Now let's go to the density vector. The less value that it have, the more unique that column is, right? Now how this value is calculated? It is calculated by dividing the total number of rows. Sorry, it is calculated by 1 divided by unique number of rows in this column. That's how this density is calculated. And the less amount, like if it can be way too low as well. Like it can be 0.001%. The very less number represents the more uniqueness, right? The more number represents the less unique value of that particular column. That means like too many duplicate rows, we can say. It is not that unique, right? Now let's go ahead and see this important one. You need to focus more while I will be describing here. Other than this is the histogram, right? So the first column represents the value of the reputation itself. For the reputation value 1, we have equal number of rows with the reputation value of 1 is these many rows. For the reputation value of 3, we have these many rows. So like that, these are the reputation value itself, right? Now, and then how many equal rows with that particular value? That is known as equal rows column. But what is this range rows? Now, if I put every single reputation column value in here, it will be same number of rows like the actual table, right? It can't be less than 200 rows. But we can't fit in. Of course, it is not up to us, which will manage the statistics. SQL Server will do that. But as we only have maximum of 200 rows that we can fit in the statistics, it can't place each and every reputation value. So that's why it create, if you see here, number 1, 3, 4, 5, there are random values, right? So what if I am searching on select star from the table where reputation value is 2? The two value is not there here. So how do the SQL Server decide how many rows can get back, right? How it will decide that? It should decide that even before the query goes to the execution phase. So how will that be decided? That is where the range rows comes in. So it says like in between 1 and 3, we have these many range rows, 1854 rows, right? Now, if you are searching on if you're searching on the reputation value 2, it will go ahead and um, divide this value with the distinct range rows values, and it will give these value in. So SQL Server will go ahead and take this average range rows value to get that estimate, because even before execution it have to get these estimates, right? Like I mentioned in the diagram. So that's how it will go ahead. It will divide this range rows. If you're searching in between these two, right, it will go ahead and divide this with the distinct value to get this value. That is how the SQL Server will read the statistic value. So it will, this is just one column statistics that I'm showing. So underneath each and every table, you might have like 20 to 30 statistics. Who knows, based upon how many indexes you have. So it is very crucial and important to make sure your DBA update these statistics all the time, at least through maintenance jobs, so that the SQL Server can make better decisions and run those queries faster. Now, let's say for the, if you see here, let's go ahead and search on this number reputation value number 3. So with the reputation number 3, we have the clear value of equal rows 49987, right? If you see here. Now let's go ahead and see how SQL Server will calculate. Now select star from users where reputation value is 3. Now we know how many rows it have to show, right? The estimate 49987. Let's see if it shows that. To know that, let's enable the actual execution plan here. Let's hit this one and execute. Now, if you see here, bottom right corner, 49987 rows. And if you see the execution plan here, did you observe here? If I hover my mouse, and if you see these two numbers here, bottom 49987 is an estimate. The top of that estimate is 49987 is the actual number of rows that it got. Now, did you see it shows as 100%? Now, why is it showing as 100% is because that value, reputation value 3, is represented in the histogram. Now, if you see here, you might have observed while I was saying here, reputation value 3 have 49987. It got 100% results. When you execute, it also produces the same number of records, 49987. Now, what if we go ahead and search on reputation value 7, which is not in the histogram, but it is in between 6 and 8. Now, if you know, I was saying like if you do not have that value, if you have the range rows, right, in between these two values, these are the number of rows we have, 4043, right? And then it will go ahead and divide that with this distinct range rows value to give 4043. So SQL Server will show this as this in the statistic, this in the estimate. Now let's go ahead and see if that is what it is shown. Actual plan is turned on. If I execute, if you see 4043 rows are shown. Now why is 4043? If you see the execution plan here, 4040 is also 100% because we know how that gets calculated, right? It will go ahead and take the range rows divided by the distinct range rows, that will give the 4043 value. That is also shown in the statistic. Now that is how the engine will go ahead and use the statistic to get these estimates. The bottom one, which is represented as 100%, that is the estimate. The top 4043 is the actual number of rows that we received. That's how you read the execution plans. Now, that is the main one. How that is how we can read the statistics information. All you need to do is use the DBCC show statistic, give the table name, and also on which statistic you wanted to see these results, right? Now, there is some of the other things that you need to remember. Like, we might not always use the ad hoc queries like that, right? We can create the variables and use the variable, right? Create it reputation as a variable, and also you can search on the top of it. Now, if you use the variable, then the total number of rows are multiplied by the density vector value. Now, if you see here, if you are using any variable, right, this total number of rows will be multiplied with this density vector value, and the result will be shown as your estimates in the execution plan. Now, what if there are any equalities in your queries? Like you're searching where reputation is less than 6, greater than 6, such kind of inequality operators if you are using, then SQL Server will go ahead and automatically take a standard number of rows 30%. Out of your total number of rows, it will just take 30% of rows if you are having inequalities. So if you are having inequalities in your queries, then your estimates might not be actually correct, because always it will go ahead and take only 30% of rows, right? No matter how many millions of rows you have, it will only get 30% of your total number of rows in the table. So these are a couple of things that you need to remember. That's why if you have like inequality operators, your queries doesn't work properly actually. So let me go ahead and um, show you this particular slide show the intelligent query processing features in SQL Server 2017. If you see right side bottom of the screen, color coding, I highlighted only cardinality estimate feedback mm, because we are talking about the statistics, right? Cardinality estimate feedback is nothing but the statistics feedback, right? The statistics that we talked about. So in SQL Server 2022, there is an advantage that we can take by using the query store. Query store is actually a feature that got introduced in SQL Server 2016, where you can enable on each and every database. Once you enable it on the database, it will go ahead and capture all the queries and like execution plan information, how much resources are being consumed on your queries. All of that information will be captured within your databases. It is a database level feature, but in SQL Server 2022, all of your databases will be automatically enabled with Query Store. Now, if you are migrating from the lower environments of the SQL Server to the SQL Server 2022, then your Query Store won't be automatically enabled. You need to manually enable it. But if you're creating any new databases, right, on SQL Server 2022, then Query Store is automatically enabled. Now I am showing the cardinality estimate feedback here, but I am talking about query store. What is the link between two, right? There is a link because cardinality estimate feedback in 2022, SQL Server 2022 will directly depend upon the query store data. If your query store is enabled on SQL Server 2022, and if your databases are using the SQL Server 2022 compatibility mode, then your cardinality estimate feedback will be automatically enabled. Now, what will happen when this cardinality estimate feedback is enabled is the SQL server will see the query store data over time's query store data, and it will see how your statistics are performing. It will go ahead and see the performance of your statistics over time, and it will automatically adjust the estimates for you. So that is what the cardinality estimate feedback is. That's why it is called feedback, because it will go ahead and um, get those values based upon your query store information, which is captured over time. So I'm not going in depth into cardinality estimate feedback, but I have an entire different session on Query Store. If you search on YouTube, you'll get that session. You can go ahead and watch it. But there are a couple of things to remember. I know a couple of people are raising their hands. I'm going to take your questions right after this slide. So please bear with me. There are a couple of things to remember regarding the statistics. If your SQL Server will definitely use statistics, right? It will go ahead and automatically create. So if you have the auto update stats turned on by default, it is turned on by default. You can turn it off, but I highly recommend SQL Server. Microsoft also highly recommend to put the auto update stats to be turned on. Now, when the auto update stats are turned on, the old threshold, there are two thresholds: the old SQL Server threshold value and the new SQL Server threshold value. Old SQL Server threshold is before SQL Server 2016, but after SQL Server 2016 is new threshold value. The old threshold value is your data have to change by 20%. 20% plus 500 rows have to be changed for that auto update stats to be kicked in automatically, right? But the new threshold is way too small. That means like it doesn't have to update 20% of your table data plus 500 rows. That is an old system, right? With the new system, even though your rows have are only couple of rows are changed, which is like square root of 1000 times number of your rows in your table. It is that much, that many rows have to change um, for the auto update stats to be kicked in. Um, so yeah, these are the main two things that you have to remember. And yeah, again, I can take like 4 hours of my time to talk about statistics, but because our time is little today, I cannot just talk about the basics of the statistics and how you can read the statistics. I hope this session is a little bit helpful, if not more. And I hope it is useful. And I would like to thank the organizers one more time. I am from Hyderabad. I am born and raised in Hyderabad. I studied in Gokaraju Rangaraju Engineering College. So I am very much, that's my home actually. Before I came to United States, all of my family members are in Hyderabad. So this is a great honor for me to present here. Thank you so much, Amit, and the other organizers as well. And thank you so much for all the moderators and also the audience. Um, thank you so much once again. And so I see the hand raise. So you can go ahead and unmute yourself and ask the questions.
Yeah, thanks for the given opportunity, Diti. Like, it's a wonderful session, I can say. So this session is helpful for me as well to understand the how statistics are working and how these memory grants will happen internally. So luckily, I can say this opportunity to attend this session. I can say that because yesterday only I had a call with my client regarding these performance related thing. So there will be
Okay.
few queries which are related to memory grants. So I wanted to understand how these memory grants will happen because few of the store procedures which we are generally running, like
Mhm,
it will take almost 3 hours, yeah, 4 hours in past. So nowadays we observe that it is taking uh, more time than as usual. So I try to look into the statistics and using the DMEs which are available. So
mhm,
I didn't get much chance to explore or provide the details to my client. So we have nearly 200 GB, something like that, on the SQL server. I can
mhm,
say it's a huge data warehouse which we are managing. So
mhm.
there are multiple sessions which will use a few of the SSIS packages as well as store procedures. So
Okay.
there where we see some scenarios, always our queries went into resource semaphore. So it is
Oh.
inflating the performance as well.
So basically, it goes to the
Mhm,
notebook endpoint and then get the responses for you. And if you see here also, like the index is getting
Can
got created
someone
and
mute?
data is uploaded to that index. So that's how.
So
Thank you.
uh,
Mhm,
So generally, we have prepared some alerts, auto trigger alerts. There we are having information, memory grants, used memory, query cost. So now my client wanted to understand how these memory grants will happen generally. So is it based
Okay.
on the statistics, right?
100%. 100% these are based upon statistics. So I highly suggest you to go ahead and search for one setting for me.
Okay.
Just go ahead and search if I am 100% sure your auto update stats are already turned on. But what happens sometimes is like how much percentage is it automatically updating, right? There is
Yeah,
this setting that you need to make sure. Because sometimes DBAs will not do the update stats or like 100%.
correct.
They will be setting that in the maintenance plan. You need to, like, for example, Ola Helen Green scripts they are using, right? You need to go ahead
Mm.
and search on the queries that are running, what tables are being used, and those databases on the databases, how are these stats are getting updated? Because sometimes when the queries are not running properly, and when you go to a DBA, if you are a
Mm.
developer, right? Are you a developer?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes. I'm
So
a developer, I can say, but I reach out to many times for DBA. But as usual, like I'll get an answer like you have to optimize your query. So they also raised a MS case and they checked with them as well. Finally, we got answer for the optimization only. So
mhm,
now I thought something we can do at statistics levels as well. Based on your session, I
definitely.
understand that.
Definitely, it is like if your statistics are up to date, and if they are like, you need to know from a DBA how
Okay.
much percentage is getting updated. Because if your table is having millions and millions of record, and these guys are only updating 40%, let's say, you will
Yeah.
definitely have stale statistics no matter how many times they update, because they are only doing 40%, right? And what
Yeah.
happens is like whenever your statistics are updated, um, your your engine will be forced to create a new execution plan. And
Okay.
sometimes, like whenever you are having like a timeout issue or something like that, and when you approach TPS, usually what they do is like, without even knowing why they are updating, they'll first go ahead and update the stats just to
Understood.
just to see if that will fix the issue. They will not know like what is the issue. I'm a shameless DBA. I'm telling you, I did that before. Like if there is an issue, if they come to me, before I know what was the issue, I just used to go ahead and update the stat, and not even knowing what it will do, right? But when you
Yeah.
update the stats, the next thing that the SQL Server engine will do is like it will force create the new plan, right? And
Yeah.
let's say it will force create a new plan whenever the query runs again. But whenever you are running that query the first time after the stats get updated, and let's
Mm.
say, so unfortunately, that parameter value that you are giving is a bad parameter value. Let's say uh, let's say
Yeah.
you are giving a parameter value, like whenever that parameter value will only give like thousand rows, and it is a parameter sniffing problem, let's say, that will be a disaster, because that it will generate a plan based upon that thousand records, and it will generate a plan, and next time you run any parameter value which will give the output as a 1 million rows, right? It will still go ahead
Yes.
and use the same execution plan, because you have a parameter sensitive problem here. So as a resolution, right? If you ask me, we have only few
Yeah.
minutes here. As a resolution, I'll highly suggest you to use query store, because
Okay.
using query store you have and if you are in the latest version of SQL Server, there are like query store hints, and also like new versions of SQL Server will save like up till three execution plan in your plan cache. That way, like the parameters sensitive problem will be automatically resolved most of the time. So I highly suggest you to go ahead and first check the percentage value of statistics that are getting updated from your DBA, and see if you can enable the query store. That way you have the history of those executions and how your queries are performing, and you can ask them, give you the permissions to check those queries within the query store, and that way you can go from there. Like you can check with DBA,
Yeah.
hey, my
Actually,
query
I
is not the
have.
problem. Um,
Yeah, I have
could
the
be the
query store
execution plan
permission.
problem.
Got it. So I have the query store permissions as well. Let me try with that. So query store
Yeah.
will generally stores the top 5 queries to top 10 queries, something like that, right?
No, top 25 queries. That is just it will store for a number of days actually based upon your setting value. So,
Okay. So they from
but
there I can get the information about
from
my
there you can see
specific query.
how many execution plans your query is getting created, and one query, some queries will be performed well most of the time, but suddenly the performance get dropped. In that case, you can go back to the query store to see like how your query was performing over time, and if you have a plan that is performing well, maybe you could force the plan for some time until you fix the problem. So
Okay.
so
Another
you can start
one.
from there. And the other thing was, if other people are not having questions, and if you have more questions, right, you can definitely contact me on LinkedIn. Um,
You
you
can
can
share
search
your
Deepthi.
LinkedIn. Yeah.
Yeah, I can put it on the chat window because I don't want to stop because other speakers might
Yeah,
be
I understood.
online. So search by my name, Deepthi Goguri. You'll find me on.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sure. So if nobody have any other questions, I will go ahead and stop sharing.
Hi,
That
Deepthi.
was
Sorry,
very
one question.
insightful session, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Deepthi. One last question.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead. There is a DBA updating this update stats for 40-30%, right? What is the
Yeah.
reason behind updating a 40 to 50% like that? Uh, like DBS thinking like it might use more memory or some other things. What is the reason behind updating partial stats
Yeah, that
using
is a very
partial
good
data?
question actually. It is totally depend upon the size of your table. See, if your table is like 10 billion rows table, right? It will definitely impact when we are updating the stats on those billion rows because um, sometimes see there are two options. One is update stats and one is rebuilding the indexes. When you are only updating the stats, only stats will get updated. But but sometimes what the DBS do is they will not update the indexes, but they will rebuild the indexes once in a while, maybe once in a week or something. So when they rebuild the indexes, that will automatically update the stats. And the question that you asked, why do they do 40%? Why do it is based upon completely based upon the size of your table. Like if they are very little tables, right, they can just go ahead and do 100%. But even though it is a very big table, I highly suggest to go ahead and do it 100% or at least 80% because that's how you'll even at least you'll get closer, you know, like 10x closer. The difference between your estimates versus actual can be 10x, but if it is more than 10x difference, right, that's when the problems will happen.
Got you. Thank you, Deepthi.
Sure. Any more questions? I think we have 5 more minutes. And it will be good if you all can. Yes, Amit.
Yeah, so just be aware that we have shared the DP600 and 700 voucher links both on YouTube as well as Teams. So in case you have not seen that, please go ahead and look into the chat. I have also put the next two sessions which are coming both on YouTube as well as the Teams. So we have exciting sessions which are going to continue. We are still having few more minutes. So if you have a last set of questions, we can take that up. And then we are going to wrap up and move to the next session.
So, Amit, can you share the voucher links? Because I
Please
just
check the
joined
chat
right
window.
now. Yeah, okay, wait. I can't see. I can't see because I just joined right now. Yeah, okay.
Hi, Amit. There is one question regarding vouchers. Like recently we had a data days, right? Fabric data days. During that time, some people got vouchers, right? DP 700 or 600. Now they are eligible to get voucher now.
I need to go get unmute for YouTube folks. So the question is, those who have attended the previous Fabric Data Days, any of these from any MVPs or from us, are they going to get these new vouchers? My understanding and answer is no. If you have already applied, you may not be able to apply it. If you have already got it, you will not get it again. But if you have applied and not received it, you can apply. Also, I'm sharing the link. If you have applied and you are not able to apply again, but you want to ask to follow up, I did have shared a form link where you can fill in the details that I have applied. I did not get it. If you have not applied, not received yet now, you can apply using DP 600 and 700 link. If you are able to apply, you have not applied in the past, but you're still able to apply using this link, please apply, because we will ask them to consider only the new link for all the people who are attending this event. But only one voucher for DP 600 and 700 per community login.
Okay. Thank you, Amit.
Hi, sir. Can I ask a question related to the previous session?
Yeah, just
Fabric
one
of
question,
Fabric?
just a minute.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, Fabric, I am using the F64 capacity, and we are using the Copilot also. There are set of end users like more than 100. They are asking for the Copilot usage from the reports itself. We have more than 10 reports, and they're expecting to use the Copilot. Will it impact the report performance if the users of Copilot are increasing more?
Yes, Copilot consumes your capacity even faster than that. Try if you can shift them to data agents. Uh, uh, but again, data agents again use Copilot internally or AI internally. So yes, you can expect slowness in your systems if you continue to use Copilots or these things. So right now there is no separate. I think there is possibility to have a separate Copilot capacity. But I have to check out details. There are some options I've seen, but I'm not sure they are still available for everyone.
Okay. So is there any better option to go ahead with the kind of things, sir? Because already they're well aware of the Copilot usage. They are expecting us from us that they are keeps on using that Copilot. So is there any other option do we have?
I think data agent and the AI which is coming in should be a little better option because they are pre-configured for all those things. But I think Copilot for Viewer is also as good as that. So I think then you should restrict the other copilots like SQL copilots and notebook copilots to make sure you are saving on capacity. I think we'll take this up offline. I need to switch this. I thanks Dipti for this, and I'm going to wrap up this meeting. At least you
Sure.
can have questions from Dipti, but I'm going to leave this meeting because I need to switch on to the other meeting on the YouTube live. So I'm leaving this, but you can continue with your questions with the current set. Thank you all for joining. Priyesh, you can start in another minute or so. Okay, you can share your screen.
Sure thing. Yep. Priyesh, let me give the introduction and then you can start the session.
Off from the YouTube for you, but you
Sure.
can continue your session till the time
Thank
you
you.
have questions. Thank you all for joining. For YouTube, we are switching the session. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just give my introduction. 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group. are super excited to host you all. After an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across cities, we are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for 2 days full of tech magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. Please join me in welcoming Priyesh Wag. Priyesh Wag is an accomplished Microsoft Fabric, Microsoft Business Applications MVP, and Microsoft certified trainer with deep expertise in Dynamics 365 customer engagement,
Vinod, you can
Power
share your
Platform,
screen
and
if you like.
Azure. He currently leads Dynamics 365 practice initiatives at CloudFront Technologies in Mumbai, working closely with global clients to design, implement, and optimize business solutions that drive high ROI and productivity. Priyesh is also a prolific community contributor, regularly publishing blogs, articles, answering technical questions, and speaking at industry events to help professionals get more from the Microsoft Business Apps ecosystem. His thought leadership and commitment to the skilling the broader tech community distinguish him as a respected voice in the dynamics and cloud platform space. Good morning, Priyesh. Welcome you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Attendees, before we begin, I just want to share a small update about the Ask the Expert contest. So, ask thoughtful questions during the session to earn points. 5 points if the moderator picks it, and up to 5 more based on the speaker's rating. Top scorers by the end of the event will win Amazon vouchers. So, please post your questions along with the registered email ID so that there will be more winning chances.
Able to share the screen. I'll just tap and rejoin. Just give me 1 minute. Okay.
I'm sorry, Arun. Let me mute you.
All right. So I'll begin.
Yes, Priyesh.
Okay.
The stage is yours.
Sure. All right. Thank you for that introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone joining today, based on wherever you are. Again, thank you for taking up out time on this Saturday and hearing out my session. So my session is going to be about Copilot updates for project operations. Recently, since last couple of years, we are seeing a shift in from the Power Platform low code, pro code talk to now, Copilot being in every other application that we're using. And hence, it's important to kind of understand which Copilot does what, how to configure it, how does it run, and what all is it supposed to do. And just to demystify a small area of Copilot, which amongst the broader scale of applications, I thought, since me being on the business applications front, project operations also being one of the biggest applications, I thought that I'll bring you the Copilot updates that we have today. So feel free to chime in for any questions towards the end, and I'll go ahead and I'll quickly introduce myself. Although a great introduction was given by our host in the beginning, but let me just quickly run through this again. So I'm Priyesh Wag. I'm a practice manager at CloudFront Technologies in Mumbai. I've been a 6 times AI ERP MVP, as they call it now, and I've been leading Dynamics 365 customer engagement and data team at CloudFront. And we help our customers deliver projects globally. So that's been me. And project operations happens to be one of the core applications that I work with our customers for. And here is what I thought I compiled for you to go through today. So, I'll be just demystifying Copilot and its flavors a bit, because we've heard custom Copilots, we've heard Copilot, which is on 9365, which is what, and what does Copilot feature for every other application mean, and why are they not available in any other application. So I'll be covering the 4 Copilot features which are available specifically for project operations. Then I'll be talking about how to look at some of the upcoming Copilot features, and how you can then continue to extend your project operations implementation, your AI journey using Copilot Studio. So these are just some of the topics that we're going to be talking today. And taking the first topic, I'll be walking through the Copilot features and project operations. So I'll be talking about 2 things. One is how to set it up, and the second is the demo. So I have a sample Dataverse project operations environment ready, and I will just walk you through that, and we can see how each of these Copilot features would work. Okay. And let me switch back to my environment. I hope you can see my environment now. And just go ahead. So I'm not sure if everyone else is familiar with project operations, but can I just quickly have a show of hands who's not at all familiar with what project operations is? So just I can spend a few minutes briefing you about the application then. Okay, there's one. All right, I'll give it another moment. Anyone else? Okay. So I still assume that the person who raised the hand would still know about Dynamics 365's other CRM application. But to briefly just talk about project operations itself, just like CRM field service, customer service, project operations is also a flavor of Dynamics 365 CRM, which is for professional services organizations, meanings companies who run projects, assign resources to the projects. The team members would then do time entries on those projects. They would do expense entries, and they would consume some materials on the project, and they would also do their time entries. They would bill the customer, and the project managers would go out to their accounting team, bill for that project, and continue on. If we all are in the professional services firms, we all are running some kind of project applications. So project operations also happens to be one of that. So that's just it. So in field service you have work orders. So here you have projects, which you can assign different team members to. You have different team members here. This is your work breakdown structure. So I'll be taking example of this project. So this is a DX Motors development implementation project. And so Copilot, if you can see, there is a Copilot button here. And there are, out of the 4 features I talked about, which I've listed in my slide deck, these are the 3 features which I'll walk you through each of them. But before I do that, let's first think about how you can have this enabled. So if you already have project operations by default, most environments will not have this turned on. So let's see how to turn it on. So I'll just duplicate this tab. So the reason I'm duplicating this is there is a settings area in each of these applications. Sales has one, customer service has one, field service 2 has it. So project operations also has its own settings area. So these are all the project operations settings. I'll not, of course, go through each of them, but there is always this one parameter record that's always available. Consider this like a master record for all the settings of project operations. So all the typical defaults about roles, what type of scheduling should happen, resides on this record. And there is a little feature control ribbon button here. So once you drop down this, there is a disable Copilot for project button here. Had my Copilot not been enabled, because it takes a few moments to do that, and I have already enabled this for my environment, you see the disable button now. Conversely, you would have seen enable Copilot for project. And that's a single control that enables all the Copilot features that are specifically available for project operations. So I had this turned on, and with that turning on, I could see some more other features get turned on automatically as well. And one of those is, let's say, disable time and expense entry agent. Again, this is a production ready preview still, because it's production ready. You can use it in production. This would be one of the last features that I'll show, but this would also not exist had my Copilot was not already enabled for this environment. So some of the features, as you see here, are because of Copilot was enabled here. So that's the only thing that you need to do. You need to have your Copilot enabled, and that's it. And we're ready to go. Okay. So that was the settings out of the way. I'll just go ahead and quickly jump into projects. And here are my projects. Here's a list of bunch of projects which I had already opened here. So just to walk you through the project, a project is created when you have signed the deal with the customer, you're ready to work on the project, you have your resources ready who gonna be assigned on the project. They're gonna be following a task list, that is the work breakdown structure as we call it. If you have used Microsoft Project Desktop, you would know these terms are commonly thrown across. Then on the work breakdown structure, team members are assigned to different tasks. The resource manager at a company or a project manager assigns these team members to the project. So week after week, they can see what they're allocated on, what they're supposed to work on. They'll do their work in the real world, of course. And every day or towards the end of the week, they're supposed to do time entries on it. So they can borrow the allocations they have been allocated on, and then they can do time entries. So there's a Copilot feature for that as well. So, let's take a look at this project. So I have created the shell of the project. I have not really populated anything else. If you can see, there are no tasks here. I have to create a list of bunch of tasks, and I have my team members as well. I want to add some of my team members. Thus, I've not really added any of them yet. So let's do one thing. Because I've created a shell of the project, it has a certain description. It describes what the project it is. What's the kind of project that is. Then I have put some start dates and end dates and so on. And I have some initial estimates already put in. I've not really populated all of that. So what I can do is I want a starting point where I would need the help of my Copilot to create me a high level task list at least. So one of the first Copilot features is to create a task plan, right? As you see here, there are no tasks yet. So I can just go ahead and create a task plan. It doesn't ask you for confirmation. It will just start collecting some data. So it will look at the project task, look at the initial dates, look at the description, and based on that, it's gonna create the task plan. So while it does in the back end, the description that I had written for this project, as this is a Business Central implementation project, this is going to run for about over a month, and it's supposed to go from all the way from provisioning the Business Central environment to making the customer live. The task list should then contain everything like a typical professional services project is supposed to look like. So as you see, while I just completed that, the task list is ready, and I can then start assigning different resource to it once it completes saving this. So as you can see, it had created a tree structure of my work breakdown structure. And of course, you can feel free to edit. Some of them you might not need it based on the budgets, availability, and time. And whatever I have described. So you see that it did it all in the past, because that's the way, I had kept my start dates in the past. So it took that reference and it created my task list. Of course, now that kind of, gave you a bunch of issues right away. But if you can see, if I drill down to all of these, you can see there's a custom development module, there's some testing, training, go live, typical things that happen in a professional services project or IT projects. So it created all of that. And this looks like a good plan for me to start editing and reading, of course. So once I edit and I do this, now I might make mistakes or I might misunderstand some of the tasks. But given my experience, let's say I've done mostly correctly. But is there a way to identify if there are any risks in the project? So there is this risks tab here. Again, this is a feature of project operations. Now, right now there are no risks. I can go ahead and just add simple risk. It's a simple data verse table behind the scenes, which lets you add the risk as you want to create. But again, Copilot has a feature to do a risk assessment based on the WBS as well. So this takes us to our second feature, risk assessments. Just like task plan, I can go ahead and click on risk assessments, and it's going to compile. It's going to look at my project, look at the data and the work breakdown structure, and it's going to identify what are some of the common risks that I might run on this project. So you can see that it came up with up to 4 risks, and it has some weightage because its Copilot is, of course, it's gonna put out its own data, but of course you're free to modify and approve this. But whatever it didn't find as a risk, it didn't include that. But whatever is what even looks like a warning, it put that as a risk. So we'll just try to open this one record and just see what's behind in the record. So it just identified that, hey, if the approval of timesheets expense entries is not timely or thorough, it may delay reconciliation of cost and revenue recognition. So in simple words, if because the project duration is small, if it's just for 4 and 5 weeks, if timely billing is not going to happen, you're going to end up working and completing the project, but you're not going to necessarily bill the customer fast enough. So you're going to deliver the entire project, but you're still waiting for the customer to pay you just because of the terms and the duration of the project itself. So if the project manager doesn't do timely billing and expense entries, this is going to run longer. So this is just one of the risk, and maybe based on that, you can internally discuss then say, hey, you know what, we don't really have anything else in the pipeline. This project, we don't need to really hurry that much. We can stretch it from, instead of 1 month to 2.5 months. So that gives us enough time to also keep collecting money to also know if the customer is going to pay us or not. That happens. This is a very typical scenario that you run into billing issues a lot. So that's one of the risk. People must do time entries. Some of the resources are not correctly categorized. So it's going to highlight everything that's not right, that doesn't sit well with the kind of project setup this is. And it can take all the way to the way your project operations environment is set up. So it's going to identify the risk, and it can help you just, it will also suggest some mitigation plan as to what you could probably do. So any organization who's starting off new can use this really to kind of refine their own processes of how to do projects. So this is again a great, Copilot feature. Now let's say on a day-to-day basis, um, project is running smooth. You're kind of halfway through it. Now, just because this is the beginning, I would not have much data which is like flexible or dynamic enough, but I'll still go ahead and show you what a status report feature of Copilot is. Again, there are two types of status reports. One is internal and the other is external. So I'll go ahead and let Copilot look at my project and create an internal project report of sorts. Again, you can't really modify the format. It comes as its own BCF control and it just shows up on the screen. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on internal. So this is our third Copilot feature, project reports. And then there are two reports, internal and external. Now it looks like nothing's happening, but I just clicked on internal. So it takes a moment to compute all the things, and then it's gonna show up a report that you can probably just internally circulate. It's confidential because for internal use. It's just gonna look at the summary. It's gonna again look at the data versus data, and it's gonna compile a bunch of things. It's gonna put a summary. It's gonna put together all the financials and tracking. Now, had I entered correct budgets and all the time entries have been done, it would have shown this correct graph. But just to give you an estimate, just to give you an idea that these are all the things it will start to track. And this will just put together, if I have like 4 or 5 resources, it will start to show what milestones are completed, which are the team members working on it, who has completed what tasks, and so on. This is for internal use, maybe just like a delivery head to look at all the project reports. Similarly, the other one is the external report. So if I go to project reports and click external, it will take a moment and it will create now an external report. So this is kind of a report which you can send it to your customers. That's why it feels it is important to highlight to a customer that the project is in green, everything's all right, and no one needs to really worry. It's end of the year, so let our project run smoothly. Similar things are just captured here. It's just a different format, and this can be just downloaded, exported out to your customer or whatever. So these are the 3 features which are Copilot for project features, and they all of them are within the project itself. But for the fourth one, we can go back to time entries here. Again, I'll just walk through this feature for those who don't know project operations so much. So if you're in an IT firm, for example, everyone's supposed to do their timesheets, and everyone is supposed to log their time in order for your project managers and accounting team to bill their customers. So I need to do time entries since decade. I've been doing time entries every day. So again, I do this, but it has been really tiring for me to remember what I did Monday when I kind of delayed doing time entries up until Friday. Um, so one way that there is a time entry agent now. This is again time entry by Copilot. This is our fourth feature. And once you enable this, which I did in the settings area of project operations, I can set some preferences. And 1 second, I'll just close this. I just clicked new so that this can go away. I'll just get it out of the way. So I'm gonna open the agents again. There is an option here, but anyway, it's just saying that create time entries on some things behalf. I'll see if I can pull that up later. It's gonna pick a source. Where should my time entries be sourced from? Yeah, I had created on new, so that's why. Discard. Pick the source. So the source of these time entries, which I want the Copilot to pick up and set as draft, is project assignments, and the capacity that's booked on the project. I'll show you what that means. And the next is generate external comments, because external comments is a required field, and you need to put them because you can't just have blank time entries. You need to describe what work you did. So that's the external comments. Then another feature is if it should look at your Outlook calendar to enhance some external comments. Now, not necessarily we use really Outlook to schedule meetings, which is defined as work. Most of the times you just are gonna work on your own and not really let Copilot dig into something that's not related to the project in your Outlook and try to make that as an external comment. That would really be messy. So that's why I just decided to not show that. So these are just some of the preferences. So I'll talk about these two things. One is the project assignments and the capacity that's booked on. So first one, project assignment. So whenever going back to the project that I had, I think it was this one. So going back to the project I had, I have my team here. Remember, we've created that work breakdown structure, and only created a work breakdown structure. It didn't assign any team members to anything. But I can start assigning some team members as well. Let's say I can just assign Frederick here, or I can do assign myself here like that. So once I assign, what happens is it's gonna create some resource assignments record. It's saving, so it creates some resource assignment records, which are here. So the time entry source is gonna be, do you want to make time entries based on how you have been planned to work on the project? Or that's one thing. Let's see if anything in assignments came up or not. Okay, so some assignments did come up for a couple of us, and then there are some more unassigned tasks. So I can just go ahead and complete this. So that's one source. And the other source is if I move away from projects and if I go to a schedule board, this is when your resource manager or project manager actually assigns you on the task instead of just assigning as per the plan, but actually schedule you to be working on that day, on that project, on that task. So here, if I look at my schedule board, let's say I'm the project manager, I'm assigning some team members. So in this case, because I'm just logged in from a single user, I'll assign myself here. I'll give it a moment to load. So this is the other source. So these are the two sources that you have set preferences for in time entries to be pulled into your timesheet. Okay, and we'll ask Copilot to do that. So it takes yeah. So just I was doing some tests yesterday, and I already had allocated myself for this week, and this is a different project actually. So I think we are in this week of 15th. Yes. So the upcoming week there is this week here, and I might have some allocations for myself in the past week as well. Yep, I do have some in my past week. So if I go back again to my time entries and see if I have borrowed something, which I did yesterday. Oh yeah, I actually borrowed the allocations from the past week. So these are already there. You see this icon, it represents that these have been created by Copilot. I can simply edit them and add my comments on it. So it will just open up and it will add the comments. So this is the external comments field, which the preferences talked about having pulled from Outlook. So we're not doing that. Anyway, I'll just go and jump to the current week and see if I can now pull time entries for the current week. So I clicked next. This is the current week. I think I did the week later. So I'll just pull all my time entries in draft. So this is the week. Let me try to how do I do my time entries? Oh yeah, I can simply chat. I can click on Copilot. Again, one of the features listed is you can have a chat-like experience. But then again, it's a little gray area between whether you need to really extend the existing Copilot and or design a new Copilot. But here you can chat, and here simply you can say something like, can you do my time entries? Let's see. I think it is preset. Yeah, log my time. I think it runs with its own comments, so I just say that log my time. Because I'm not in the current week, I've switched to the next week, so I just say, okay, it's not for the previous week, it's not for the current week, it's for the next week. So let's try to do that. It will look at my bookings, it will look at my resource allocation, and as and where it finds data, it's gonna log time. So, oh, it looked at my resource assignments, it was not there. For some reason, that configuration didn't work. So I'll just go ahead and say log my time. Again, I'll just say current week, and let's see if it's gonna pull any assignments which I did on the project for the current week. So it found 15 of them. It found some time entries. And if I think that these are the right one for the project, I'll just go ahead and click on create time entries. Let's just note that this is for the 8th, 9th, and 10th of December. So I might again switch back to the previous view and look at my time entries. So first, let me go to the previous week and then click here so that we can see it happening right here. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and click create time entries. So, based on my resource assignments that we did, it's going to create a draft time entries. And again, just like other Copilot features, it takes a moment and it's going to create my draft time entries. So it says, hey, created time entries, 3 time entries for 15 hours. Refresh the grid. Okay, all right. Let's go and refresh this and see if they came up. Yep, they did. And you can see, yeah, for 15 hours, it created all my 3 time entries, right? So again, just I can open the time entry, edit the entry, add my external comments, and I should be good to go. This removes your hassle to really otherwise the other option was to import from resource bookings or resource assignments, and your project manager or resource manager didn't really allocate you, so you were like, oh no, I have to ask my resource manager to allocate me so that he will ping me back, and then I will do my time entries and then I'll submit. I'll do this for every day. I'm working on three small projects, so those are like 3 time entries every day for 5 times 15 time entries. I'm not going to do that. So doesn't Copilot really help you get past the initial obvious drafting of time entries quickly? So this is really helpful features. Personally, on a personal front, it does really help me a lot. Now, I haven't been really actively using it yet, but I plan to use it more and more as I just figure out a few more things with it. And this is, they say, is a production ready preview. And that's the reason I'm just waiting for it to be out. If I hover over it, I'm just thinking, does it explain anything else or no? No. So that's just it. So these are the 4 active features which are currently available for Copilot in project operations. And then one of my next point was to look at what's available next. So there are some more upcoming features. I'll just walk you through where these are, where to look for these features. So just some of these features are improving usability, again, Copilot enhancements for project status reports. So the reports that we saw, it's going to let us tailor those. Then I can optimize, agent-led time expense entries and approvals. So I just showed you the time entries draft, but you can see there's also an approval agent here. And this is going to need a little bit of configuring for me to do. And that just might be another session, or it could just be a blog post from my end. But I'll try to put it out once I'm able to try this. I'm waiting for this to be out, and there are some advanced filters applied. So I was talking about all the upcoming features. Yeah, so let's go there. I think when you go to the project planner, and I've included this in the slide deck. Towards the end of the session, I'll put this in the chat. But if you just search for releaseplans.microsoft.com, you can see under project operations all the features that are planned. Now, every feature, if you see, are now categorized under copilots or optimization. Even try now, optimization and copilot. Again, change history, all the features that have already been implemented, all fall under this. So if you look at planned and if you look at Copilot features, you'll see here there are 3 features: improving usability of activity approvals agent. And if I quickly try to run this through what this is, it's gonna say automate the process of approving time, expense, and materials. We did time entries now. That was automated by Copilot. We're also gonna help project managers and resource manager or accounting managers approve those time entries. So that's a Copilot that's coming up to expect in March 2026. Then what was the other one? Match credit transaction and itemize expenses. Again, for people who are from business central or F&O side, it's gonna match the credit map. It's gonna credit match that line items on the invoice, and it's gonna go and look at the ERP and see if it's all correct or not. Just to It reduces the time you spend processing expenses, ensuring data accuracy. Today, what happens is we are sending a bunch of expenses time entries, and accounting team has to look at the project, look at what's set, look at the contract, and it's going to say, oh yeah, this is correct, I can approve this, and it's all accurate. There's not mismatch. So we're gonna outsource all that to Copilot to do that. So uh, the next is Copilot enhancement to tailor project status reports. This feature uses the insight generator to capture data. Users can add these entities to the project status report. So they're gonna be allowing us to enhance that report that we saw, so that we can add some related tables and metadata, so that report could contain some more information that could be tailored according to your needs. So those are just some of the features to expect. So that's that. So these are just the upcoming features. And one other final point I had in my slide deck is from the agenda, extending your Copilot operations using Copilot Studio. Now, if you are familiar with the Copilot features, you didn't really have to do anything. But is that the case really? What are custom Copilots? I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with custom Copilots, but let me just quickly brief you of what that is. It is a Copilot Studio, which is again a low-code, no-code, low-code development platform to create your custom Copilots. There are advanced way to build your Copilots through Azure AI Foundry and then deploying them, but Copilot Studio really gives you a low-code approach to do the same thing. Project operations licensing, it comes with $135 per user per month, and there's a 20-seat minimum for project operations. And Copilot Studio on top of that is a $30 add-on, which gives you a Copilot Studio or a studio-like experience where you can build your agents. So I'll try to see if I can open up a Copilot Studio myself. I'm just gonna stop sharing for a bit. Give me a moment. And meanwhile, Amit or any of the moderators, if you can also look at the chat to see if there are any questions being posted and if we have enough time to look at those questions as well. I'm going to try to sign in. I think I am licensed. I'm just trying to look at that. See if environment. Okay, I'm going to share my screen again. I think I have the environment. I can just show you the environment. I've not really built any copilots, any custom copilots specific to project operations. But we can see that. Yep. All right. So this is the Copilot Studio again. Here you have different agents. Some of the agents are provided out of the box by Microsoft, but there are some which you can build yourself. And really, what a Copilot agent, custom Copilot agent is, it gives you a way to source some knowledge from different places or open internet, form your own instructions to the agent, and you can give it some tools that it can perform some actions on your behalf. So as you can see, these are all the agents which have been provided. You can see the owner is system here. These are all provided by Dynamics 365. So yeah, it's continuing to expand. There are some more toolkits here. This customer service. I'll just see if is there anything for project. I don't think so there's anything for project, but you can go ahead and start creating your own agent. So you can click a blank agent, and I'll just walk you through what components are there, so you can just extrapolate that imagination to what a custom Copilot could do. The chat pin that you saw while I was doing time entries, that is available across your Dynamics 365 organization. If you have some custom Copilot that are configured to the right users to access the right data into the right things, then you can build custom Copilots like these, source the right kind of knowledge, create a flow of the conversation, and instruct the agent to do certain tasks and get certain information based on the access rights. Your custom Copilot couldn't suffice that. So that's what it is. I think it's going to take a bit of time, but yeah, once it comes up, I can just walk you through what the different components are. But regardless, this is again creating custom Copilots. So you have your existing project operations instance, and you can build a Copilot for your project resources. You might need to ask your project resources to your project resources could probably just query, hey, am I missing any time entries from past 2 weeks, because I think the billing cycle is here, or are there more projects that I could work on based on the skill set that I have assigned myself to in project operations. It's gonna, if you build a Copilot for that, it can, it can help your project team members, it can help project managers, it can help your accounting team, resource manager, developers, bring the most out of the existing project operations implementation that you have. So yeah, that from my side. This looks like it's going to take a while to load, but if it comes up, I'm just going to reshare my screen, and I'll walk you through this. But if this doesn't, I'll try to follow up, and with some more series of blog posts on custom Copilots. And I can go ahead and also probably do a separate session, just custom Copilots for project operations or any other applications for that matter. But that was the Copilot updates for project operations. Just want to look into the chat and see if there are any other questions. I think I see one by Rajkumar. Can Copilot access all data in one lake? Can Copilot automatically optimize fabric capacity? One looks like an admin question, and the other looks like if the data is available in one lake or not. So the feature set that I showed today was specific to just project operations. But if you are building custom Copilots that can source data and knowledge from one lake based on the access rules you have set, yes, it can access data from one lake as well. So custom Copilots need to be sourced that kind of information. Had my custom Copilot showed up, I would have shown. It looks like it came up. But yeah, one answer is yes. Second, can Copilot automatically optimize fabric capacity? It I'm not sure about this, but to me it sounds like an admin question, or self-maintainability question. So anyone who's a fabric expert can talk about it. But my immediate response to that would be, I don't think so. I don't know, but I just don't think it would be possible. But if anyone has a better answer, of course, an accurate one, then feel free to do that. So my custom Copilot did come up, and I'm just going to share my screen again. Yeah. So the custom Copilot, again, you can add different triggers. You can see all these different models being available. 5.2, is this the news that we saw yesterday that just came out? It's a chat based, again, model that you can use. Then you can have different triggers as to when do you want the Copilot to be enabled. Do you want to be it on a certain greeting, on a certain instance? You can have all that, and you see every such feature like that is available using a set of templates already. On a regular interval, if you don't want to really interact with the Copilot, but you need the Copilot to be triggered to check if something exists and then take action, recurrence can be used. You can run a Copilot every 6 hours or something, or anything happens in Dataverse, you can do that. Just like if you're used to using flows, this is a similar pattern to follow. Add a trigger when the Copilot is ready. Then instructions is actually a big text box which you can instruct the agent to, hey, don't give out information about this, even if the user is supposed to have access to that information, because the Copilot you're designing is only for project managers. Oh, there's a problem. Go to agent. It didn't. It's just not working. Let me try to open an existing one. No, I don't have probably the right licenses. Anyway, so yeah, the other things that you saw in that Copilot agent quickly, if you glanced it, was adding a knowledge source, so it can look at the open internet and reference those links if you happen to ask anything from open internet. Second is a flow of conversation. If you want the Copilot to drive the user in a certain direction, like whether to reach out to your delivery head or something like that, you can put all of that in there. And you can build your custom Copilot. By default, Copilot will give access to the users who have those certain rights on the source data. Let's say you are not supposed to look at other projects, then if you're using a Copilot and if you ask questions about other projects, it will not give you. It's going to follow the data model and security model of what you as a logged in user have in your environment. So it follows the default security model right there. Yeah, so those were some of the Copilot features for project operations, and what all custom Copilot could do. I couldn't show that a lot, but I promised to come back with an exclusive session just for that. And that was all from my side. Yourself and ask, or you can drop them in the chat now, or finally, you can just reach out to me after the session anytime on LinkedIn, and I should be happy to cater to any of the questions. Right.
If you have any questions, you can raise your hand so Triyesh can answer. You can unmute you. Any questions from the audience?
I don't think so. Yep.
Yeah, but it was a wonderful session, Triyesh. There were a lot of new things to learn.
Thank you. Thank you. That was really, I hope that was really helpful to everyone else. And we were able to finish quite ahead in time. And again, feel free to reach out to me. I'll be happy to answer to any of the questions. Again, Copilot features are coming up. Custom Copilots is finding its footing. All these things are happening. 2026 looks like the year where it will start to finally see routine use. So I am myself looking forward to experiencing that and sharing that experience with you, which will be more real world than just trying out a few features which just recently came out. I personally commit to using Copilot more and more as it starts to become more commonplace. Of course, most of you are way ahead in using Copilot the way I do. So I would also be keen to learn from all of you, and I'll be checking LinkedIn regularly. And I hope to also find opportunities to continue to speak and present at future events. So for the hosts, again, thank you for having me. It was great to speak and interact with you all today, this morning. And I look forward to seeing you all again. Feel free to connect to me on LinkedIn. Amit has dropped in the LinkedIn link as well. Okay. And have a rest of the wonderful learning event.
Yeah. Thank you, Priyesh.
Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Rameji, shall we end the meeting?
Yeah, I'm just answering one in the chat here.
There is one question for your creation in the chat, if you're still available.
Yeah, I'm just answering to that one. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna answer in the chat. I'm just typing that.
Nothing, Amit. Thank you. Thank you, Priyesh. Thank you,
Thanks,
audience.
Amit. Thanks, everyone. Bye, guys.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Thank you, Amin. I will share my screen. You able to see my screen? Okay. You want me to wait here? You want me to stay here? Second. Okay. Fine. Okay, Amin. Okay. Sure.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Shashi, how are you?
Fine, sir.
Hey, good afternoon. Good morning. Na? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you
We
so
have an
much,
intro.
Amit. Okay. You want me to wait, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sure. I will wait.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community, along with India Microsoft Fabric user group, are super excited to host you all after an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across cities. We are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for 2 days full of tech magic with 50 plus global speaker, real world use cases, and everything you loved about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. Before we begin, here is a quick reminder about Ask the Expert contest. Ask thoughtful questions during the session to earn 5 if the moderator picks and up to 5 more based on the speaker rating. Top scorer by the end of the event will receive an Amazon voucher. And I am pleased to introduce Rajendra Ongoli, a Microsoft Platform MVP super user at the Microsoft Fabric community and BI lead at Bosch. Rajendra is also a community speaker, blogger, and a certified Fabric Power BI associate with years of experience diving data transformation. Today's session, he will walk us through efficient strategies for bringing data seamlessly into Power BI, Microsoft Fabric, a crucial step in any modern data architecture. Join me in welcoming Rajendra Ongoli.
Thank you
Sir,
so
the
much,
stage
Shashi.
is yours. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sashi. Thanks for the intro. And first of all, I would like to thank Amit Chandak and HTAC Indian Microsoft Fabric User Group for giving this opportunity to share these views and Power BI part. So let me hope you were able to see my screen as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you're observing as a part of our topic, optimizing data models for scalability and performance in Power BI. So most of the times we will spend our time at data modeling part. If you have to start building the data, I mean, like a report building, like we have to spend some time at the data cleansing activities. After that, how we are going to optimize our model if it is taking more time consumption whenever there is some data on. So I have come up with some of the important criteria, what needs to be maintained and what needs to be not. And also I have come up with how we are going to improve the performance if you're having or maintaining huge data models. So thanks for the intro. I'm not giving any intro again. So thank you so much, Sashi, for giving an introduction. And I'll just try to say, if you want to reach out to me on something on the Power BI or Microsoft Fabric related topics, you can reach out to me on the LinkedIn. So the LinkedIn, you can scan it and you can connect with me there. As a part of today's agenda, so I have come up with few of the important strands, data modeling for scalability and performance in Power BI. So there are some strategies to maintain the scalability, data scalability, whenever there is some complete bandwidth has been occupied, how we are going to auto scale our centers and as well as the performance space, how we are going to get it improved. And why data model optimize matter, why it is more important and where we are going to lag if you are not getting optimized our data models, if it is taking more time consumption whenever you are performing some data refreshes. So this is a specific topic which we are already aware of it, storage methods. So I'll just try to give you an intro about it, like import, direct query, and composite method. Which method is best? Maybe if you're working with the larger data sets, or maybe if you're working with the real-time data required. So which method is the right way to get it extracted as to import the data source systems into your Power BI application? And what are the key strategies for reduction of this Power BI? I mean, like a Power BI level, the reduction improvements, that part also we are going to discuss about it. And followed up with some of the optimization technique, which I'm going to share it with you, and some best practices with, followed up with some demo. If you're observing optimizing data models for scalability and performance, there are some, I mean, like we are on a running with a data vault. So data is growing a lot. So in each and every organization, they have to get it import and they have to do some fine tuning to get it, extract the data into their applications and without seamless integrations with an processing part. We need to maintain the proper scalability for the data growth and maintain the best performance whenever if you're trying to perform the data refreshes, and also maintain very strong data model. So we are aware that coming to the data model part, like a star schema design, a snowflake schema design, which is the best one. So most of the times we will try to bring the model in the form of a star schema approach, because the fact tables are going to directly interact with the dimensions, and where we can see the seamless processing and try to restore the refresh the data sets in the form of very quick. That is the main motor here. If not, if we are maintaining the snowflake schema, we should be something like a hierarchy. That one also we have to fine tune. At Power Query Editor part, we can try to maintain the strong data set model onto your applications as well. That is Power BI. So some of the important optimization techniques, if you're observing, what is going to impacts? First one is going to impacts with the business. If you are maintain a report on the server, that is Power BI services, online mode. And if it is taking more time to get it refresh or to take some decision, the end user will not comfort and they will instantly ask you to do some activities to improve the performance for the data refresh and to see the numbers on online part. So first one is the business impact part. We have to think through on the business impact part, what kind of a changes we can try to make sure that to make the right decisions by the end user in a quick processing part. And next part should be an technical foundation. So if you're working on the data modeling part, which is the best? So we have to choose the best approaches and make sure that the cleansing operations is to be thoroughly performed, and like via merge operations or maybe via appending operations. Instead of loading separate tables, we can try to, if you are following the similar column headers, we can try to do the append operations at a different data part. And maybe if you want to pull some important columns from another table, we can try to bring it over that number of other columns to your main data set by using merge query kind of an operations. Mainly, if you're using these kind of an approaches, for each and every new column is going to cost effective. It's going to be cost. If it is unwanted columns, we have to remove the unwanted columns whenever, if you're trying to perform the data refreshes. So infrastructure maintenance is very, very important whenever if you're trying to do the performance activities. Anyway, the scalability part, it is an auto scale. By default, you can see the 10 GB of the space allocations on the services part as well, Power-based services. Maybe if we want to get it to extend, we have to change the license capacity, or else maybe we have to improve the data set part, the scalability, how much space it has been occupied, and what kind of a method we are trying to use while doing the data extractions, that is import method or direct query. So one more method is the composite method. Composite model also is there. We will discuss on the further slides. And one more thing, if you have any questions, you can post your questions on the chat box so that I can take your queries at the end. This is what I said, storage method. Import method, most of the times we will use it because all the functionalities and the features, it will be while working on the import method, the dataset part. And it is also faster processes, but only thing is, if you are working with the smaller to the medium level dataset, not exceeded with a larger or big data analytics, we can use an import method. You can create a new columns and it will support all the DAX objects like measures and everything. Measures anyway, it is going to support on the direct query too, but calculated column and more functionalities as per the part of DAX also it will be get support while working on the import method. Coming to the direct query method, if you're observing, like maybe if your data sets is very huge and you want to see some real-time require that are numbers or as real-time visuals, if you want to build it over. In such kind of a scenario, instead of importing the complete data into your application, we can try to maintain the extraction part in the form of a direct query as well. You can see larger data set, it is for best model, and also the real-time prospects. Composite model. So assume that some of the tables, aggregations, I want to perform while doing the import option, aggregating the data. And I want to showcase the detailed information. Detailed means very details for the description wise or else maybe very important information. In such kind of a scenario, I'm going to pull over the another way of extraction via direct query. It's a kind of a mixed. For the import, you are going to do the backend itself, the aggregations like aggregation functions using sum, average, min, max, and so on. And direct query, you want to visualize in a very detailed manner. In such kind of a scenario, we will call it as a composite model, fast plus real-time combination. So it's going to work for the larger data set. And you can see the very faster operations because you are using the aggregations of the import method at the backend itself. And some of the source systems, some of the files or some of the tables you are trying to import it via detailed information, that is direct query. So this is a composite method of extraction, storage methods part. One more is there, direct lake, which maybe if you are playing with Microsoft Fabric and the data is automatically, the data will be get located on in one lake. And from there, it is completely very fast compared to the import, direct query, and so on, because you are completely working on the cloud-based environment, near real-time values, near real-time numbers, you are going to project on visualizations part. It's a modern architecture, completely new for us. So most of the projects are migrating from these approaches, these methods to the direct lake going forward. There are some strategies how we are going to maintain the optimizations part. If you're observing, there is a vertical filtering, horizontal filtering, and the column optimization, what it is. Vertical filtering is something like, suppose if you have 100 columns are there, some of the columns are not used on your visualization. So we can remove it. Unwanted columns, you can completely remove it. And even if you are trying to improve the performance, even the key column, which you are not going to utilize on the reporting part, reporting part, like a keys, primary key columns, or maybe like a store IDs or date keys, these things. We can hide these columns at the modeling itself or data view or table view, unused, which we are not going to use in the reporting part. And it is also improves the performance because every column is going to consume some memory, every column which we are extracting after data extraction. So my suggestion is, if you are using this filtrations part, remove the unwanted columns which you are not going to utilize on your reporting at the query editor itself. And sometimes if you are not used those columns in the reporting part, maybe if you are using those columns for data modeling, in such kind of a scenario, you can hide the columns too, which will improve the performance as well. And maintain the cardinality, specifically one side to many side, which I'm going to cover in the next slide. By default, you can see the one side to the many, and the cross filter direction, maintain the flow direction should be on one side instead of changing the cross filter direction from single to the both. We have a separate DAX function for that as well. Instead of using the both cross filter direction, you can maintain in the form of a single direction. Coming to the horizontal filter, limit the number of or records. So this kind of a scenario, we will handle it in the form of incremental refresh as well. So we don't need to refresh the complete data. I want to refresh maybe last 10 days data if there is any changes. Change data captures, which has to capture the last 10 days information. In such kind of a scenario, I can also maintain while loading and while projecting the visualizations, horizontal filtering. Limit the number of records and it will maintain so that we are not going to refresh the complete data history, which we have it at the front end. Maybe last 5 days or 10 days, we can configure it via incremental loading, and we can process or else refresh the complete information like last 5 days data, so that you can see the complete changes, the last 10 days changes or else 5 days changes accordingly. Another important thing is column optimization. Maintain the consistency of columns, each and every column data types. So maybe if you are not using the textual information, just try to remove it, that particular column holders, and maintain the replace the text fields with an integer or else decimal numbers, which will again a little bit of improvements on the, whenever you can see the performance optimizer, performance analyzer on your application, it will get definitely an improves on the performance prospect. Data type check, which should be mandatory whenever if you're trying to build the data modeling as well. That is important. There are some important techniques on the Vertipack engine. So if you're observing, the cardinality is, as we are already aware, whenever you are trying to build some model, there should be some dedicated cardinalities like one to many or many to one, or one to one and many to many. Maintain the consistency there. And also, as I said, just now we discussed, the cross filter direction should be a single method, or maybe the data flow should be, the data transfer should be on the both the sides. We have to maintain a kind of DAX function. Cross filter function is also there. Try to create a DAX function, which will be definitely get some good performance accordingly as per the measure calculations and so on. Second one, eliminate unused columns or tables, which is not going to be useful for your visualizations. But maybe if you want to combine two tables into one, if you have to check some important key features like a column header mapping, if it is matching, instead of loading two different tables onto the application, Power BI, you can try to combine it. Or maybe if you are trying to join with another table to bring some important columns, you can also maintain that analysis via merge operations at the Power Query data, which will definitely improve the performance part. My suggestion is, if you're working with a huge data models or data sets, you can work on an import method. The complete aggregation, you have to take it forward at the backend itself, database level itself. So you can use an aggregated data via import option, import method. And you want to showcase very detailed information in such kind of a scenario, you can use another approach, direct query approach, which will definitely improve a performance. The aggregation of the import and detailed information on a direct query definitely improves the performance and faster execution as well. And sometimes, right, we can also divide the table information, partition the divide. So maybe if you are working with the huge, massive tables, for the data refreshes part, we can also split or partition the table at the back, or even you can try to create the index for proper mapping and try to process it. Yes, Amit, any queries? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we hear clearly.
My voice is audible. One second.
Yes, sir.
Good. Just check it at your end, whoever facing an issue. Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have come up with a relationship management as well. So if you're observing, most of the scenarios, the relationship or the cardinality between the tables from one table to the another, we're going with the one side to the many side. One stands for the unique information from, assume that you have A table and B table, A table and B table, and you are maintaining one common column between those two. I'm just giving a brief about it. In A table, you have an unique information, no repetition. That is one of the key column. Assume that employee ID. Another table, department table, B table, employee ID is repeated. Duplications are there. Such kind of a scenario, you can map it between employee and the department table via one side to the many. So primary key to the simple terms is primary key to the foreign key, one side to the many side. That is the most optimization part, performance query part, we can utilize it. Bi-direction is something like the cross filter direction. So we, as I said, right, we can get it, avoid the data flow direction between two sides. So if you're working with the smaller models, that is well and good. If you're working with the huge data sets, instead of changing the relationship and changing the cross filter direction from a single to the both, it is avoidable. We can avoid it to make sure that the performance prospect as well. And avoid or try to minimize the many-to-many relationship whenever, if you are trying to build a model, proper right model. Anyway, I'm come up with one simple model, okay, in the form of a star, how it looks like and so on. We are going to discuss about it, but we have to minimize the many-to-many relationship, which will impact drastic reduction of your performance. And filtration on the both side, you can see some arrow mark, so which will be get filtered from both of the tables. That is nothing but cross filter direction from both the sides. Avoid this part also, so that you can definitely get a proper optimized data modeling part, and it will definitely improve the performance whenever if you're trying to perform the data refreshes at your end. So I have listed on the right hand side, carefully we have to work, because if you take the real-time projects, after completing the data transformations and the cleansing operations, most of the time spending activity at the modeling part only, not at the visualization. In visualizations, anybody can do it. Anybody can simply drag and drop, and as per the requirement, we can proceed. After cleansing operations, we are going to spend most of the time where the data model, where the time lag or else refreshing is taking time. So we have to check thoroughly while designing our data models. And next part, anyway, implementing business logics will take some time consumption, but as per the priority, as per my views, I'm saying. Most of the time I will spend my first priority, the cleansing activity, and the next is the data modeling. And third part is the implementing the business logics and then visual part. So I come up with this, prefer one-to-many relationship for optimal or improve good performance, and limit the bi-directional, the data flow direction from both of the cases between the two tables, and reduce or completely say avoid many-to-many relationship. Instead of many-to-many, maybe you can create a separate calculated table and bring the connection between a kind of a bridge table and bring the connection between one to another, like A to the B tables. Maybe middle table is going to act like a bridge between it. And just try to cross verify the index column should be have a proper relationship between one to another tables. Advanced optimization techniques, as we already aware, so which I have come up with calculation group. I'm going to showcase to you one of the calculation group, how it is going to be beneficial to you. Because example, I have 10 sales information or 10 important metrics, and there is a date information which is going to act like a role play dimension here. And maybe automatically I have one active relationship and remaining 2 or 3 are inactive relationship. So how we are going to handle it? So how we are going to create a proper calculation group over the, instead of creating multiple or many measures, which will be get rid, like maybe 30 measures instead of creating 10 sales or else 10 important metrics with the three different dates related information, 10 into 3, 30. We can create calculation groups which will be get avoid multiple measures as well. So I have come up, as I said, right, I will showcase to the practically so that it is easy for you. And anyway, we will try to maintain the incremental refresh if you're having, or else if you're trying to perform the full refreshes, and maybe we can try to reduce the full load, refreshing load, and maybe last 10 days, 5 days, we can try to configure and improve the refresh performance. And it is one of the best technique for the data refreshes part. If you're trying to showcase the huge information on your reporting part, just try to constant data, we are not going to refresh, maintain the constant data as is. Last 10 days or 5 days, which is going to have some changes as per the real-time data, we can capture those changes only on your reporting part. That configuration we can do it via incremental refresh as well. This part I have already discussed, composite model. So as I said, aggregated data should be on the import option. Import wise, you can import it. And maybe if you want to visualize the detailed information, you can extract it via direct query mechanism, so that it is going to be mixed or composite method. It's most of the time, I mean, like my experience, I'm just trying. So sometimes if it is having a huge data set, I will follow this kind of a composite or else mixed method of approach. Some tables will be on the direct, some tables or data source systems will be on the direct query approach, and some tables which have been aggregated at the backend itself, database level, I can use an import method for the good calculations part. So these are all Power BI optimization and best performance. So calculation group is for the measure optimizations. We can create, instead of 30, 40 measures, with the help of calculation group, you can create very quicker and easy to create it. I will showcase to you that. And also partitioning the larger data set and composite model, which is something like as per the part of advanced approaches, which we'll follow regularly. And maybe if you are using this optimization at the query editor level, so we have to follow the query folding performance and optimization. So each and every steps which has been recorded on your Power Query editor, it has to generate a query, okay, which you have to execute on your database part also. That is kind of a query folding. So it will not allow you to delete or else remove the column. So you have to perform some changes on the data level. Such kind of a scenario, it has to use and execute the query folding implementations too, to check how many number of columns or how the values has been propagated. Most of the time, trying to maintain the foundation with the star schema design principle, maintain the center, the fact information, and surrounded with multiple dimension tables, and remove which is not used on your visualizations part, the columns or rows. Maybe if you want to get it, filter some data, you can filter it or remove the columns if it is not used on your visualization level at Power Query editor itself. And thoroughly cross-verify the data type selections whenever, though the Power Query engine will be automatically detects the data type, just try to cross-verify while designing the model. Also, it is very beneficial for you. So just try to cross-verify the data type cross-validation at your Power Query editor. So what kind of a field, how the data type has been allocated. Sometimes there should be a mismatch. So just try to cross-verify thoroughly at the data type validation at Power Query editor. So let me showcase to you practically. I just changed my screen. Hope you're able to see my Power BI application, right?
Yes, sir.
Fine. This is a simple model, sales report development. You can see the center with the sales table, which is maintaining some important key columns and some numbers. So please observe, some numbers means metric information, like a total profit information, total cost, profit, and so on, which is metric related. The sales table is surrounded by multiple dimensions like a series, sellers, region, and so on. This is something like a star schema design. Okay. I have just come up with one important scenario here. Let me add one new layout. Please observe. Let me pull over the sales and date. Like this, we will analyze it. If you are working with many tables, just try to create the multiple layouts. It will be very helpful for you to get it analyzed. So see here, sales table is having a direct connect with the date, via order date column from sales to the date column from date table. We are going to call it as an active relationship. Maybe if we want to see some numbers based on the data, like I want to see the total sales with maybe year wise, each and year wise, I can see that analysis too. Let me showcase to you very quick how it is going to work. Let me showcase to you this. Let me take a simple table chart. And from the date here, and from sales, some metric which I have already calculated, simple measure, you can see total sales is equal to total sales is my measure name, sum of sales table, sales column. Just try to drag and drop. You can see for each and every values. Fine. Suppose this is an active relationship. I can easily bring the information and I can order date wise, I can see an analysis. Suppose if you want to see an analysis based on due date wise date, and one more, if you're observing, there is one more field name called here. This one, let me expand this as well, so that from sales table to ship date, date table to the date column. So that means already a active relationship exists between sales table and date table, and two inactive relationships are there. Sometimes if you are trying to perform some advanced analytics based on other than the existing order date to the date, and the customer asks you to visualize it from the inactive relationships as well. So this one we will call it as an active relationship, and these two dotted lines we are going to call it as an inactive relationship, active and inactive. And starts transfer, just now we discussed many, so repetitions are there on this side, sales table part, and this is unique. And if you're observing, this is the data flow direction. So as I said, cross filter direction should be on single. This is what we said. Most of the time we will maintain the single direction only. Suppose if the data transfer should be happen from both of the sides, we can write DAX function, cross filter function, and we can visualize it. But maintain the performance, just think about the performance prospect as well. Fine, our query here, currently one metric, I just visualize the total sales with date it took in this way. Maybe I want to get it to visualize others like shipping date wise analysis, or maybe due date wise. See here, this is due ship date wise analysis, or another one is due date wise analysis. How we are going to visualize it in such kind of a scenario? What we will do in the sense, if you want to bring this inactive relationship as an active, we can create a user relationship function to get it derive those values too. So how we are going to derive it? Let me simply create one new measure for shipped sales, shipped or due date sales also fine. It's working on. Just give me a minute. If you have any queries, you can post it in the meantime.
Yes, sir. We have few queries.
Tell me. Please read, or maybe I will read
Yes,
it
sir.
later.
Yes, I am reading. I want to understand how the Vertipack storage mechanism works and how segment distribution behaves in real-time scenarios, as well as how it handles very large data sets.
The backend Vertifact engine is the backend processing mechanism. So it's very large theory, but I'll just try to simplify it. So backend, how much storage mechanism you are trying to import, and what is the processing method or approach you are trying to utilize. Based on that, the mechanism or else the Vertipack engine will be work. So the complete, whatever the measures or calculated columns you are trying to create, even the calculated table too, it's all get it stored and processing in the form of a Vertipack method only. So further, to get it analyzed, we will also use some external tools. You can see it here, so that we will get to know how much storage method are based on the columns, key columns, how much unused columns has been executed. So we can get to know all the information via these external tools too, which is not inbuilt on Power BI part. We have to get it install these external tools. So for my, if you're asking me which you are going to use it in the sense, for the tabular mechanism part, tabular editor I'm using, and for DAX Studios for the performance optimization and the calling this evaluate, DAX related objects and so on, I will use this DAX Studios method as well, this particular applications too, as a part of it. Fine. Hope I have answered to you, and let's try to work on this shipping date wise analysis. Clear? Are any questions still?
Yes, sir. We have few questions.
Yep. Read it.
Indexing inside Power Query is better or at source data level?
So source level wise, my suggestion is the source level, not at the index. Also, we can do it in the Power Query editor level, but maybe if you can try to define that at the backend itself, source level itself, it is better. So because anyway, it is going to read your data transformation inside the application, right? The suggest you to create the indexing column at the, like maybe it will be get start from 0. These configurations are there. You can create it in the backend source system itself. Clear? Can I continue this?
Yes, sir.
So creating, so see here, total year-wise total sales I have created, but maybe I want to see the shipping date-wise analysis. So how we are going to get it, create the shipping date, shipping sales analysis, which is going to be an inactive relationship. So giving the name as shipped sales, we can use a calculate here. So assume that you haven't created any explicit measure, sum of sales table, sales column. So inactive relationship wise, I want to see an analysis here. Total sales we already calculated, but I want to see an inactive relationship wise between the sales table to the date. I want to see an analysis in such kind of a scenario. I'm using here user relationship function. So user relationship function makes, by using the DAX object, it's a DAX function. So you are going to trying to exist. You are trying to create a relationship, make it as an active relationship between shipping date to the date, which is currently as an inactive relationship. So try to call date table, date column, comma, ship date, validate it. Just try to drag and drop. So see here. You can see an analysis like this. So values, if you're observing, total values are same between the total sales and the shipper date, but the orders which has been ordered between the dates, the values are each and every year is different. Maybe financial 2017 8.6 million and shipping date 7.55 million. The values are shifted because of the item which has been ordered is different compared with the total sales value. And coming to the totals, if you can see 77.54 million and both are same. So in this way we can try to get it calculate ship date. Like example, if you're observing, I just have a notepad also here. I have a 10 sales information is available on 3 different dates. In such kind of a scenario, I have to get it create 30 measures. Or maybe if I have a 5 important sales value like total sales or profit margin, and the 3 different dates. So here, date table, date column, date table is going to act like a role play dimension. So based on existing date field, and we have 2 another inactive relationship, that means 3 in total. If you want to see an analysis with 3 different date-wise 5 important key metric, you have to create 15 measures, which is very tedious process and time consumption for us. To get it avoid these many measures, these many calculations, we have a concept here via calculation group. So currently I have created only one, shipping date wise sales. Maybe if my customer want to see an analysis based on due date wise sales, what I have to do? I have to create one more measure like this. See here, due date wise, due date or due sales, something like this. Due sales, calculate sum of sales. One more measure I'm creating very quick, like this. Close the bracket. And user relationship we have to use because already one active relationship is there. So date table, date column to due date, validate it. One more. Just try to drag and drop. This is again same number, but values are different. Each and every year, values are different. Total values is same if you can observe it. Total sales, shipping date, due date. So for one single metric total sales, these many measures I have created like a total sales, shipping date, and due date. Suppose if you have order date wise, profit margin wise, if you want to get create for due date and shipping date, it will take some time consumption for us, which is not suggestible. Previously we are creating, but now we have an important feature named called a calculation group. So where it is? So you can find it out in the modeling view here, calculation group. So with the help of calculation group, we can get it avoid these many measures, and we can create in a single calculation item wise, we can create those measures too. So how we are going to get it create these measures? Let me showcase to you very quick. See here, click on this calculation group. This option is visible on your modeling view. So once you selected the calculation group, you can see on the right hand side modeling part, right hand side here, modeling part, calculation group. We can rename it instead of calling the same name. You can also rename it for the time intelligence function or yearly functions. And calculation group column, so which you are going to call with a specific naming conventions. You can also change it, the naming convention for this. And the main agenda here, if you are trying to create a calculation group, calculation item is equal to selected measure. So which measure you're trying to make use of it on your visualizations part, or else time intelligence calculations part. Let me create a, first, whenever I've created the calculation group, try to rename it. Let me create it some different name with this, double click, like time intelligence. Okay, time intelligence group, something like this. And this column, right, I'll just try to rename it as an yearly values, yearly column or something. Okay, yearly values. So where is the calculations now? Where we are going to write the calculations? So here, if you want to write the calculations, see here, you can click on this. Wait, you can click on this new calculation item. See this calculation items. One is already there. I mistakenly created one more. Click on this calculation item. Automatically, you can see a formula bar. You can see the calculation item 2, calculation 1 also. I'm going to utilize it now. Equal to selected measure is my function. Let me create simple functions like date-wise, dates with YTD. Okay. Calculate. Hope time is there, right?
Yes, sir.
Calculate. Selected measure, comma, dates YTD function I'm using, year to date, date table, date column, validated. Selected measure. So selected measure means which measure I'm going to make use of it in my visualization, like a total profit, or total sales, or total cost. These are all comes under the selected information. So this is going to be an one of the item from the calculation group. One more. Let me use this as an calculation item, which is already created for another measure, like a previous year calculation, PY sales, previous year sales. Using the next line for the better readability, calculate selected measure, okay, comma, previous year function, date table, date column, validate it. Two measures. Let me create previous year growth, okay, year over year growth values too, in the form of a percentages. So within the same, I'm creating the measures. I'm not directly calling the particular metric. You can see the selected measure. Suppose if you can select the profit, you can see the analysis based on previous year sales. Suppose if I'm selecting the total sales, the values will be get visualize it for the previous year metric wise. So like that, let me create year over year growth percentage too. So same, click on this more item, new item column, new item only you have to use. Don't create another calculation group. So you can make use of this particular calculation group for many other new calculation items. So maybe I'm just trying to add year over growth percentage calculation. So try to use, if you are working with a huge calculations part, instead of directly referencing the sum x and so on, try to make sure that you can use variable functions, variable part also within the DAX object, DAX calculations. So it is better. And also performance wise, it's use, we can also call what you are expecting on the return statement part. So here I'm calling the where, and I'm just trying to call the previous year equal to calculate sum of sales, comma. So see here, I'm using the same period last year, which I just already calculated. Same period last year, date table, date column, close the bracket. I'm expecting to calculate the growth here, return, divide, selected measure, this is important, divide. Let's try to close properly bracket. Selected measure, numerator and denominator I'm passing, previous year, close the bracket, comma, previous year. So variables, once you declare the variables, you can call the variable in the form of an expression, x, close the bracket and validate it. I'm calling in the form of a percentage, right? Let's try to, by default, the string, dynamic format string is turn it off. You have to turn it on, so that we can see the percentages. Percentage, so 50%, 60%, 99%, and so on. So just try to define it here inside this formatting part. So hash stands for reference, 0 dot, hash stands for reference, percentage. Validate it. Let's try to make use of these calculations which I just created, dates, YTD, PY, previous year sales, year-over-year group sales, and your visualizations part. So how it looks like, let's try to observe. Going back to the report thingy, let me take a simple a new page, or same page is also fine, sorry. Keep it here. Let me take a simple matrix visualization. Dragging and drop on the rows, financial year 2017, 18, 19, and so on. We just created the calculation group, right? Let's try to utilize this yearly column. So this is the one. So it's a column, right? I mean, just for your reference, I'm just trying to drag and drop here. By default, you can get fixed to the relationship. I just to drag and drop directly the yearly calculation. Now let's try to drag and drop total sales here as a value, total cost, profit, order, so that you can see the each and every time intelligence calculation for this, dates with YTD, total sales, total cost, profit information, and orders. So you have placed here 4 different metrics, right? Total sales, cost, profit, and orders. Previous year, this is the values like total sales, total cost, profit, and orders. Year over year growth percentage. You can see the percentages wise some analysis too. It's again one more tedious places, okay, where we will try to drag and drop whatever the metrics we have. We can see that analysis. And what I will do in the sense, instead of placing individually total sales, total cost, profit, orders separately, what I will do in the sense, I will create one more method, one more approach as per the mechanism, field parameters. Instead of placing each and every separate measures, explicit measures, we can create and field parameter wise. Can please mute. Modeling, new parameter, fields parameter here. So if you're observing, even the table chart is very tedious to understand what it is and what not. What I will do in the sense, I will create new parameters with the fields. Giving the parameter name as like sales analysis. Okay, let's try to drag and drop the important metric so that it's easy for us. Like total sales, total cost, you can see the places. So maybe you can also reorder the fields or measures. It's up to you. Profit, profit margin, and order. So 5 different metrics. I have just placed it here. Total sales, cost, profit, orders, and profit. I'm trying to add it in the form of a slicer. Create it. It's going to add in your canvas as a kind of a slicer. You can see here, slicer wise. Let me adjust. And I will also explain how the formula has been created. Okay, give me a minute. Sorry. Currently, there is no connection between your table, the matrix visualization to this field parameter. So you can utilize this particular field parameters, this particular calculation on your values part. So currently individual measures I have defined it, total sales cost. I'm just trying to exclude these things. You can directly simply drag and drop the sales analysis, sales value. So that I have chosen the profit margin, You can see the analysis. Maybe if you can try to select the total cost, you can see that analysis for the total cost and total sales. You can see an analysis for total sales for financial year 17 to 21. And these are the orders. You can see the numbers too. So in this way, you can share that analysis instead of clumsy and very big matrix or table analysis. You can just try to visualize it in this way by creating the field parameters. And one more. Yes, please, your query. Yes. Abhishek?
Yes, sir.
I mean, there is some raising their hands. Just give me some time and then I will take your queries. Is that
Okay.
okay?
Okay, sir.
Few minutes only, okay? So see here, this is how the backend formula has been generated. Sales analysis with curly braces. I'm trying to call the sequence, the order of the execution, total sales, total cost, profit, and then orders. So maybe in future, if you want to add one more metric or one more measure, means you can just try to adjust it here itself. Like maybe another, I want to add it in the sense that kind of a target. I can just try to add one metric is the target metric. Target values. Let me copy this. Name of is a function. Name of this particular what you want to return from this measure value, and target value. Close the bracket. Fifth. Validate it. So it will be get added in your slicer. See here. Target values 2. Target values 2. Like this. See this? Target values 2. So in such a way, we can try to adjust or else modify your field parameter, that particular measure explicitly, like 1, 2, 3. The sequence order also you can try to shuffle or change it to your as per the requirement. And let me add here one more page. I'm using the total sales. Let me add this particular sales analysis. It's not like it all looks good. What I will do in the sense, because I already filtered with 2020 and to the salesperson, just try to add your sales analysis in the form of a slicer chart. Whenever if I'm trying to select something, the particular slicer information profit, the values will be get detected and you can see that analysis as well. Let me add the data labels. This margin percentage, you can see that analysis here. Okay. Fine. This is how we can try to improve the performance part, optimizations part. You can try to spend some time with the calculation script. And instead of drag and drop and placing the different measures on your visualization, you can also create these field parameters, which will be acts like even as per the customer needs. And we can try to get it to visualize on your reports. And main agenda here, it will be get optimized at the data modeling part with the help of the calculations group. And as well as whenever if the refreshes has been happened, so it is not going to take more time consumption for your report refreshes part as well. Fine, I'm ready to take your queries if you have anything. Yes.
Yeah, so thanks, Rajendra, Abhishek. Thanks for the session. Yeah, it was very useful. So I have a question with respect to modeling. Basically, I get an opportunity in a project where I work with the Power BI. So there was some scenario where uh, we have dimensions and then I either probably need to duplicate the dimensions and then create a relationship which might leads to many relationship, and then we follow the approach where we add a bridge table, and then in the bi-directional there probably we need to do the both option. So is there any better approach instead of going with the bridge table, because sometimes it leads to some issues as well, and so that we can handle this in the modeling, and for the better modeling approach also better practices. So this is the first question, and then I have again question, but you can answer this. Thank you.
I mean, bridge table anyway, it will definitely, like, it has to act like a bridge between one side to the another. The data passes time consumption as well. My suggestion is in such kind of a scenario, instead of creating the tables, I mean, until unless if it is a mandatory, we can go for it. Otherwise, my suggestion is we can just try to add that table information and as per the logics at the backend itself, try to create it in the backend while trying to import it like as a separate table or else a static information like that, so that we can get it, avoid this bridge table to get it past that information, and then the processing part as well, it will get definitely improves. So one option here, if you are working on a huge data set models, try to create these information at the source level itself instead of creating or else explicitly creating the calculator table option to create it as an bridge information and pass the direction from both of the sides. That is one. What is your query next? Second one?
Okay, so we can do at the source side, so we can
Source side.
utilize that to
And many to many also you mentioned, that one also please avoid it. So instead of using this many to many objective part, the cardinality part, just try to check at the query editor itself. Maybe you want to bring that columns, whatever the columns, into the main primary table of your source system. That is then another method which we will follow regularly if it is a huge data sets or models.
Okay, thanks for clarifying this.
No problem.
So again, as you mentioned, we are working in the huge data set, right, with some like billions of records also. Then from the performance side, like we use the incremental refresh for the 3 months, and then 3 years of data we are just storing and doing the incremental refresh on a monthly weekly schedule for 3 months. But is there a better way to improve the performance? Incremental is one thing, but is there any other option?
I mean, maybe just to cross, other than, I mean, data refreshes part you were asking, right? Incremental refresh.
Right.
Other than that, I don't think so. Incremental refresh, we are also utilizing like not for 3 months. We will continuously last 3 months data we will refresh, like 10 days, 15 days, like that we can configure. Or sometimes my customer will suggest us to refresh or else maintain the change the data capture for last 1 month, so that we can change that date settings and then we can refresh it accordingly. But other than the incremental refresh, I don't think some different approaches. Maybe some another experts maybe they can answer it. Maybe Amit, if he's available.
Okay. Thank you.
We will follow
last
that
question,
one. We will follow
last
that
question, like
incremental refresh.
calculation group you mentioned. So in calculation group we can use filters also.
Yes, I just created, right? You can just try to drag and drop, and you can see the filtrations part also. And whenever, if you're, please keep in mind, whenever you're using the calculation group, the implicit measures will not going to work it out. So you have to make use of selected measure is the option, selected measure, which I showcased to you, and we can make use of it. So maybe if you really want to get it filter as like a slicer kind of a thing, just now I showcased second one, the field parameters wise also, you can see the filters, how it has been working, right? That one also is a good option to utilize.
Yeah, so I mean, like within the calculation group where you created, in that calculation we can use filter also, right? We can use filter
parameter, filter wise we can filter it, but it's not getting filtered. You just observe, right? That's why I have used field parameter concept there at the top. Inside the filtration,
while creating the DEX for the calculation group, we can add like filter in the DEX itself, something like that we can do.
We can do, yes. We can do. I just showcased that one.
Yes.
Yeah. How does column cardinality affect in Power BI performance?
Column cardinality in the sense like individual column wise you are asking, or
individual column?
Individual column wise you are asking. So in such kind of a scenario, so see here, each and every column is having a time, I mean, cost consumption. Okay, it's going to occupy some space and it has to read by row. Definitely, whatever the columns, while reading the records, right? While reading the data records, we have to cross check how it has been getting impacted. If it is not used on our reporting part, we can just exclude it. So backend, when you are trying to check with the performance analyzer, you can get to know how much it is getting impacted on each and every level. So my suggestion is, suppose if it is a columns or how it is getting impacted, you want to see thorough details of each and how much seconds it is taking. Such kind of a scenario, I'm using these external tools like a tabular editor to check how much utilization it is propagating on each and every other, so that I can decide whether to maintain that column or else maybe I can exclude it. And one more thing, sometimes we will not use these columns. Let me showcase to you very quick, like a primary key columns or these columns, unwanted columns, I can just try to hide it on my model itself like this, which I'm not going to utilize in my visualization part. This one also will give a little bit performance objective part like that. Hope I have answered to you, Raj.
Yeah. And one more thing, Rajendra, if a report is working fine, okay, but with 1 million records, but suddenly flow after 50 million rows. So what is the first step? Because we have a lot of optimization step. What is the first step we need to do?
My suggestion is that the Power Query editor, we can just try to check, because you are importing huge data, right? You can try with the data extraction via direct query method. That is one thing we can process it. So as I said, right, maintain the model aggregated information via import and maintain some tables. While designing itself, we have to think through how much data we are handling. While extracting, like with the detailed information we are really require, use the direct query approach kind of a method we can follow. That is what the standards will follow while designing our KPIs or extraction part. I mean, before, I mean, like what we can say, there is an if it is a issue happen earlier, we have to take the precautions. So how much handling of the data we are trying to maintain these things, we can take it care while doing this processing part. So after that also we can proceed it, but it is again rework kind of an activity for us. That's what my suggestion here.
And one more thing you told about there is an unused column, there is a key columns, there is a
key
cost
columns,
one.
yes,
Yeah,
correct.
If we
Key
yeah,
columns.
in that case, yeah, you told about cost performance wise also.
Cost
in that case,
that's what, right? Each and every column is then consumes some memory, right? Each and every column in a table. So key columns, right, you can hide it like a primary key columns, date key columns, or maybe if you're not using it, you can hide those columns, but it's still there. But as per the reporting view or else the refreshing part, it will definitely good. While I mean, for visibility as well, that is my type of analysis which we will do it on reporting part. And if you are not completely using, you can delete those columns in the query editor itself. So we have an option, right? We can remove those columns, unwanted columns at query editor, and also you can minimize the number of records for the number of records while implementing this incremental refresh as well. Like that, we will follow the standards.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that clear?
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Amit. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Sure, sir. I'll just try. Yeah, I can. So you're able to see my screen? Sure.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, sir. Hi. Good morning. Yeah, sir. Sure.
Thanks, Amit.
Hi, sir. Good morning. My name is Kalyan. So our other session just now completed, so people will be joining here as well. We can wait for 1-2 minutes and then can start.
Sure. Thanks, Kalyan.
Thank you so much.
My screen is visible, right, Kalyan?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Perfect.
So attendees, whoever have any questions during the session is going on, please post your questions in the chat section along with your registered email ID. Whoever is asking an interesting question suitable to the topic that the speaker is presenting, you will be getting few points. And at the end of the event tomorrow, few people will be getting more awards or kind of Amazon orchards for the best questions that you've asked. Okay, meanwhile, we'll start and people will be joining. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining the session. Thank you so much, Ishan sir, for taking your time and coming up with an interesting topic to present here today in the conference. Thank you so much for that. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community, along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group, are super excited to host you all. After an amazing first 2 editions and some energetic offline events across the cities, we are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for 2 days full of tech magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. Before we begin, here is a quick reminder about the Ask the Expert contest. Ask thoughtful questions during the session to end points 5 if the moderator picks it, and up to 5 more based on the speaker's rating. Top scorers by the end of the event will win Amazon vouchers. Please post your question along with your registered email ID in the format of your registered email ID and your question here in the chat section. Get ready to learn, engage, and win. Let's begin today's session. We are thrilled to have Ishan Deshpande, a lead data engineer with extensive experience in Microsoft Fabric, Azure, Databricks, SQL, and Power BI. Ishan Deshpande is a data and analytics professional with a strong focus on Power BI and modern BI solutions. He's passionate about transforming raw data into meaningful insights and is actively involved in knowledge sharing through content creation, sessions, and community engagement. With a continuous learning mindset, Ishan contributes to the data community by simplifying analytics concepts and helping professionals build impactful data-driven solutions. Thank you so much, Ishan sir. It was great to meet you again in the session. Please take over.
Thanks, Kalyan. Thanks for the wonderful intro.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Very good morning. So today's session, we are going to talk about unlocking insights from Microsoft Fabric audits. So let's start with that. So a little bit about me, but Kalyan gave a wonderful intro, so I'll just skip this part. So agenda for today. So we will first start with what is Microsoft Fabric. So I'm sure a lot of you already know, so I won't spend much time on it, but just to give you some context. Then we'll start with what are audit logs. That's the main topic here. Then we will also see like how do we capture them. Then we will move into insights that you can unlock. So these are some key areas that I have identified which we can use it for, but we'll talk further and further about it in the demo section as well. Then what are the prerequisites in order to capture these? And then we'll jump into the demo and we'll have a Q&A. So after probably if you have any questions in between, so we can take, I can spare some more minute or two in between as well after the sections, maybe, the insights part, or, I'll be asking you questions as well so that I know, what's your understanding about it as well. So let's get started. So what is Microsoft Fabric? So let's say 3 years back when we had any data project, so we used to have multiple technologies. So for example, for reporting, we were using Power BI. For data engineering, we were using Databricks. And for ML, maybe I was using something else. For warehouse, maybe Snowflake. So they were all different technologies, and sometimes integrating them all together was a task. And there were a lot of challenges around this as well. So what Microsoft has done is they've built a SaaS platform which brings all these technologies together. So anything and everything you have to do with data, you will find it over here. So for example, Data Factory for ETL, for Synapse Data Engineering. So this includes notebooks so that you can write your PySpark code, Synapse for data science. So this includes AIML part, then warehouse, real-time analytics, Power BI, and so on. So one thing I want to clarify here, like sometimes people have this doubt that they get confused between Power BI and Fabric. So they seems to believe that it's something different, but it's actually the same portal. So if you're familiar with Power BI or if you have worked on Power BI service, you have worked on Fabric. So you're aware about it. So now you can imagine, like, with all these products coming into one platform, there will be so much things going on, right? So how do we keep a track of it, or how will I know what's really going on in my environment, right? So this is where the audit logs come into the picture. To simply tell you, it basically records whatever is going on in your tenant. So it will help you answer questions like who did what and when. And this is really important, like when you have a large organization and there are so much things going on, especially now as data is the new oil, as we say, it's very critical to who has access to it, right? So it's really crucial to understand like what's happening in your tenant and to be very alert if something is happening which should not happen, something like that. So audit logs basically keep a track of all these activities going on in your tenant and how we can capture it. So there are multiple ways. So earlier, few years back, I think there was a way using some PowerShell script, which was quite complicated. Then we had our Fabric APIs. So that's really great actually. It's very handy tool and we can do a lot of things with that. But in this demo, we are going to talk about semantic link labs. So it's a library built by Microsoft people on the Fabric APIs itself. So backend remains the same. But why to use this? Because it really makes things easy for us, like very easy. I'll show you in the demo, so you'll have an idea what I'm talking about. So no, I want to have a quick question here. So when I say that it records who did what and when within Fabric, so are you guys having any thoughts on this? Like you can put it in the chat, like what all things it might be recording. What's your thought on it? Any guesses? Or an example maybe, okay, it might be capturing this and this can be really useful. So any thoughts on it, guys? Or what can be a important area? So for an example, governance can be an important area. Yeah, data governance. I'll just wait for a minute for your response. Jobs and pipelines. Yes, but it's not specifically for jobs and pipelines, but yes, it has that information to some extent. Creating unnecessary reports, yeah, that's a very good point. I'll be talking about that as well. Okay, so I'll move ahead and we'll talk about it in much detail now. So insights that you can unlock. So I have listed few, and obviously these are not the only ones what you can get. So starting with security and governance. So it tracks who accessed or modified sensitive reports, dataset, notebooks, or workspace. So as I mentioned, like it answers questions like who did what and when. So we can have an information on, let's say, Ishan has accessed ABC report and he has modified it. We can get some information about it. Or let's say I've added some person in a workspace and maybe I'm not allowed to add someone to a workspace. So there are two things. First part, obviously, I should not be given access to add anyone if I'm not supposed to. But if something happens, or let's say someone finds a loophole, this really helps in identifying those parts. Then detect suspicious and unauthorized activities, unusual access patterns, or sharing, external sharing. So imagine, let's say, you notice that someone suddenly downloaded 100 reports from your tenant. Now this is suspicious, right? Like why did he download so many reports? So these are kind of events which can be really helpful in terms of data governance and security. Like there can be a possible data leak if something is happening, something such is happening. Then identifying unused and inactive assets like reports, dataset, workspaces. Now this is very crucial, guys. Now, when you're talking about compute, so in data projects, storage is usually cheap, but compute isn't, right? So if I have a lot of reports, but no one is really using them, but their data sets have been refreshed daily, you can imagine how much compute is getting wasted, which indirectly affects our cost, right? So this is an important one, and I'll talk more about this later. So then cost optimization. Now this things goes hand in hand with the earlier part, like data waste refreshes. So let's say there are 10 reports which I identified, like no one is using them. So I can just stop the refresh, right? So I don't need to waste my compute on that. Then it also eliminates duplicate or rarely used content. Then business insights adoption. So learn which dashboard and data sets drive real value based on the actual consumption. So it's from a business side, it's very important. Like we have these all tools in hand, but how well are we using them? That's actually makes the difference, right? So it doesn't matter if the business gives you a budget of, let's say, $1 million and you get a nice infrastructure, but what's the use if no one is using it? So this really helps understand how much the content what you are developing is being consumed. So that's very important over here. And it measures workspace adoption trends and identify power users, influencers, and learning needed. So you can always have an info of, okay, let's say Ishan, I see that he is using them a lot. So maybe he can have a session with other peoples on how they can utilize these reports. Or maybe you can have some list of users, they never open any report. So maybe there's a learning needed. Maybe they are not well aware about Fabric, and they are not very used to it and how to access it and how to really get most out of it. So the business can accordingly, have some sessions around it. So these are few points. Of course, there are a lot more, but these are some simple one, easy to understand. Now going ahead, prerequisites for capturing audit logs. So first and most important thing is you need to have a Fabric admin role. You have to install the semantic link labs, and you need a lakehouse to save the data. Now, is the Fabric admin role necessary? Yes, but is there an alternative? Yes. So you can also actually do it using service principal. But I tried that with semantic link labs, but I faced some issues actually in terms of authenticating and getting the data. So I'm still working on it, but that's also one part which you can use. So you need to give or set up quite a few API permissions and all that. So that's little complicated. So we'll stick with the Fabric admin role as we move ahead with this demo. I'll also show you how you can get it and assign it. So moving ahead, yeah, that's the demo part. So guys, any questions till now before we jump into the demo? Okay, so I'll assume no questions. So now moving to the demo. So here I've just so sorry, not a very great diagram. I just made it very last minute. So fact audit logs is the table which is the main area of focus over here, which we'll be looking. And there are a few dimension tables as well that we need to add. I'll talk more on this, but basically I just want to give you an overview of how the data model is, so that when we go into queries, you'll have an understanding of what we are doing. So fact audit logs is the table where we have all this transaction information. Like let's say I opened a report and closed it, so one entry will get added into that. Okay, Ishan viewed this report, which will basically tell that, and a lot of other things which are just getting added into this report. Now, what are the different dimensions to which we can use this or analyze this data? So report is one dimension, data set is another, workspace, items, dim domains, and there are a lot of them. And the only reason right now I've added dim domain is to give you an idea that it's not a perfect star schema. It's a snowflake actually. But there are other tables as well which I have not included in this, like users, for example, capacity. There are a lot of them. So how's the relation? So report workspace items are directly related with fact audit logs with a one-to-many relationship. But they also have some relationships within itself, like one workspace can have multiple reports. one report or multiple reports can have one data set. So just keep this in mind, like the highest level is a workspace. Now one workspace can have multiple items in it. So the dim item tables actually includes things like a lake house, warehouse, event house. It also includes data sets and reports. So a workspace is the highest level. So highest level is tenant, of course. After that, you have a workspace, and within workspace, you have all these items. And so one workspace can have multiple reports. That's the relationship. One report will always have one workspace. It can't have multiple workspace. And of course, a report can have a data set, but one data set can be catering multiple reports. So that's how the relationship works over here. I'll also talk more on it when we are looking it into the Fabric environment. So let's get started, guys. So I'll move straight into Fabric in just a minute. So I hope you see my Fabric's like the browser window, right? Can someone just confirm?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Okay, thanks. So first thing that we discussed regarding the prerequisites is to have a Fabric admin role, right? So how do we get it? So for that, we need to go to the Azure portal. Then you can go in users. You can also search users here. It's just here because I have recently searched it. So you go in users. So let's say I have two users. I have business intelligence and myself. So I'm anyway a global admin for my tenant. So I've created another user to give you an idea. So if you go to assigned roles, so this is where you'll need to add the Fabric administrator role to this user. Okay. So once this is done, now let's go to Fabric. Now I have two tabs here. I have Chrome where I'm logged in via BI user, and I have another, this is the main one where I have logged in through my user. So we'll start with the BI user. So I've just created a workspace for this event. Now, how do we capture these logs? Now, there are two things. First, we'll just see how easy it is to capture them and to store them. And then we'll also talk about what insights we can get from it. And last, we'll also talk about what is the best way and an automated way to keep storing these logs so that you can just create some data pipeline which will just keep on adding those logs. We'll also talk about it. So let's get started. Okay, let me clear all the outputs maybe. Okay, so the second part of the prerequisite was to have like we need to install the semantic link labs, right? So we'll start with doing that. And till the time this is happening, so this is not the best way to work with a notebook. Like you just can't install that library every time you work, right? So a better approach here is to create an environment and include that. So I'll just quickly switch to other browser and show you how to do that. So here I've created a custom environment. So how do you create it? You click on new, you search for environment, and you can just give it a name and create it. And how it look like, I'll just show you. So when you open this, you can go to external repositories, and here you can see I have added semantic link labs. So all you have to do is just add library, search for that library, and yes, that's it. And you'll get a publish button over here. So once you publish, it takes some time. So once that's published, so what you can do, you can directly open a notebook and then use this custom environment instead of the default one. So for example, if I open this notebook, you'll notice that the environment specified here is custom environment. But if I go back to the BI user window where we have installed it explicitly in this notebook, so here the default environment, okay, I'm not sure why it's not showing the default. Okay, yeah, wrong tab. So it's the default workspace default environment. So we have installed it, and let's move ahead. So I'll just import the necessary things, necessary libraries. And I'll set some Spark config settings. So what are these? So by default, let's say if you have to create a delta table and the column names have space in it, so the default settings don't allow you to create it. So these settings just take care of that. Like you can create column names with a space in it. Now let's say I want to see logs of 9th December. So that's when I actually created this workspace. So I have some examples I can give you to relate with, like this log means what. So let's see how it looks like. So what I'm doing is, so labs is something what I've imported here that comes from the semantic link labs. So admin and list activities is a function within it. So to see admin logs, few necessary parameters are start time and end time. And for the moment, it's mandatory to have the start and end time for the same day. So I'm not, at least it was still 2 months back. I haven't checked it recently, but you can only get data for one day at a time. It's probably because the response will be quite a lot in some cases, right? Like if you have a very big tenant, then there will be so many logs. So the rows it will need to retain. I think that's the reason they have kept it this way. But at any given day, you can get logs of logs back to 30 days. So what you'll need to do, you'll need to run this statement multiple times, one for each day, and that's how you can get logs till last 30 days. I'll show you in the other notebook where I have done that. So it's a very simple function, and so all you have to do is just list activities, specify the date on what date you need these logs, and then just hit run. Let's see what we get. So here are the logs. Now you can see a lot of operations here like get snapshot, view report, read artifact, list dataset access, update artifact. So there are a lot of operations in this, and honestly I don't know all of them either. But let's talk about some specific ones which we discussed. So let's say view report. So now what this line is telling me, okay, on this date at this time, someone has viewed a report. Okay, now we need to go further to know who. So if I go here in user ID, I'll see, okay, Ishan has viewed some report. That's what I understand till now. If I go further, okay, that report was in Fabric demo workspace. Okay. And dev report v2 was the report. So this line gives me an idea that Ishan had viewed dev report v2 report, which was there in the Fabric demo workspace. Now let's go down. Let's say read artifact. So what does this say? So read artifact, if we see the workspace again is Fabric demo, the object type is SQL endpoint, the LH monitoring, it's the lakehouse. So this is a record which you'll see if you go to any SQL endpoint of a lakehouse and query some data. So this row will get added after you do such operation. Okay, let's go down. Let's see what's this updated artifact, update artifact. So again, Ishan is doing everything here. So in the Fabric demo workspace, so let's see SQL Analytics endpoint monitoring. So now there are few things which you can't really get. So for example, now here I know I did something in LH monitoring, but I don't know what. So there are few limitations. So I think probably it was I renamed a query that was, I think that was this about, okay, create folder. So like I have created this report folder in this. So it's probably a log for that. Like I've created a folder. Okay, the BI user this time has created this folder, and yeah, in this workspace. So let's take a few more examples. Let's say create artifact. Okay, so Ishan has created an artifact, and which artifact has he created? It's a lakehouse, and name of that lakehouse is LH monitoring. So till now you would have got an idea like whatever things I have done. So it's the same workspace. So I had created a lakehouse, I had put in some report over here. So all of these, I've created a notebook. So each and everything you will find in these logs over here. So if we see one more, so let's say there's another create artifact. Let's see what's that. So here, yeah, so Synapse notebook. So, and the name is notebook one. So it's the same notebook, but earlier, so the default name is always notebook one. That's why it's calling notebook one. If we go down, we'll see an update artifact event right here, and in which I had updated name of this notebook. And after that, you'll see the name is nb get audit logs. So these are the events, and this literally track everything. So far you have got an idea, like in this workspace, whatever I have created, everything has been recorded over there. And it's so easy, right? Like there's nothing, no rocket science in this. You can easily capture this. In the Fabric APIs, it's also easy. It's not difficult, but there you need to take care of, generating a token. It might get expired, then you need to, so you need to manage that, and it's little more coding than this. Not little actually, quite a few more coding than this. So this is really very easy, and you can get all this information. So let's see what else you can get. So now let's say I have to store this, right? So let's talk about that first. So first I'm converting this to a Spark data frame. So this result, what it returns, it's a pandas data frame. So I'm just converting that to a Spark. And then, okay, I'll just change the name. I had created one table yesterday that was V1. So write.form at delta mode overwrite option. So this is something, it's a setting which we need to have the column names with a space. And then save as table logs v2. I'll run it. Yeah, it might take few seconds. Yeah, so it has done. So let's query that table. So yeah, so we have got the logs. We have saved them into the delta table. So how easy what was it, guys? So here you can see all the info. Now, what would you probably do after this? So right now we have created this table. So obviously you can just keep creating or overwriting the data, right? So in this case, what we can do is you can get data for new day, and instead of overwrite, you will append and not save as table, but you'll specify the ABFS path for this existing table, and then it will keep on appending the data for new days. I'll talk more about it when we talk on how we can organize this in a best way and automate it. So this was one part. This is how you can get audit logs. Now, before moving to what all insights you can get, and I'll move to a SQL queries where I'll show you. So it's not enough that we just have this audit log. We need some additional information with that as well, right? For example, it's always good to have the dimension tables like report, workspace. Although we have information about those in the log table itself, like we don't just have their IDs, we have the names as well. But what if we need to know some additional info? For example, I want to, so I identified there is a report which no one has used for a year, and I want to delete it. But obviously I'll need to ask the owner of that report, like that what's the case? Do you really need it, or should I go ahead and delete it? So where will I get that information? Or let's say there's a workspace which no one has used. So how will I know, like whom should I contact to just take a confirmation? So that's where the dimension tables will come into picture. So that's very important that we have those dimension tables as well. And we'll quickly talk about how do you get them. So again, same function, labs, admin, and the next function is list workspace. So let's see how that looks. I'll show you what all is available in this as well. So this will give me all the workspaces, personal, shared, admin, all of them. So personal, see, so this is very important, guys. Just keep this in mind when we move to query. This is important thing to know. There's a type to workspace, and there are three types: personal, workspace, and admin workspace. So personal is the default one that every user has. The workspace type defines it's a shared workspace that we create and collaborate with users. Admin workspace, every tenant has just one admin workspace, and it has some reports of its own to track all of this information. And there are other. So this was for workspace. So let's see what other information can I get with this. So if I see this function, so you'll see a list of functions that you can use. So add user to workspace. So it's not just read only thing. I can actually take some action as well. So I can add user to a workspace using this library. Then we can create a domain, create a tag, delete a domain. I can also delete stuff from here. Then list access entities, list apps, list capacities. So similar way, list workspace, list apps, list capacities. They'll get a list of all the apps in your tenant, list of all capacities you have. Then dataset users. So dataset users will give you a list of users who have access to a certain dataset. Then item access details. So it will give so it is item level function that will give you who all has access that item, who have access to the item, sorry, not accessed, who all have access to that item. Then there are some custom things like orphan workspace as well. So there's some inbuilt logic within it that will return some workspaces which are X days old. I'm not sure what's that X figure here. It's 30, 60, 90. I'm not sure about it. But list report users. So this will give you a list of users who have access to it. So it covers everything. So you can have a complete idea on this, like what's happening where, and how's that going on. So these are the functions which you can use and get the information. So that's great. Now I have all this data, but sometimes it's quite overwhelming, right? Like we have a lot of data, but we don't know what to do with it. So it's very important on how we use it. It's not useful just if I have the data, but you got an idea, like you can easily get this data, and it's really easy actually to get this data, as we saw for the audit logs as well. So now let's jump into what insights we can get. We've already talked about it, but let's see a little bit in action, and you'll have an idea what you'll need to do in order to get it. So let's say I'm in the SQL endpoint of this workspace. So this is from another workspace. So I have a data for a couple of months over here. So I'm just using this as an example over here. Though it's my personal tenant, so there's really not that great data as compared to any enterprise organization, but I'm sure it will help you understand the concept. So one thing now, you might think that, okay, I can query data for last 30 days. So why do I need to store that in Lakehouse? I can just query it and see it, right? But for some cases, it's really important to have data beyond that as well. So that's when this really comes in handy. So I had an use case couple of months back. I was working on a project where they had 100 plus workspaces and 1000 plus reports. And but they were sure that no one really, like, many few were really used, but they weren't sure which are not used. So they wanted a clarity on that. And the reason was there were a lot of data sets which were getting refreshed in order to show latest data in those reports. But if no one is using them, what's the point, right? In order to run those and just waste that capacity. So that's when we actually worked on this, and I had discovered this semantic link labs. And so we stored that data for over 3 to 4 months, I guess. And then we had built a use case that we will, automatically detect which reports are not accessed in last 90 days. And then so I'll show you that as well. I've worked on that, like how we can automate this process, but let's start with that. Sorry, I got distracted a bit. So what insights you can get? So let's say, for example, you want to know who are the active users. Let's run this. So what I'm doing, so I'm querying the audit logs table, and in which I have the user ID, and I'm looking for the view report count over here. So I've put in a condition where operation is view report. Now for you, a context could be different. Let's say you won't define a user as an active user just because he is viewing a report. Maybe you want to see who is modifying a report, or the operation can be different, but this is, I think, most common one which someone would use. So which will give you an idea, okay, a particular person, how active is he. So we are talking about business users here, like who are viewing the reports. So this will tell you, okay, ABC user have certain report views, and ABC has certain. So you'll get an idea who is using and who is not. So in this, of course, it's my personal tenant, so there aren't many users here, but clearly I'm the one which is using the tenant more. So the BI user has one report view, Ishan has 23. So this will give you an idea who is using and who is not. So the business can take a decision accordingly. Like, as I said, like maybe if there's a gap, like people don't know how to use it, they can arrange a training session, and the one who is using it a lot probably can give it, right? So that's one thing. Now let's say we want to track workspace engagement. So we talked about users who are active. Now let's see which workspaces are active and not. So what tables am I using in this? So let's say dim workspace. Now this is the reason I said that we need to have dimension tables separate out. It doesn't work that way in data modeling or data warehousing, that you just have one table and I'll do all analysis on that. Not the best way. Could work in some cases, but it's always great to have them, like fact and dimension information should be separate. So I was taking the fact workspace table, sorry, dim workspace table. Then I'm doing a left join to fact audit logs. And the reason I'm doing, so I want to have all workspaces, and then I want a count of activities that's going on into that workspace. So workspace will come from dim workspace, and the activity count will come from fact audit logs. So yes, I'm joining it. Now then, where type is workspace. So I'm just concerned about the shared workspaces. So here I don't need to see the admin workspace and personal workspace, right? So that's why I've added this filter. And then is deleted 0. So I have implemented SCD in this. So I'll talk more about this when we move to the next part of this session. So that's why I've mentioned here 0. So 0 specifies it is not deleted, so it is still active. So it will only return those results. Group by name and count. Pretty straightforward. Okay, so this gives me an idea which workspaces have the least activity and which have the most. So for example, user to test WS has just 3 activity counts, and it was last accessed on September 6th. So this is 3 or 4 months back, right? So with this, you can get an idea, okay, what workspaces have been used. And if you see there's no activity going on in any workspace since last 4 months, you can definitely contact that user and ask him, maybe if you don't need it, you can just delete it. And there can be multiple reports in this workspace which have been refreshing unnecessarily. So similar to this, you can also do the same thing for report as well. We talked about workspace. Similar thing you can do with reports as well. So here's one query. So I'll just run this first and then I'll explain. I'll probably need to comment out few things. Okay, no. Okay. So what we are doing here is, so we are identifying reports which have not been used since last 30 days. So how we are doing it? So we are getting report names from the dim report table, and then we are joining it with the workspace. Why workspace? Because I just want to look at reports which are in the shared workspaces and not in personal workspaces. So I need to have this type. That's the reason I did a left join with workspace. Then I'm doing a left join with fact audit logs because I need the view count, right? That's present in the fact table. So, and when I'm doing this join, I'm only joining it with these 2 conditions. So basically I'm filtering this table and then joining it. So I'm only looking at reports, the view report events, and which are older than, greater than the last 30 days. So I want to know in last 30 days, how many view events have happened against all of these reports. And right now I'm just looking for ones which have not used. So what this tells me, in last 30 days, this is a list of report which have not been used. So no one has viewed them in last 30 days. I can change this parameter based on my need. It can be 60, it can be 90, 100, whatever, and I'll get this information. So these are some sample cases, guys, which you can have an insights on. And of course, there's lot more. And maybe now you have some idea. So can someone tell me in comments maybe some new use case which we haven't discussed already, like you think can be very crucial? Anything, guys? You might have faced some issue in your project, like uh, there's something fishy happening and you don't know, who did it or what's the issue with that. So anything's clicking in your mind like, okay, this can be something I can get out of it. Okay, no worries. So let's move to the next and last part of this. By the way, one more thing. So I have few blogs written on this as well. So feel free to check out those. So it will also give you more information about it. I'll just show you and paste this link over here in the chat. So in order to, so the next part, what I'll be discussing, it's also, talked about in these few blogs. So capture fabric tenant audit logs. So this is something which we discussed. So you can find it over here, and you'll also find link to those notebooks in this top insights that you can unlock. There are few more, like we discussed 3. There are few more in this. And then there's another interesting one, automating unused report archival. So I'll give you an overview if we have time, but I think we'll fall short of time, but let's see. So basically this will show you how you can automate the report archival process. So any unused report will get archived automatically. Once the archival period is over, it will just delete it. It will also delete the necessary data sets so that your workspace is neat and clean. So let's go back. Now it's great. Now I know how to capture them and I know how to get some insights out of it. Okay. But what's the best way to capture this? I'll not go every day and write this query and just hit enter and save the data, right? I need some automated way and some structured way. So what I'm doing in this, guys, is, so for getting audit logs, okay, so there are just, okay, I'll start from the beginning. So I've created a custom environment where I have the necessary libraries. So I'm importing whatever I need. I'm setting some configurations. Then here are just different ways. So let's say you have to get data for a single day. You can use this cell. If let's say I have to use data or used to get data for last X number of days. So I can just, run it in a loop and just get data for those days. So all I'm doing here is calling this statement multiple times just for different dates. And I've just added few checks if there's nothing. So it can happen, right? Like won't happen in the enterprise case, but at least for my case, I don't log in here daily. So there can be some days where there's nothing to write. So I've just added this check over here. And then we will be appending the data. So as it's a transactional table, we will keep appending these logs. So every day it will get the data and append the data for the last day. So the next part is actually something that you would run daily. So this is something which you will do on day 0. Like you got the data for a day, you created the table, and now you have to load it for last 30 days because you can go for last 30 days, you'll get that data. But now going ahead, you want to capture every day. So this is how you can do it. So simply you can get current date, go back one date, and then just query the same thing and just append that data into it. So for transaction table, it's quite simple because you just need to append it. In my experience, you can, if you just query for today's date, you can have actions that had happened 5 to 10 minutes ago. So that's how it's, so it is near real time. In this case, what I've done is I'm just getting data for last day, so yesterday. So every day you will have the complete data for yesterday. I thought it is just simple, so there's no overlap, because if there's an overlap, there can be a data duplication. So I thought that would be easy way. And in our use case, actually, it was not very crucial to have information on what happened 10 minutes back. So they were okay with 1 day gap. So that's how I had actually planned that. So, but of course, if you need, you can definitely, work on that and have it for a more shorter time. It can be hourly, let's say. It can be every 15 minutes. So you can set your logic accordingly. So this is for the fact table, but another important part is the dimension tables as well. So I'll also share a quick learning when I was developing this, what had happened. So fact table, it was clear that for me that, okay, I have to append it because it's a transaction table. So I'll just append that. But for the dimension tables, I thought, okay, so dimensions, I think I can override the table. So initially I had done an override, but what had happened? So let's say I delete a report someday. So that will get removed from the let's say dim report table. So in the fact table for, let's say, 2 days back, there was a view report event for that, but now that table is not present in the dim report table. So there's a log for that report in the fact table, but in the dimension, that report is not present. So this is something which is not correct. So then I thought, no, I need to have a idea on whatever is deleted. I can't just remove anything, even though it is deleted. I need to keep it. So that's when I thought, okay, I'll implement SCD type 2 here, so that whatever is been updated, so let's say I delete a report, so the flag will get changed, so it will denote, okay, this is deleted, but I won't remove anything. So you can go through these notebooks, guys, that's available in my post. So what I'm doing, so I'll just give you an idea for the workspace over here. So I'm getting the logs, I'm creating a Spark data frame here, then I'm adding a few columns in here. So this will always be new data, right? Or whatever is present as of now. So I'm adding that over here. So for it, is deleted will always be 0 and deleted on will be nothing because it's still present. Then I'm using the merge statements basically to do the operation. So I'm joining on ID. So when matched, then set update. So when the new data, whatever I've fetched and it's already present, I will update that data. If it's new, I will insert it. And if it's not present in the source, then what I'll do is I will update the delete is deleted flag and deleted on date. So that's how I am doing it. So similar way I have done for all the things. So yeah, one thing I recently noticed before preparing for this demo. So get list report function has some issue, it seems. So it's not returning value, but there's another function called list items. I think, yeah, list items that includes the reports as well. So you can always use that. So queries that I've built right now, even in my blog, are using the dim report table, but you can just replace them with the dim items table and it will work accordingly. So yeah, I think we are pretty much on time. I think we should have some time for the Q&A. So I'll stop sharing. Just a minute.
Yeah, sir, we do have few questions in chat. Let me read out for you. There is one question from Bhavya. In which location logs were stored and its duration time in Fabric?
Sorry. Can you repeat?
In which location logs were stored and its duration time in Fabric?
Okay, so which location? So we have created a lakehouse. So we have a notebook. Okay, I'll go back here. So the notebook, the example that I'd give. So by default, when I don't, so in Fabric, how it works is we have a lakehouse attached to the notebook. So if I don't specify anything, it default gets created in that lakehouse. So if I expand it, okay, you need to refresh. So this is something I'd created yesterday. But okay, so V2 is the one we created today. So this is the lakehouse where it's getting created. And later it's not that whatever you can insert is like if it's not attached, you can't insert in that. You can copy ABFS path of any table you want to insert it and just mention that it will insert it in that lakehouse's table.
Sorry, continuation to this one, I got a doubt. Like,
Yeah.
before we are pulling out from, somewhere, right? Labs, we are
Mm-hmm.
pulling out from activity events, right? Where that activity events getting logged. Instead of pulling here, we are
Mm-hmm.
able to see somewhere
No, so
like
that is
Fabric.
kind of a backend where Microsoft has stored it. So we can't use that storage directly. So we need to call that API. So they have it somewhere, probably in ADLS. They have stored it, and they have exposed some APIs to access that data. So we can access it using those APIs, and then we have to store it explicitly in our tenant.
Okay. Just one thing. Just I don't want to be, I'm running. Think like I'm a workspace admin.
Okay.
Just I'm able to see my log monitoring, or I need to every time I need to reach out Fabric admin.
No, no, no. So let's say your team has developed this. So you can have an access to this data, right? So you can build your own queries or probably create some reports out of it as well to have this information. So there's something you need to develop. So for example, in case of reports, so you can always have a Power BI report created for it that will refresh daily based on this data. So that's something. So if you're asking me about any automated events or any alerts
No,
that
no,
it
no,
will
no, no, no.
generate.
Sorry. No, no, no. Sorry, not that one. My question is like, I'm not a I'm not a Fabric admin, not a
Oh,
tenant
okay.
Fabric admin. I'm a
Okay.
workspace admin. Just, I'm
Got
able
it.
to view this only related to my workspace things.
No, no, no. So if you have to get the data, you will need to be a Fabric admin. So
Then I
that
need
won't
to
work
reach
that way.
out. Uh, I need to reach out to Fabric administrator, who is the.
Right, right. Either they can assign you the role, or there can be a different team which can help you set up this data. And once this is set up, then you can have access to that data based on, what's your role and how you can get it. And let's say if you are just specific to admin, I think probably how it will work is, so you are admin to a specific workspace. So we might need to implement a row level security here, so that you will only see data for your workspace. So there's something need to be developed for that.
Yeah, got you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's one more question. I have a fact table of SAP and need to push the data on incremental basis, and I don't have primary keys. I only have posting date. What type of strategy or process I have to adopt?
Okay, so little off topic, but maybe in this case, if you have dates and you're sure that there's not, so in this case, if you don't have a primary key and if you have update to any existing record, I'm not sure how that's gonna work, but I'm assuming if there's no primary key, it's like append only data. So you can use the watermark strategy, like you can store the date at which you had last pulled the data from, and then when you're pulling the data next time, you can refer that date and only get data what is after that in the available table. Maybe that's how you can process it.
Okay. Anyone has any other questions? Okay. Seems no one has any questions. Yeah, thank you so much, Ishan sir. It was really insightful session like always. We look forward for your sessions in our conferences. Thank you so much for taking your time and presenting an interesting topic here. Thanks everyone for joining the sessions, and other sessions will start at the scheduled time. Have pasted the next session links here in the chat. Please join over there.
Thanks, Kalyan. Thank you guys for joining. And here's the link where you can find more details about this, what we just discussed. So feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn if you have any doubts. I'll be happy to help. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Was it for me? No. We are done. Yeah.
Thank you, Amit bhai. Thank you, Ishan.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Amit. Thanks to
Good day.
organize this. Thank you, guys. Bye. Good day.
Yeah, can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Sure, sir. Sounds good. Yeah. So you want this slide? Sure.
Sir, let me know when we can start.
Yeah, I think right now it's 11:58. So we can like start in another 2 to 3 minutes at 12:1. We can get started. So then we
Okay,
have
sir.
participants joining in.
ఏం చేస్తున్నావమ్మా?
Okay, so I think we can get started now. All right. So
Yes, sir.
great. All right. So I hope everyone can see my screen, and good morning, everyone. Whoever is joining from India, actually, good afternoon, and good morning, good evening, depending upon where you are joining from. So the topic that I'm speaking on today is basically talk to your data conversational analytics in Power BI with MCP Server and Claude. All right. So before I get into what essentially I want to cover today, I just wanted to take a few seconds to just introduce myself as well. Right. So my name is Ayush. I'm a BI architect, advisor, and a strategy consultant with over 12 years of industry experience in the field of data analytics, business intelligence, machine learning, and generative artificial intelligence. Right. So my day-to-day work is essentially to collaborate with the senior client leadership teams across US, UK, and Asia Pacific to create end-to-end analytical solutions for them. And the tools that I use to create these solutions are all centered around Microsoft. So this includes, the entire suite of Power Platform, right? Tools like Power BI, Power Apps.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so I was just saying the tools like Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, Azure AI, and also the whole Microsoft Fabric. More recently, now that people have started adopting, that as a platform, for all their analytical needs, right? So I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer and Microsoft certified in all of these tools and technologies that I just mentioned, right? And I've been, as I said, training and doing a lot of speaking sessions, attending a lot of conferences, writing some of the white papers, all in these areas, right? So today, I want to speak about a different form of analytics, which has captured pace more recently, and this is conversational analytics. Now, what conversational analytics essentially means is that just like we conduct a human to human conversation, when I ask you a question or you ask me a question and I respond based on the knowledge that I have, right? So that's more of a conversational gathering of knowledge, right? So the question is, can we do the analytics through these conversations instead of learning a tool technically and trying to build those technical solutions ourselves? Can I just ask a question, or can a user just ask a question in the simple natural language, right, to Power BI semantic model, and Power BI semantic model can answer that question with all the data and the calculations and the relationships that exist between the data tables based on that, right? So that is what we are going to look at today, right? So now, as some of you might already be working and creating a lot of these Power BI dashboards, as we all know that Power BI dashboards are just amazing. They can really help you capture some hidden insights, can show some useful information for the business, which may help the leaders and the businesses make really informed decisions, right? And which are not really visible outright, right? So this is what the power of data analytics and data visualization is, that it can help you capture some of the hidden insights, some of the useful information that can help in decision making. So Power BI dashboards are amazing. We create a lot of dashboards every day. I'm sure a lot of you are already doing that, right? However, the problem is that the dashboards are not enough, because the dashboards tend to have limited real estate. There is only a limited amount of information that I can put in a dashboard, which means that a lot of people may have a lot of follow-up questions to what they see in the dashboard, right? Or an insight which they see in the dashboard, they may have a follow-up to that, some additional questions related to that. Now, as a dashboard designer, I will try to include as many insights as possible, which I think might be helpful for the user. But because multiple users are using the dashboard at the same time, it is very difficult to cater to the needs of all the users at the same time. Because again, if you just put in a lot of information in the dashboard, a lot of charts, visuals, calculations, metrics in the dashboard becomes overwhelming. It becomes difficult to sort of absorb so much of information, right? So the point is that when such things happen today, when someone has a follow-up question, they go and reach out to an analyst or someone else on the team whose job is to just manually pull the data, right? Manually pull the data based on the question that the business user has asked, to just make them understand, okay, what is happening and why something is happening, which they may have seen in the dashboard, right? Now this leads to some endless manual data pulling, right? The analyst or the person, and some of you may be in this position, right? They feel like the questions are never ending because there are multiple users. All of them have their own analytical needs, right? All of them have the different segments that they want to deep dive into. Dashboards tend to cover a lot of it, but not all of it, right? So people are now, business users are excited, and they are just throwing the questions to these analysts who try to do the best they can to answer them. But the point is that we don't have unlimited analysts, right? There is only a limited number of people who are in this position, right? And also, as a human, there is a limit to the scale and the speed with which we can answer these follow-up questions which are not there in the dashboard, right? So this leads to a sort of inefficiency on both the sides, where the business users are getting the answers to their questions or some additional insights a bit late, right? And the people who are getting those insights for them, they are sort of burned out because the number of questions and the needs of the users are just too much, right? And obviously all the teams cannot afford to have a lot of analysts and place maybe like 20-30 people in this position, right? That's again not in line with the budgets of the teams, etc., right? So this is a big problem that exists in most of the projects out there, right? So now the question is like, what is the solution to it, right? So before we get to the solution, let's try to further understand why this process so inefficient. So as I said, dashboards have limited real estate. It can cater to most important insights, but not all insights, right? And if you even try to put in a lot of charts, a lot of insights, information in a dashboard, it will make it overwhelming for some users, right? Now, if I give you, a page which is full of information, full of text, full of charts, and full of metrics, and of all the metrics that are there in that page, you, let's say, only care about like 3 to 4 metrics, and others are not so useful. It is highly likely that yeah. May I please request everyone to please mute themselves if you are not speaking? Thank you. So I was thinking that if you clutter the page a lot, right, then that really reduces the comprehension abilities and the absorption ability of the insight that actually matters, right? So putting a lot of information on a dashboard is also not a solution to this. Now, what a few people have actually started doing was that they came up with this idea of self-serve analytics, wherein they said, okay, I mean, we can't answer so many questions, right, manually. So what we will do is we will have a semantic model, the Power BI semantic model, right? And we will give the access of this semantic model to all the business users. Now, business users can just open their blank Power BI desktop files. They can connect to this semantic model, which has all the calculations built in, all the data already present, and then they can just start visualizing the data, right? And look at the insights that they actually care about, or which they want to additionally see, which are not there in those static dashboards, right? But the point is that even if you do this, then you have to train those business users on tools like Power BI, right? And if they are not technical, usually there is some reluctance, in sort of learning the new tools, and especially the time that they have, that doesn't allow them to actually learn new tools and build these visualizations themselves, right? So again, some people did that, right, and did that successfully, and once they got a hang of it, they were very well utilizing and leveraging this feature of Power BI, wherein the semantic model exists, You just connect the Power BI extra files and create your own visuals, right? Whereas the other users were not so much open to this as well, right? Because as I said, there is a technical curve, and then also, the time limit or the lack of time that they have. Then, because Excel has been there for a while, it's been so many years, so many decades that people have been working with Excel. Some users are very comfortable with Excel, right? So what they wanted was, they said, okay, export the data in Excel and just give us the Excel data, and we will then crunch the data ourselves to figure out, what we essentially want, right? Now that is also not a very efficient approach, right? It's in terms of putting together the analytics. Like if you have to export everything in Excel, then having the visuals and the interactive Power BI dashboards, again, doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So there is a joke that goes around with where people say, okay, create a Power BI dashboard for me, but in Excel, right? That's so they just it just tells how people are comfortable with Excel still, right? And whenever it comes to number crunching, that's where they want to go, right? But the whole point here is that this is all happening because people want to be in their comfort zone, right, and still have the analytical needs met, right? That's why they want Excel. That's why they don't want to actually go and start connecting to semantic models and create their own reports, etc. So this is where the conversational analytics comes in. That one of the easiest way of interacting with anyone, or to have your answers, have the answers to any of the questions, is just by conversing in the simple natural language, right? And with the advent of these new age technologies like generative artificial intelligence and these entities like LLMs and MCP servers, this has been made possible for Power BI as well, wherein the user can simply ask a question in the natural language, right? And Power BI's semantic model will sort of answer that question with some additional insights as well, right? And this is done using a combination of LLM, MCP server, and Power BI semantic model. So what is LLM? Some of you may already know this, that all these AI assistants that you regularly use, like ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, they are run by an entity in the background which is called LLM, right? This is large language model. It is an artificial intelligence system that can read, understand, and generate human-like language, right? So you can consider this as a great model, or sort of a very complex system that is trained on all the data that is available on the internet, right? Publicly available on the internet. And it is a big knowledge bank that has great language capabilities. So it has all the data out there, it has all the knowledge out there, and it can articulate that knowledge in your context in a very beautiful and organized manner, right? So that's what LLM is, right? So this means that this LLM can help understand our natural language, or the user's natural language, whoever the business user is who has a business question and wants the answer of, right? And can articulate it in different forms, right? And then there is another thing, which is MCP server. Now, this is a new program which is again launched more recently. It's been less than a year since they came into picture. This is basically a program which acts as a bridge between the LLM and an external application like Power BI semantic model, right? So I have the LLM that understands my language very well, that has a lot of knowledge, and it can articulate anything in a very organized manner using that knowledge. And then there is this link called MCP server, which sort of connects this LLM to my Power BI semantic model. And this combination of LLM, MCP server, and Power BI semantic model is something that gives a user experience like this. Now, in this, the business user doesn't have to now talk to the analyst to get any of their questions answered, right? They don't have to do any manual data pulling, right? all they have to do is just connect to an AI assistant like Claude. In my demo, I'm going to use Claude Desktop. So they just have to ask a question in an AI assistant, just like ChatGPT or Claude or anything else. In this case, I'm using Claude. So they'll just put the question there, and Claude, which is already run by an LLM by Anthropic, it will understand that question, do some conversions in the background, get to the Power BI semantic model. And semantic model, remember, it has all the business insights in it, right, based on the calculations, the measures that you have put together. And it'll just throw some queries to that semantic model, get the responses, package that response in a very organized manner with a lot of its own insights, and share with the user. This means that the need of those analysts in between, it's not there anymore now. And these are machines, right? These are like systems, artificial systems. So the scale with which they can actually analyze the information, and the speed with which they can analyze the information is very high, right? So this means that they are very much more efficient, right, than a human counterpart, right? And then multiple users can actually come in together, ask questions, and get the responses out. Okay, so now let's go into the demo, right, and see how this user experience pans out, wherein I ask a question to an AI assistant. That AI assistant is connected to the MCP server in the background, and that MCP server is connected to the Power BI semantic model, and it's going to produce an insight for me, right? So before I do that, I'll just share what report I'm talking about. So this is basically a report that I essentially created. I think there was some recent updates which just moved these cards a bit, right? But what this report essentially has is the sales analytics insights, right? So it's a typical demo data set containing a lot of different sales related metrics like total revenue, total cost, total profit, right? And then it deep dives into the revenue part by splitting the revenue across the product, right, across the channel, right? So some field parameters are built in here where you can, decide what do you want to see as a metric on the x-axis, and what dimension do you want to see on the y-axis. Again, some spatial insights like where your revenue is coming from, cost is coming from, etc. The split by customer, and then some information regarding the orders as well. Okay, so this is the static dashboard that we have. Now, the idea is that the semantic model that this dashboard is built on is this sales analysis report, right? And it has all of these different tables in it, right? Now, what I want to do is I want to talk to this semantic model, right? The one that I just showed you, this one, okay, using natural language. And for that, as I said, I have something known as Claude Desktop. This is my interface. This is my front end client, you can say, right, wherein I will type in my questions. This is already connected to the semantic model through the MCP server, right? And it'll, then produce the responses from me, right? So what I will do first is I will go and let's close this. First, we will start the MCP server, okay? So MCP server, I said, is a program. It's a simple program written in Python. If you want to see the glimpse of MCP server, it's something like this, right? I don't want to go into the details for now, but what you can see on a high level, it's a big program, and a lot of MCP servers are now available pre-built. Although I vibe coded this, but Power BI also offers MCP servers now for various tasks like modeling, right, and also querying. So what I'm doing is I'm just starting my MCP server, right? So I just said that there is this file called server.py. I just ran that, and now it says Power BI MCP server is running, right? Now this means my MCP server is now, running. Now what I will do is I will start Claude Desktop, which is an application that I have on my computer, right? So this is Claude desktop. Okay, the first thing I'll ensure is that my MCP server is running. I will ensure that my Claude is actually connected to MCP server. So I'm going to the settings of this application. I'm going to the developers tab and I'm seeing that, okay, this is my MCP server, Power BI MCP server. It is running, right? And this whole application is connected to MCP server. So this means that we are good. Now I'm ready to ask questions, right? So if I just go and say, first of all, test the Power BI connection. Before I type in the question, I'll make sure that my application, this Claude desktop, is connected to Power BI or not, right? To the semantic model or not. Now just look at the responses. It's a very human-like response, right? It says that great news, Power BI connection is working successfully, and it also shows me some of the details, right? Now, if you look at our dashboard, right, just to show you, what kind of metrics it has. It has total revenue, cost, profit by various channels, products, etc. Right? So let's just ask this question that show me what is the total revenue in USD. Right now, assume yourself as a business user, right? You have a question. I have a question that, I want to see the total revenue in USD by channel. Channel, it's the sales channel. How did you get the order? Through wholesale channel, distributor channel, or the export channel? So this is the same question that I have asked here. Okay, what is the total revenue in USD by channel, right? So no technical expertise, no coding, nothing, just a simple natural language question. And let's see what it comes up with. Right, so what it is doing, it is sending a query. It is creating a DAX query for you, right? And then firing it to Power BI semantic model, getting the response out, and just look at the response now. It says here's the total revenue. Distributor 30.8, export 14, and then wholesale 51.6. The total revenue across all channels 96.7. And then if you can see, it also gives you some additional insight, like wholesale channel accounts for more than half of your total revenue. Now, this is something that I did not ask. It just created this insight on its own based on the knowledge that it gathered from Power BI semantic model and the knowledge it already is trained on, right? So this is the the benefit of using this new technology or integrating this new technology with Power BI's semantic model, right? Now you can also validate these numbers just to see that it's actually correct. So I think here I may have some filters or something applied, right? But overall, you will see that the total revenue, if you'll see 96.7, and here it shows 96.7, right? So it's actually the same measures that are being run to get these insights, right? So this is a simple text-based insights, but you can also take it a step further, wherein you can also create some charts out of this, right? So maybe I can say, okay, create a bar chart showing the total revenue in USD by channel. Right now, I'm on a free plan, so after a while, it'll stop generating these responses. But as long as we can create and put down some examples, I'll keep showing you the different capabilities of this tool. Now, what it is doing is it is basically coding, a chart for you, right? Although I said I want a bar chart, but what it showed me is essentially a set of cards, right? Maybe I'll just say create a line chart for the same information and see what it gets. So bar chart is something that it didn't quite take well, but let's see for the line chart. I think there is something happening wherein, when I'm saying the line chart, it is still giving me the cards, right? Okay, so maybe I'll say create an interactive dashboard with total, with the insights containing total revenue by product. The dashboard should have column chart showing the total revenue in USD, right, by product. Let's see what it gets. I think this is like some, maybe, I don't know if it's the free plan, but more recently, it has sort of stopped creating the proper charts. But let's see if it gets something here. Right, and as you can see, it is step by step, right, going and creating each and every query, right, and then putting this together, right? Okay, so I'm also seeing a lot of different questions, right? So we'll take all of these questions towards the end. But there is a great point from Nidhi saying that maybe we can converse with Claude, saying that what is the reason, right? So as you can see, it created a good dashboard for me, but again, it is stumbling upon the chart. There might be some reason or something. Maybe this application is not updated, or something is there. But what you can see here is the key insights, right? Product 1 and 7 lead with over $21 million each, accounting for 44.1% of the total revenue. Revenue distribution, it again gives you some insights, right? And then the bottom 6 products contribute only 21.6%. So these are some great insights across 3 different segments, like top performers, revenue distribution, and growth opportunity, right? Now, but it still didn't show us the chart. So it's like, as I said, human to human conversation. So we can go and ask, okay, like, why is the column chart not visible in the output? Create the column chart for total revenue in USD by product. Yeah. Right. So let's see what it comes up with now. Right. So it says you are right. Let me recreate the column chart. Okay. So a very typical human to human conversation. So it's putting together this TypeScript code, and then again it sort of stumbled on the column chart. Okay, as you can see, maybe, and this is a new development that I have seen. Only until yesterday it was able to give me quite good charts. Maybe I can show you some of it from my existing chats. See in this one if I have any. Oh. Right, looks like there is some issue with the rendering. It could be, the browser issue, because here, if you'll see, I did get the charts which are not visible again, right? But I think that's more of a, I think the application update or some issue related to that. But the idea is that it does give you the interactive dashboards along with the insights as well, as you also saw it here, right? Here. Okay. All right. Now, another use case of this is, so one is the simple text responses. The second one is the visualizations. And then the third thing is that you have the total revenue in USD, right? Which is US dollars, as you can see here. Okay, let's say I want to convert this to maybe Indian rupees, right? Based on the latest conversion rate. But I don't have the latest conversion rate. My dashboard doesn't have the latest conversion rate right now, right? So what I can do is I can say, what is the total, or maybe I can say convert the total revenue in USD by channel to Indian rupee INR, right? So what this whole LLM also has the capability of is initiating some RAGs, right? Retrieval augmented generation, which is it can go to some external data sources like some websites, retrieve the latest conversion rate, and use it to expand your analysis beyond the data that exists in your semantic model, right? So, for example, I said there is no conversion rate available in my semantic model for Indian rupee, right? For dollars to Indian rupee. But I'm still asking this model or this assistant that convert the total revenue in USD by channel to Indian rupee. Now, if you will see here, what it is doing is it is searching the web, right? It is bringing in the latest conversion rate. And it says, the latest conversion rate is approximately 90.34 to 90.56, right? And then it is also saying that I'll use some kind of an average, which is 90.5 for the conversion, and then create a visualization showing you the revenue. It's now you just see the experience. It's like talking to some junior analyst who is very knowledgeable, who can get any information out for you and can put together the required analysis, right? So because of this ability of actually going to the internet, fetching in any data and integrating it with your current data can take your whole analytics to the next level, right? Now your analysis is not just limited to the data that you have in your semantic model, but actually it doesn't have any limit, right? So here, as you can see, it says $30.82 million, actually translates to 279 crores, 129 crore, and then around 467 crore. All right. So, and at the bottom, it also says, it converted it using the exchange rate of 90.5 as of 13th December 20. Right. Total revenue, it shows at the top, the exchange rate. Now, you can just simply take this whole visual and use it in your slide or anywhere else, right? It's so organized, so well visualized, right? And if you'll see how the helping text has also been put together, right? Just to sort of show you what is essentially required, right? To copy that as an image, what you can do is, if I just copy that and go to my slide and just try to paste it, what it will paste is the code, right, that exists in the backend of it, right? You can publish this to the cloud of Claude and then share it with your users, right? But what I personally do is just take a snip, right, of this thing and then use in my PowerPoints. All right. Now, the left-hand side, it also shows you a lot of, insights, right? And some of the background and supporting information for the visual that it has put together here, right? Okay. So, now you have an assistant that understands your data very well, that has the capabilities to search the internet, put the visuals together, change anything that you want based on the prompts that you provide, right? So now your whole analysis becomes, in true sense, the ad hoc analysis, right? And also the self-serve analytics without the need of any technical expertise, right? So this was, about this whole approach of conversational analytics in Power BI. Now, if you look at what is happening in the background, okay, so there is a user query. I asked a user query, I asked a simple query in the natural language. What is my total revenue in USD by channel? Then that query goes to Claude Desktop. This Claude Desktop is sort of run by an LLM which is Anthropic's own LLM, right? This LLM converts the natural language to a corresponding DAX query, right? And of course, it does that with the different type of tools that are built in the MCP server. So MCP server has two jobs here. One is that it is helping to connect the LLM, this LLM, with Power BI semantic model. So establishing that connection. And second, it has various tools built into it, right? That can, help the LLM convert the natural language to the DAX query and identify the right measures and, the right columns, the right tables for the user question, right? So that DAX query, which gets converted through the tools in MCP server and LLM's, natural language understanding, that DAX query is fired to Power BI semantic model. Then the output is then returned back to LLM. Now, LLM, I said, has great language capabilities. It can really organize your whole, response in a very beautiful, organized manner, and can share it with the audience in the given context, right? So that response that Power BI gave, okay, Power BI just may have returned some simple numbers like wholesale channel, this is the revenue, export is this, and distributor is this. But it was LLM that actually, expanded that response and added some more insights, right? It was LLM that arranged it like this, added the key insights on its own. This is not given by Power BI. Power BI just returned these numbers. But LLM further analyzed these numbers and then put this together in a very user-friendly and insightful way, right? And similar for these visuals that you are seeing, right? This is all LLM, which is putting together this information by understanding the context from the data that it is getting from Power BI, okay? So there are various risks associated to this approach that you should be careful of whenever you are working on it. So one is data security and privacy. So LLM does get access to some of your data that is getting returned from Power BI. So if you're working with some sensitive confidential information, you may have to be a bit careful. Second is hallucinations. Hallucinations is something, which is not getting returned in an appropriate manner, right? Or which might sort of be wrong, okay? Wrongly generated by the LLM, but done in a way that it looks like a very, a right response, because the tone in which, the answer is returned, it's a very, a trustworthy tone, but actually it's not right? Now you can see that when I was asking to create the column chart, right? And it created this, still there is not a proper column chart, but it says that I have created the column chart with better visibility. This is in a way some minor hallucination that happened here, okay? Wherein there is no column chart, but it says that I have created the column chart, okay? So you might run into such situations where the LLMs might make things up on their own and can present to you in a very confident tone, which you think, is right, and you may end up using it in your analysis, and which may lead to troubles later on, right? So hallucinations is a reality which you have to be very careful of when working with these tools. And then again, if the user queries are very ambiguous, which may not make a lot of sense, then you may get a result which is sort of nonsensical or sometimes may also be wrong, right? So what are the best practices? The best practices is that whenever you get the result, try to validate it with the actual semantic model, just to make sure that the response that you're getting out of the LLM is correct. You can also add some guardrails in the MCP server code, where you can sort of guide the LLM to sort of follow a particular approach, a particular path. As I said, to use this table when a query is related to sales, for example, use this table when the query is related to profit. So all of that you can define in your MCP server code, and doing so will reduce down the hallucinations. You can also provide the prompt templates. So instead of having the user just type in anything and write some ambiguous queries, you can create some unambiguous prompt templates, right? Wherein you can give them the high-level framework or a high-level template, which they can change, a bit according to their own needs. Okay. And then use governed measures, that whichever measures you have in Power BI semantic model, make sure that they are validated, they are governed, right? And they are then used in the MCP server to answer any question. Okay. So my closing thoughts are that conversational analytics, as you saw, it unlocks the speed, the accessibility, and a deeper decision intelligence. As you can see, with so fast, we were getting these insights and visuals and everything. But the fact is, this is not going to replace the dashboards. The dashboards will always be there. The dashboard is what defines the initial set of questions, the initial set of story, right? Whereas these tools will further augment the dashboards, which means whatever questions that I have by looking at that initial set of insights which I see in my dashboard is what is catered by these applications or these solutions, right, of conversational analytics. All right. So that was all from my end. I hope you sort of ended up learning something new. I see a lot of questions in the chat, so maybe we can take these questions now one by one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thanks for the session. Yeah, this is the new thing, Ayush, which we learned. Yeah, it's really nice. So the question is like that: when we are giving any query and it's generating the KPI with the visual, right? So basically, and then it returns to the through the MCP server from the Power BI, and then it returns to the Cloud desktop, which is presenting the output similar like total revenue by product. So this is the image which we can share either with the business based on this, or we can get based on our questions what we have asked. But we haven't published option, and then we can probably we can add it into the report or into the dashboard, or is there any feature we can see what DAX is generated behind it or something like that based on our question, like something we can make utilize of?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, you can actually just ask Claude about the DAX query, right? And it can actually, give the DAX query to you. For example, I can say, what is the DAX query you use to simply get the total revenue in USD by channel, right? So it can give you that DAX query, which you can use and further take elsewhere, right? Now, as you can see, this is the DAX query that it used, right? And it also explains that DAX query to you, right? So this is one. The second question, which is again a great question, is that if you want to share the output of this with your users, right? Now, Claude Desktop, because all of this is generated in this application called Claude Desktop. Now, Claude Desktop doesn't have a direct integration with Power BI service, for example, wherein I can just present these information in Power BI service. But you can build a very similar kind of a solution using Power Apps, right? Wherein you can, again, through a combination of Power Apps and Power Automate, you can initiate these queries using an LLM like OpenAI's GPT or even Claude. It will give you the answer in Power Apps, right? And then you can integrate that Power App in Power BI. So you can create a solution where in your Power BI report, you have this text box similar to this, where the user asks the question and they get the response in Power BI itself, right? So that is something possible. It's like endless, possibilities are there. This one I just showed in Claude Desktop because Claude Desktop's visual capabilities I found much more advanced than what I saw in Power Apps. I had created one solution in Power Apps, but that was more of a textual response wherein it didn't create the visuals, but just the text like this, right? So there can be a lot of innovation, that can be further put onto this to sort of meet all of your requirements that you mentioned. But great questions.
Yeah.
Are
How
you
does
sure?
yeah.
I think that will be a good answer just because it is in the Power BI environment, so it will be easy for the
Yes.
Yes. So can you share the link or some reference so that we can walk through that Power Apps and Power Automate stuff?
Yes, I'll share that. I'll share that.
Yes.
And
That will
another
be helpful.
another benefit of Power Apps is that Power Apps can also integrate seamlessly with Teams, Microsoft Teams, right? So a lot of requirements also come in from different customers that I want to have the similar experience in Teams, right? I don't want to get to any external application, right? So again, Power Apps integrate very well with Microsoft Teams, and you can have this chatbot answering your questions through the Power BI data in Microsoft Teams, right? And people already have licenses of Microsoft Teams because of that enterprise license that they purchase. So I'll share the references.
Yeah. One more question. You talk about governance measures, right? While doing that. So here, what is the validation while doing governed measures? Can you elaborate here?
Yeah. So I said use governed measures. So what this essentially means is, if you look at the MCP server code, and again, this is not a too technical session, but if you will see in the MCP server code, we go and define the schema of our data model, just so that the LLM can understand, what are the different things in your semantic model and how it has to pick up different things, right? So all of that is defined here. You also define that if there is a question that contains some keywords like sales or revenue, then what are the different measures that the LLM is supposed to pick up, right? So when I said governed measures, what I meant was that the measures in the semantic model, right? They should be, you should make sure that they are up to date, right? They are built in accordance to the best practices, right? And they are producing the right results. That's what governed measures means here, wherein you have the proper processes in place to constantly validating and QCing the results and the output of these measures. Those measures should be the ones that you should define in the MCP server and should be used for your outputs, because multiple people are now using this tool, so you want to make sure that they get the right output. So that is what I meant here.
In this context, how does this compare to Fabric data agents?
I think it's you can draw some comparisons with Fabric data agents as well, right? But the point is, if you will look at the Claude, it has the capability to sort of again, as I said, the visual capabilities are much more advanced, and then the LLMs that it can interact with, they are also more in number as compared to what Fabric data agents would provide you, right? So you can draw a lot of similarities. You can build somewhat similar solutions there as well, right? But Claude and MCP server would allow you some more flexibility. Like you can also bring in some SharePoint connections to it, right? Let's say you have some data in SharePoint. Let's say you have some data in some SAP system, or some kind of a CRM. So you can define those connections also in your MCP server, and then can connect all 3-4 sources together and can analyze the data together, in a particular context. So this kind of flexibility is only available in this MCP server and Claude kind of an approach.
It makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aisha, I have one question. Like the visuals or the cards that is being suggested by the LLM model, and I want back to be published in the Power BI dashboard. So is there any way, like the conditional formatting is there, some percentages are there, so all these things to be mapped back to the Power BI, so that user didn't want to prompt it again regarding those visuals?
Sorry, can you say that again? Like you're saying, for the output that you're getting from Claude, you want to validate it with what you have in Power BI.
No, I want it back to Power BI dashboard. Like these
okay.
visuals, these visuals are freezed by the user. Like they like these visuals, and now they want to be published in the Power BI static dashboard.
Yeah. See, that depends. Like, there is no automated way to do that, right? But because the Power BI's visualization backend is completely different from the visualization backend that you are seeing here, right? So there is no automated way wherein you can just punch in these visuals directly at a press of a button into a Power BI desktop file, or a Power BI dashboard. But what usually happens, the cycle is like this: people create their own visuals, right? And they say, okay, this looks nice, and I want to now monitor this on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. Now, to monitor something on a daily, weekly basis, which is not ad hoc, right, is something that goes into the dashboard. So the user will then just create a snip of this and share it with the developer, and they will then manually create that visual. Because you can create this, it's a simple, you just have to put in a few cards and a card at the top, and it's done, right? So they can then replicate this in the Power BI dashboard, right, for them to monitor. But this is mostly the part of ad hoc analytics, right? So if ad hoc wants to be regular analytics, then that has to be done manually. So the business user shares that I want something like this, developer builds it and puts it in their dashboard. But no direct way to
Noted, sir. Noted, sir. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, anything else? I see a lot of questions on the chat as well. So anyone wants to just repeat their questions verbally? Otherwise, I can also go into the chat and pull in some of the questions.
Yes, sir, I will repeat.
Okay, yeah. Okay, maybe I'll just take. Can we have security
Yes,
at
sir.
different level when we combine?
What is
Yeah, go
what
ahead.
is the difference between MCP server and agent?
Yeah, I think that we have already covered in the Fabric Data Agent.
Okay.
Next.
And with MCP server, we can edit the table name, create measures, understand the dataset. It's a lot of development help, whereas agent may be user focused.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, right? So you have the MCP servers like the Power BI modeling server, right, which is rolled out recently. So there you can also, using the natural language prompts, you can change the modeling, right? You can check whether there are any issues with your model, whether there is some relationship which is not rightly built, or whether your model follows the star schema approach or not. So all of that you can do using the simple natural language prompts through MCP modeling server. And it can also go and change some of your modelings. Like you can say, okay, make this relationship from many to many to one to many, right? Or make this relationship bidirectional, or delete this relationship, or add descriptions to your measures, right? Or maybe just any kind of modeling things that you may have. Instead of going into Power BI and doing the modeling manually, you can use the natural language prompt. So this is again, the things that MCP server can actually do. It's both developer focused as well as the user focused, whereas agents, I agree that they are more user focused. Okay.
Yes, sir. We have another question.
Yeah.
Is there any specific LLM for Power BI which act more accurate?
Which is more accurate? I think this is also accurate. Claude is accurate, but again, the LLM is something which the accuracy is very subjective, right? So depending upon what task you are doing, it has been found that a particular LLM is good at actually doing that task, right? For example, if you look at deep research, then it has been found that Gemini has been doing the research very well for all the codes and putting together some programs. Claude has been found to be much useful for some creative writing, right, and some reasoning, analytical reasoning. GPT has people have found it to be useful, and it also depends on the license cost, right? So some plans within the same LLM and across the LLMs have different costs. So depending upon your budget, you decide what you want to essentially pick up, right? So I would say accuracy is subjective. So I found Claude to be pretty much accurate, and GPT as well, which drives the backend of Copilot, right? So all of them are equally good.
Yes, sir. We have another question. How to integrate LLM using Power Automate and Power Apps?
Yeah, I think this is I'll share a reference. Maybe I'll see if some of our community users have written some article on this. Otherwise, I can just write down the article. It's a sort of a technical process, right? It's not a straightforward connection, but a very useful one indeed, right? So I'll share it on my LinkedIn, and then you can all just pick it up from my LinkedIn. Right, it's something that I would be able to articulate in a minute or so. It's more of a technical topic.
Yes, sir. So we have another question. How we can secure the data when it connected to the open source LLM?
Yes, so this is the most, I would say, important question when someone is looking at adopting tools like this. Right now, if you will see that the data access, so LLM doesn't have the access to the Power BI semantic model, the full Power BI semantic model. What LLM is doing is it is just writing the DAX query, right? As you saw here, LLM is just writing the DAX query and sending it to the semantic model, and semantic model is just returning the output of that DAX query. This means LLM or MCP server, they don't have access to your entire semantic model. So you are safe there. However, the response that gets out of the LLM does get stored. The response that gets out of the semantic model does get stored in LLM. This is where the leakage is, or you can say the data is going outside of your environment, right? Because LLM will take in that data. For example, when I said total revenue across the channels, so LLM took that data and then took those numbers and then repackaged that. So this is where the issue is now. How to secure that? There are multiple ways to do it, but it's like when you get into a contract with Anthropic, all of these things are the data privacy, data security. These are all very well documented there. Just like Gmail has a lot of confidential information of yours, LLM or Anthropic's Claude may also have that information. So it's up to you how much trust you want to put in there. And apart from that, the world is also moving slowly towards small language models. So here we are talking about large language models, but we are now moving towards small language models, which is a model that exists in your server. It's not privately owned by a company like Anthropic or OpenAI, but this is something that you own or your organization owns. This means you have the control, right, and have that model completely secured. Okay, so that is a foolproof way.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. Sure.
Vijay sir, I have shared in the groups. People will be joining in some time.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
With some other REST API, SQL Server also, and Fabric also. Three ways are there. So which is best? Already you explained just before financial. Yeah. I will.
Amit sir, can we start now? Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you so much everyone for joining. Thank you so much Vijay sir for taking your time on a weekend and coming up with an interesting and insightful session in the conference. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome back to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group are super excited to host you all. After an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across the cities, we are back with our third edition of Global Virtual Conference. Get ready for 2 days full of tech magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. Before we begin, here is a quick reminder about the Ask the Expert context. Ask thoughtful questions during the session to earn points, around 5 if the moderator picks your question, and up to 5 more based on the speaker's rating. Top scorers by end of the event tomorrow will get a chance to win Amazon vouchers. Please post your questions along with your registered email ID in the format of your registered email ID and the question. Get ready to learn, engage, and win. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session. We are honored to have with us Vijay Perepasau, co-founder of Perepa Edge, a respected corporate trainer and a Microsoft certified trainer. Vijay brings a wealth of experience across Power BI, Azure, Power Apps, Excel, and financial modeling, making him a true expert in data and analytics. He's also a super user in Power BI community, a passionate mentor, and an engaging YouTuber known for simplifying complex concepts. Today, he'll guide us through building a robust Medallion architecture using Microsoft Fabric, a must-know for any modern data professional. Let's give him a warm welcome to Vijay Perepasu. Thank you so much, sir. Please take over.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good day, good afternoon, everyone. So, today topic actually, we are talking about Power Apps I came up with. So we are actually integrating Power Platform components together. So that is the topic today, just a small correction. So what exactly Power Platform? Power Platform is a combination of multiple products or services, Power BI, Power Apps, and then Power Automate. Then you have virtual agents. So initially, virtual agents was, Power BI was not part of Power Platform, but later they brought into Power Platform community, and even the exam PL300 is basically named as PL300 from DA300 is the reason they wanted Power BI should be part of Power Platform. So in today's session, I'm going to help you to understand the components of various Power Platform services or Power Platform components and how to integrate them. So this is a very quick overview what we are going to do, integrating Power Platform components. So what are we going to learn? Because I want to make it very simple and cut short so that we'll do the real exercise and I'll show you how to deal with that in a proper example itself. So what exactly you're going to understand. So initially we will create one Power Apps. So there we will be using a kind of manual intervention and we'll create complete app using the Power App, using controls and various other options available within Power Apps. Then we'll connect a SharePoint data to Power Apps. Then we do the data entry in Power Apps and we'll update SharePoint as and when we require. And then we connect SharePoint to Power BI and then bring the Power BI tile to Power Apps and then automate the refresh using Power Automate. Now Power App will become a single point of information where I have done some data entry within Power Apps and also I can see the latest information within Power Apps without getting into Power BI. So this kind of tool will help even not only the normal regular Power App users, but also end users like management and the stakeholders to see what exactly is happening in their particular projects, and it will help them to understand within the app, not visiting the Power BI specifically or anything else. So now let me jump into and explain you how to deal with it. So initially I'll start with Power Apps. So whenever you wanted to open Power Apps, you need to start with make.powerapps.com. Now for Power BI, app.powerbi.com. For Power Apps, make.powerapps.com. For Power Automate, make.powerautomate.com. So these are the simple links you need to use, hyperlinks, and then you will be taken. So I'm using Power Apps first of all, because I want to start with a very basic app using various controls. I'm not using Copilot. Rather, you can use a Copilot and just ask a question and it will give you. But again, you need to use Copilot with responsibility, because it is not that simple that Copilot can give you anything. Yeah, it will give you the better outcome, but sometimes you need to put some effort. So we are doing everything in a manual order. Otherwise, I can just go and ask a question and I get my app. But one thing you need to understand, when you are using Copilot and you want to create a Power Apps, the Power Apps will be generated using Dataverse as a data connector in the background data. But in this example, I wanted to connect with SharePoint, so I don't want to use Copilot to create that. Rather, I want to create a very manual app. So this is the Power Apps basic developer interface. So where I have various options, where I can see create option. If I click on create, it will allow me to do certain things. For example, I can start with a Copilot, or I can connect to the existing data, or I can use a page design. Suppose if I want to just start with a blank application, or I can start with a blank canvas. Now, when I click on start with Copilot, it will ask me, just give me your idea what you want, then I can help you. Not only that, it is giving you some options like start with Copilot import, SharePoint list, etc. But I'm not interested in it, so I'm not going to do anything. So if I click on start with data, it is immediately asking me the tables, which are the tables I need to connect with, so that it will create a quick 3-page app. So if I click on that, the start with a page design, it is creating a design for me, and then I can start with the design. But if I start with a blank canvas, it will just ask me whether you want to have a responsive screen, or you want to normal non-responsive tablet or phone. So I'm going to the very legacy where normal tablet, I'm not using the responsive. Of course, you can use the containers. There are certain struggles will be there when you are using response, but if you use a tablet, it will be much simpler and easier, which I'm going to discuss now. So I want more real estate. That means I want more space to create map, and it's a tablet size. Phone size will have lesser space. So I want to use much larger space. So that is why I'm using tablet size. And my blank app is getting ready. One important thing you need to note here, anytime any Power App you are creating, the most important thing is you must save the app once it is created. Otherwise, what happens? It will not be saved until you save. So if you just create one blank application and you have an option to save it, and if once you ask to save it, it will ask you the name. I'm just creating one student registration app. And then if I just save it, this is going to be saved every 2 minutes automatically. After that, I need not save often. And I don't have any worry about losing this app. But some reason, if you are not saving it at the very beginning, until you don't save it, you are at risk. So that is one important thing when you are using Power Apps. You need to understand how to deal with it. We are just saved it. Now we are safe. Every 2 minutes, this app will be saved. If it is even that within the 2 minutes, if it is not saved, that means this icon will be active, so that you can just click on that and save it. But most of the time, you don't have to worry about it. It gets saved. Now this is the Power Apps Studio, and I want to integrate with various things. So initially, I want to start with one basic app where I want to have a registration screen, and I want to have an edit screen, and I want to have one report screen. So I'll rename the screen as report screen. Then I'll add one more new screen, a blank screen, rename that as entry screen. Then finally, this will be edit screen. Now I have 3 screens. Now I can update one by one. So I will come to the report screen in a while. First, I need to design my entry screen. So there I wanted to create one component. So component is a object which will be a design item within the app, and you can create it every time manually, or you can create that once and you can use it multiple times. For example, for every screen, I want one header and one rectangle with some elements. So I wanted to have that in one shot so that whenever I want to have it, I'll just add the component directly without doing hard work. So for that, you need to understand the concept of component libraries or components. I'm just using a new component, and I'll keep the component as screen header. Now this screen header should have the same size of my app. Normally, when you create an app, there will be resolution of your app, whether you wanted to see that in a mobile or a tablet. Even though I'm creating as a tablet, you can see the component is becoming like a square. So it is not coming the way I want. So what I need to do, I need to change the height and width based on the kind of screen I use. So whenever now, for example, you are having a mobile will have two sizes basically. One is the Apple, the mobile, the tile, whatever the brick you have, the mobile brick, that size, and then you will have inside the screen. So one is design, one is app screen, and another is the display screen. So that I can see from the Power BI, sorry, the Power App settings also. If you look at the display, you can see there are two screens are available. One is basically, let me go to the general. One is display, another is the size of the brick. So that is option is not available, but I'll show you that how to make it. So for example, you have one this is your mobile phone. So now sometimes what happens, your mobile will not be the complete screen, right? Your screen will be this. Now, if I make it white, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Now, this is how the mobile will be there. So now this is a display screen, and actually the size of the complete phone is this. So now we call it as app size and as apps display size or design size. So we need to actually take care of those things. So based on that, my component will be adjusted. So I'll go to components width property. Here width I need to take care. So I'll just write whatever screen I'm using, whatever, whether I want to use a tablet, I want to use a phone or lesser resolution, take the maximum of app dot width and app dot design width. And then accordingly, the size of my component will become like this. But I want the height also, it's a header. So this height will be just 100 so that I don't want a too big space. Now this header will have a color. Now that color I need to change whenever I'm using it. It is not that I will have a static color and only I live with that color. No, I want to have a specific color. So I can just do one thing. I can add a custom property and then I can rename that custom property as header color. And then I can basically it's a input property. So we will be adding the input and we will be adding the data, and that input will be a color. So I'm providing some data. That means the color name I provide and I'm providing it. It's an input. There are two types, input and output. I want to provide the value and the data type will be color. The color will be taken care. So now if I create it, I can see the custom properties coming header color. Now I need to change the header color, the static value. What I'll do is I'll keep the header color as of now as color.white so that it will be pure white. And then the same color I need to give to my screen header. So I'll just go to the screen header fill will be screen header. That is the parent and header color. With that, this has become a white color screen. Later, we can change the way we want. So with that, we have added the header and its color. Now inside that, I want to have one label, which will actually locate in this place. And it will give me an option to add what exactly that header is for. So for that, I'll add one text label. And then I'll bring the text label somewhere in the middle. I'll make it a little larger. And I'll make it center. Then I'll make it bold and increase the size to 16. Then I am going to give a text value, but I need to rename this label as header main label so that I know what exactly I'm dealing with. Now this text should not be just a text. There should be a placeholder. So something placeholder value should come and I should be able to edit this. For that, I need to add one more component. So I'll just add a new component. That component name is header main text. And again, this is data. I'm providing the data and this is input. I need to provide it and it is a text. Now header main text will be, please enter your title so that it's like a placeholder. And now the header main label will have that information. So I'll go to the text property. So that text property will come from screen header dot header main text. Now you can see, please enter your title. So I will be able to change the title. But now imagine I change the background color as a black color. So this text color will be merged with that color and I can't see the title. So whenever I'm changing the background color accordingly, I should be able to change my the text color as well. For that, I'll add one more component. That is text color. Now text color will be input and data and it will be a color. And currently the text color I'll keep as black only, but later I can change it. But I need to apply that on the header main label text color. So there will be two options. One is fill, another is color. Color means it is meant for the text. So I'm just selecting the color and that color will be screen header dot text color. So that accordingly this placeholder is now coming up nicely. Apart from that, I want one more text label. And that text label I wanted to add here. There I'll add one value, that is I'll make this as user dot name, or rather user dot full name, so that my name will appear. So whoever be logging in, their email will appear here. And then in the left side, I want to add my picture. So I'll insert one image. And that image, I'll just keep like this and change the image as user dot image. Now my image is coming and this image will be changed based on the end user. So same, this color also, this color of this text should be equivalent to the color of the other text color. So I'll just go to the label 2 and this label will be name label. And this is user image so that I know what I'm talking about them. And then I'll go to the name label and change the text is fine. Text will be always that, but I need to change the text color will be based on the background color I can change. That is screen header dot text color. So with that, my component is ready. Now I'll go to the screen. Now you see where the interesting part here you'll observe now. That is, I'm now going to add the header. So now for that, I need to go to insert. I'll get one option custom. This was not there earlier. If I click on screen header, the screen header is coming automatically. And now I can change the properties from the right side. One is I can change the header color. I want this header color maybe light blue. Currently, I don't want to change the text color. That is fine, but I can change the text color, whatever I want. And then please enter your title. This is student registration form. Now you can see that is very much clearly visible. And now I can change these things. I think this is spelling mistake. Otherwise, it would be a static text. Otherwise, I have to do this. Suppose I have to do every time. Now my name is coming and my image is coming. So this app, when I give to anybody, whenever whoever is using, their name, their related information will be available. Same way I can add this thing to other screens later. Now this is easy for me, right? So now I need to add the other components very quickly. So I need to just quickly inside one text label. And this text label will be, I need to have customer. And I'll make it bold. Then below that, I need to provide some text input so that I will be able to enter some information into it. And then I'll change the width. Currently it is showing maybe some 320. I'll make it as 250 so that it is a small distinct. And I'll rename this text input as I'm going to add customer input. So I'll say text customer. So now I need to rename that accordingly. And I don't want any value inside this, just a blank value. Now let me copy this and I'll paste this into other placeholders in the other locations, and later I can change the thing whatever I want. So I'll just copy this, Control C, Control V, and I'll just bring that. Now again, and one more time. Then I can change these controls and everything. Now this will be city. And this will be student. And this will be branch. And this value will be start date. This will be end date. And this will be application, which application the student is learning. And this is basically in which department that student is working, so that we know that what kind of data we need to provide. And this will be duration, the time he spent. And this will be the fees what I need to charge. It should come automatically. And accordingly, I need to rename these all these things. So this is basically going to be a drop down. So city drop. And even branch is going to a drop down. So this is branch drop. I need to rename these names properly. And this is not text customer. This is text student. Then this will be I think I'll remove this. Basically, I need to remove these guys. I need to add the drop downs. So I'll insert one drop down. And I'll bring the drop down here. And I'll change the width to maybe 250, I believe. That is what I did for other fun. Same way, I need to copy paste. And bring that, keep it here. Same way for application I want. And same way I require for department. And I need to rename everything. So this will be a kind of drop down I created. This drop down will be city drop. Then this will be branch drop. This will be application drop down, and this will be department drop down. So now I have the names. Now here, these two will not be the boxes. Just for an alignment purpose, I did that, but it has to be a date picker. And again, the date picker size is 250 because I know what is the size exactly should be. Then I can bring it here and I'll copy paste. I'll keep it here. Now this date picker will be start date, and this will be end date. Now with that, I have all the controls ready. Only thing is, I think this duration thing should not be. So I need to bring these guys little up. And this will not be the normal thing. It should be a normal text label. So I'll select text label. I'll bring that text label here and make it as bigger as normal text label. And then I'll change the border size to 2. Same way here also border size 2. So that those borders are there. Now I need to do that remaining activity, that is with respect to I need to change, just change the placement quickly. I think that's good. Now with that, my form is ready. And then I'll add one button, like one small button, and rename the button as button text as submit. This button is actually adding the data into my app only. I'm not adding this to SharePoint as of now. I wanted to create one scenario where first I'll store the data, first I'll edit the data, then I'll put it to the SharePoint. Then whatever I enter here, whether I entered properly or not, I will have one gallery here. So here one gallery will be added. So I need to add one insert. Then I need to add one vertical gallery. Currently this gallery is empty. And we don't have any data for this gallery as of now. So let it be there. Once I kept it here, I can just lock it so that it will not go anywhere. So with that, my gallery is ready. I need to update the gallery. But first of all, I need to make sure that what and all I need to enter, what that data should be there. Now I need to understand first what cities should be there. So in these cities, I have currently got 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll just do one thing. I'll add some cities. So Hyderabad, Chennai, Bangalore, only 3 cities for the time being. And then when I'm, but what is here intention is my user should be able to drop down, but by default is getting Hyderabad. But I don't want him to select Hyderabad by default. It has to be a blank. So one option is there, allow empty selection should be true. Then what happens when you restart our app, this particular city will be empty. Then they will select it. Now, same way I need to deal with the branch. So in case of branch, I need to change the values based on basically kind of cascading effect. So when I select Bangalore, accordingly the branch should come and so on. So I'll write a function. So switch true is not required. So drop city drop dot selected dot value. If I select a value inside my city, if it is Hyderabad, what should be there? If it is Chennai, what should be there? If it is Bangalore, what should be there? So if it is Hyderabad, it should be H1, H2, because that is a branch name I'm writing. H3. Comma. Then otherwise, if suppose it is Chennai, it has to be C1, C2, C3. Otherwise, if it is Bangalore, it has to be B1, B2, B3. And at all, if it is not the case, it has to be a blank. Within blank, one blank cell. That means it has to be completely blank. So with that, you can see the option is coming. So something is missing here. Switch has invalid arguments. So what I did, if anywhere I didn't put a double quote properly, then it will create a project. Bangalore doesn't have double quotes. That's it. So now I can format the text so that the formula will be nicely shown this. So that means if the drop is Hyderabad, only H1, H2, H3, otherwise so and so. Then I need to go to this particular option called allow empty selection true. So that empty selection will be always true. Same way, I need to now come to the date. Currently, there is a default date. I don't want any default date. Here also, I don't want any default date. In case of application, I'll write few applications like Excel and then Power BI, then Power Apps. So this will be my list. And let me make that allow empty selection true so that when I restart my app, this will be automatically empty. Now again, if I have that thing as accordingly, my fees should be there. So I'll go to the fees. This is not the case. I need to take from this. So if rather switch, then app drop dot selected dot value, and then if it is Excel, what? If it is Power BI, what? If it is Power App, what? I need to mention. If it is Excel, this has to be some number. If it is Power BI, then it has to be some number. And if it is Power Apps, it should be some number. Otherwise, 0 should be there. So accordingly, the value will be automatically updated. So now I need to have a department also. So I'll just go there and I'll add finance, then admin, then HR, because Power Apps is mainly meant for the citizen developers, so they are the users. That's why I'm just selecting it. Again, I'll go here and I say empty selection on. Duration will be a little complicated. So whenever I'm adding the data, in case of duration, suppose if I don't add start date or end date, then my date should not be calculated. So if I have start is blank start date, that means, or is blank start date and is blank end date. Along with that, another one, either start date is blank or start end date is blank. Otherwise, start date dot selected date dot is greater than end date dot selected date. In such cases, I should not give any value. Then I should say 0, no value. So I need to close the bracket, then 0. Otherwise, I need to create a value. So what I need to do, basically I need to open a bracket. So I need to use a function date difference of start date dot selected date, comma, end date dot selected date, comma, time units are days. Then, sorry, time unit is hours. Let me say days only. And then close bracket +1, close bracket multiplied by 8. Reason, if I don't do +1, any date difference function in any programming or any application, it will give you the only completed days. Today, comma, today will give you 0. So that is why I've added 1 and I want 8 hours to be there because my trainings will be 8 hours, and close bracket, and you can format the text. Now you can read the formula. If either blank start date is blank or end date is blank, or start date is more than end date, then 0. Otherwise, give me the value accordingly. So with that, we have the data. Now I need to enter this data. Once I create the data, I need to go to submit. I need to create one variable called collect. So I'll go to my on select property. When I click on that button, what should happen? There, I'll start writing my function. So I need to use a function collect because I need to collect the information whenever I'm entering the data. So the collection will have a name, student, collection students, comma. Then I need to add a curly bracket to create all the column names, and then I need to create what the value should be. So let me keep that in the down. So first I'll say customer. Then that is coming from customer text customer dot text. Then I have a student, have city, then that is coming from drop city drop dot selected dot value. Then I need to have a student. That will be text student dot text. Then I want branch. Then drop or branch drop dot selected dot value. And finally, I'll just add only the fees because in the interest of time, I will add duration. That is duration. Well, basically it has a label. I think I have not named a label properly. So this is LBL duration, and this is LBL fees. So that is what I need to enter. So I'll just go back. So duration is label dot duration dot text. Then fees. That is label dot fees dot text. Now with that, I've created my entire collection. After that, what I'm supposed to do? I need to, once I enter this, whatever data is entered in my form should be eliminated. So I need to just put a semicolon, just you do in SQL when you're writing multiple queries. Semicolon is a separator of all the queries. So the next query will be reset all the values what I entered. So for example, reset text customer. And reset text student. Then reset city drop. Reset branch drop. Then reset. I need not reset duration. I mean, you can't reset the labels because labels are static values. I mean, they will be not updated. With that, my job is over. So this function is going to generate a variable. And now if I go here, I can just select the content collection students. And then I change this to maybe some details. And automatically I will get some details. As of now, no details are coming, but it will come in a while when I enter the data. If I go to that and test it, I'll just submit it. Currently, everything is coming like this. Not a problem. We'll do that. So I'll add customer. For example, Accenture. I'll select city in Bangalore. Now Bangalore is coming only B1. Student will be Vijay. Then he has a start date 10. He has an end date maybe 11. Then it's actually giving me the 16 hours duration. He wanted to learn Power BI. The fees will change. You see that? And he's from finance. If I click on submit, the data is adding. But only thing is, it's not adding the way we want. So I'll just select these labels and just change this to customer. And this to let it be branch. And this to application. I don't have application, I believe. So duration, because in the collection, I've not created a application like that. So now that is. So with that, I have added this app. Now, once it is done, this has to be submitted to SharePoint. Now I cannot submit to SharePoint until unless I have connection to the SharePoint. So already I've created one SharePoint list and SharePoint site and list, etc. If I go to my Power Automate training, and I have some student details information, student data is already created. So you need to have a SharePoint list. So now I'm using this list to create the scenario. Oh, I think this is site content. Once again, student list. Where is that? Student data. Now this is the student data. Now title is for the customer and student, etc. This data will be updated in a while. So I will just jump into my Power Apps and I'll click on the data. Then I'll add the data and I'll ask for SharePoint. And then I'll connect to the proper website, that site, Power Apps, Power Automate training. So there I can select the student data and connect it. Now I can have connected it. Now this data I need to push to student data. So what I'll do is I'll add one more button. And that button will be SharePoint. So this, if I click on this, I should be able to go to SharePoint. Then I am going to add a function to it. So here the interesting thing we need to understand. So I'm going to actually updating this entire information. If I have 1 row or 2 rows or 3 rows, one by one to the SharePoint. So I'll actually use a loop function in Power Apps. That is for all. For all what? That is collection students, patch Patching means updating record. Which is the record? That is my student data in the SharePoint. And whenever I am uploading, that record should be one by one. So one by one, each and every row to be updated as a form. For that, I use a function defaults and then student data. And then I need to update all the records one by one. For that, I'll just open a curly brace. So there I have a title column inside SharePoint that is called customer from the collection. Then I have, I don't have application, but I have a branch that is branch drop. Then I have city, that is city drop. Then I have duration, that is duration. Now here, interesting thing, here my duration is a text column because I'm converting in through text, but in Power Apps, sorry, in the SharePoint, it is in the form of number. So it will not take directly. So I need to convert into a value. That value function will convert the value into proper number. So value duration. Then I need to close every curly brace because these are all separate columns and every column will be updated separately. So I need to put them into curly brace so that it will be updated easily. So now it is not city drop, it is just city. Then fees, that is fees, and fees has to be values. And then close bracket. That will make this formula proper. So what I'm doing for all students, patch the student data and go one by one update it. Once I patch the data, clear the data. So clear students so that my data will not have any information. Now what happens? I can just go there and currently I added two data. Currently, if I go to my SharePoint list, you don't have Accenture list, right? We have some old one, but that is of 20th of October. So now if I click on this SharePoint, the data uploaded, and if I go there, maybe it is taking some time to update it. Some reason happened, but it should have come. Something happening in the behind because maybe the data is not connected. It is lost in transit. I think some conversion still not happening. So that is the reason. So that is how we can update the data. Once we have updated the data, we can connect it to the SharePoint. So I can open a Power BI desktop and I can create a report and bring that report inside Power BI. But so in the interest of the time, I have already created a report. Everything is ready. Now how to bring the Power BI data into Power Apps. So now I'll go to my screens. So there I'll go to my main screen. Again, here I can add insert and add a custom header. Only thing is I need to change the main header text is Power BI report. And now you see the Power BI report is there. Now I'll add one insert and I'll select one Power BI tile. And that tile, I can just make it a little bigger. Now I can select various workspaces. So maybe I'll select one recent training, what happened. Maybe I'll select maybe Walmart training. I select a dashboard. And from there, I may take a table. I mean, this can be from your app related data as well, but now you can see it's coming nicely. Now this report, I can update it. So for that, I need to use the Power Automate. So I'll just add one Power Automate, create a new flow, and then create from the blank. Then I rename this flow as Power BI refresh 25. For some reason I'm giving, because some other flows I've already created with different names. So new step, that is refresh. So I'll need to refresh a data set. I need to select the data, semantic model. First of all, I think I need to select the workspace. The workspace is Walmart training, and the data set is, so whatever data set, I think complete, this is the data set, and save it. Now what happens, this will be saved, and the Power BI refresh 25 is added. Now I can add one new button, and I can say refresh. Bring that button somewhere you can keep, you can align it nicely, and then I can use the Power Automate thing I have added. That is Power BI refresh 25 run. That's it. Now I can create some buttons to navigate. So once I update some information, that data will be updated in the SharePoint. And once that SharePoint is updated, I'll click on this button. My report will be ready. And I can see everything in a single page. I need not go to multiple pages. Multiple places rather, not Power BI separately again, right? So that is how this integration of various elements together can be done. So that is where I'm stopping now. If any questions, please do let me know.
Yeah, so we do have one question from Rajkumar.
Yeah.
Can Power Automate trigger Power BI refreshes?
Yes, that is what I've shown just now.
Okay. What is the role of One Lake in Power Platform integration?
So One Lake, data flows. Basically in Power Platform, you create data flows. In Power Platform also there is a data flow option is there. If I go back to my Power Apps, there is a data flow from the Dataverse. So that is going to be used in One Lake. You can bring the data from, or you can create a connection to that and bring the data directly from there to Power BI. How do you call this into this thing? So if you go to the data flows, so this is again your data flows in Power BI, and then data lake, data Gen 2, right? Data lake Gen 2, Gen 1. That is kind, but this is still legacy data flow, which is there in the Power Platform. Now you can create a data flow in the same methodology, the way you do inside Power Query Editor, the same experience here. You can start with that data and create a data flow and convert into a table inside Dataverse, or use the same data flow. You can bring the data from the Dataverse to One Lake if required.
Okay.
Any other question?
There's one more question from the Rajkumar only. How does CI/CD work for Power Platform integrations?
What is that? Again?
How does CI/CD pipeline work for Power Platform integrations?
CI/CD will work. That is power. There is an option to suppose. Is it very specific to Power Platform? Yes. Suppose in a Power Platform in Power Apps, you create an app. Then you need to have a concept of solution. Now solution will have a deployment mechanism, the pipeline deployment. So when you click on the deployment, you will be taken from one environment to another environment, because whenever you are dealing with a Power Platform workspace, that workspace is called environment, and every environment is related to certain a team of people, maybe development people. Now the development team wanted to share the report to a testing team. Then what do? They create a deployment, and then they will push from development to test, so that the test team will have access to the data, and they will test it. Once they're good with that, they can go to the next, that they will be pushing it to the production, or development guy can push to the production. So that is CI/CD. So that is there. The pipeline deployment is available. You can see that. And also you can, I can actually start the pipeline deployment by using, suppose if I have created one student detail app, this is a solution. And when I go and I can simply click on deploy, that's it. And then the deployment will start. Now it will be taken from one environment to another environment automatically. So you can see that some dev to pipe, dev to from dev to this deploy here. Now where it has to go, I can say click on next, and then deployment will be done to the next environment. So whichever environment you give, from there it will take into the another environment. So that is how the CI/CD will work in Power Platform.
Okay. So there is one more question. Can we handle multiple Power BI reports through Power App?
Yeah, you can, because that already I've shown you, right? When you are using a Power Apps, you will be asked to give the workspace, and then you will be asked to give the what do you call data set. So only thing is in Power BI and Power Apps, you can only handle Power BI dash.
Mm, yeah, I guess people are joining. Okay.
Shall we start?
Okay. We can start. So allow me a 1 minute. So let me introduce about the event. Uh, hey, hi guys. I would like to welcome you all to the Microsoft Analytical Conference 2025. So we are the Hyderabad Data and AI community along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group. We are super excited to host you all. After an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across different cities, we are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for 2 days full of tech magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. So let's get started. Before we begin, here a quick reminder about the contest we are into the ask expert contest. Ask a thoughtful questions during the session to earn the points. If the moderator or speaker pickups or gives a rating based on the top scorer by the end of the event, you will be getting an Amazon vouchers. Please post your questions along with the register email ID. Before your question, please add your email ID. Okay, so that is about the contest. But here, let me join. Sorry, 1 second. Am I audible, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Join me welcoming Janardhan Selvaraj. Janardhan is a Microsoft AI MVP, a five-time Microsoft certified trainer, and serves as a MCT community lead, making him a prominent figure in the global tech learning space. He also a speaker uh, at different events across the different conferences. He also senior specialist and AI expert at Atos and a Microsoft leadership. Janardhan has here to share a valuable insights on harnessing the power of Azure AI Foundry to build intelligent agents and applications. We are thrilled to have him with us today. So let me welcome Janardhan, and the stage is yours.
Hey, thanks, Aditya, for introducing me, and thank you so much, the India Fabric Tech community as well as Hyderabad Data and AI community for hosting me on this third edition of Global Microsoft Analytics Conference. So this is my third time I'm talking in the Global Microsoft Analytics Conference. The topic for today's discussion is developing trustworthy AI agents and as well as how guardrails and agents will be implemented with respect to Microsoft Foundry.
Okay.
As Aditya has already introduced me, and any questions related to the Microsoft AI product as well as generative AI and agentic AI, feel free to reach out to my LinkedIn handle. And for the college students as well as those who are searching for job opportunities, I used to host the YouTube handle where I'll be posting the videos related to hackathon updates as well as the Microsoft AI related product technology updates. So those people can check out my YouTube handle, and professionals as well as students or any part of the people who joined today's forum, any questions if you're having after the session, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn handle as well. The agenda for today's discussion will talk about the Microsoft Foundry, followed by different types of guardrails and how are we going to moderate the text content, the image content, multi-model content, and all these content which is going to use as part of the Microsoft feature with respect to this AI Foundry. I hope I'm audible, right? There is no problem in my...
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. The different types of detection, one is protected material detection for text and how to protect a detected material for code, and the multi-model content. How this responsible AI is going to play a typical role in the Microsoft Foundry. We will be discussing it. The very first one is the Microsoft Foundry architecture. If you have noticed the Microsoft Foundry architecture, recently in the Ignite event, the entire Azure AI Foundry has been revamped, and now all unified approach as well as the governance policies will be in one particular platform, which is the Microsoft Foundry. So under the Foundry platform, we can have different types of experiences related to the integrated development environment. It could be your GitHub, Visual Studio, or VS Code, including the Copilot Studio. All these connectors we can connect under the Microsoft Foundry. And it is having this Microsoft Foundry is now having possibility to connect almost 1,400 plus pre-built connectors, including MCP tools is available. That is one of the beauty of this Microsoft Foundry. And any type of machine learning applications, if you want to build it, use your machine learning services. And the models, it's typically either your Microsoft models or open source model. All types of models are available under the model catalog section. And for creating an agent, or else you want to deploy a workflow related to an agent, use your agent services. And under the tool section, you are having privilege to connect different types of connector. It can be your MCP local connector or MCP remote server. All types of application is possible under the tool section. And in the IQ section, for data, you are having the Fabric IQ. And for M365, we are having the Work IQ. And for the Azure AI services, we are having the Knowledge IQ. So all these knowledge data as well as your work IQ will be make this Microsoft Foundry become more stronger, and you can connect different types of tools and capabilities. On the top of this, a very important component, we call it as control plane. So this control plane is going to provide the visibility as well as the governance and compliance standard is in place, which we call it as control plane. And you are having an options to connect with the Microsoft Entra, the Microsoft Purview in terms of data governance. And for security feature, we will use the Microsoft Defender tool. So this is about the entire architecture, which is related to the Microsoft Foundry application. Let's move on to the next feature. How this Microsoft Foundry, we are able to build a trustworthy AI in terms of this Microsoft Foundry is with the help of the service, the content safety service. The content safety service is going to detect both harmful user generated content as well as harmful AI generated content. So both types of contents you are able to detect in terms of your content safety. And in this content safety, you are having an API to detect for text as well as images, or including the block list management API if you want to detect it, use content safety. And the best part of this content safety can be integrated into your machine learning prompt flow services as well as the Azure OpenAI services. So these are the primary services where we can integrate the trustworthy AI inside your content safety services. So we'll talk about various types of classification of content. The overall content can be classified into 4 categories: violence category, self-harm category, hate category, as well as sexual category. So these are the 4 types of category when it comes to your content safety, content classification as concerned. And in terms of severity score, the range is from 0 to 6. 0 is being the safe severity, and 2 is being your low severity, and 4 is being the medium, and 6 being the highest severity. And one of the important aspect of this content safety, I think someone's mic is on. Can you please go on mute?
Hey, someone, could you please?
With respect to this content safety, we can implement this particular languages in multiple languages like German, French, Japanese, Chinese, Portuguese. These are the languages content safety usually support. The actual purpose of this content safety, if you want to build any trustworthy AI inside your Microsoft Foundry, make use of this content safety. And under this Microsoft Foundry, while creating an agent, you may be experiencing certain types of content which are harmful. And using this service, we can detect this content and we will remove it. So to check such type of content and detect and remove, we will primarily implement guardrails. So guardrails is one of the actual area. If anything which are related to like a personal identifiable information, health information, your PAN card, Aadhaar card, any identity document, if you're having in your agent creation, using those guardrails, we can remove it. So before we talk about guardrails, there are 3 important APIs where we will be using as part of the content safety. One is the text detection API, the image detection, and the last one we call it as text blocklist management API. So these 3 are the primary API where you will be able to detect any type of harmful content which are related to text, which are related to images. It is going to scan the content in terms of violence, sexual, hate, and self-harm content. So using this API, we will be developing the Python SDK experiences in terms of any type of code you want to build in terms of your trustworthy AI. Make use of this Python SDK. So as I mentioned earlier, we talked about the guardrails. So guardrails is actually important safety as well as security control, where if you want to detect and control all types of PII information, your health information, your harmful information, if I want to protect and prevent, use guardrails in place. So how guardrails we can be implemented when it comes to an organization? So nowadays, everyone started creating an agents in the respective organization to minimize their overall human effort, and it will increase a lot of customer engagement through your content filters as well as prompt shield. And you need to ground your content to a local context first. So these three are the sections where you can prevent any type of harmful or offensive content which are deploying in terms of your agents. So for this type of creating a trustworthy agents, we have to make guardrails in place. So I'm going to explain how to enable guardrails in your Microsoft Foundry application. So under the content safety, there are different types of content we are going to moderate. One is the text content, your image content, your multi-model content, your groundedness detection, as well as protected material detection for text, protected material detection for code. So these are the features we will be discussing as part of Content Safety Studio. So any type of applications which are related to Python, you want to build it, you need to use a certain prerequisite. So what are the prerequisite is required when it comes to your content safety? One is you require a Python library, followed by the Azure subscription. And third one is the content safety resource, or it could be a Microsoft Foundry resource. So any one of the resources required when you want to create your content safety application. So what I'm going to do now, the first one is you need to create one Foundry application. So Microsoft Foundry application, I have already provisioned under the Microsoft portal. Just click Microsoft Foundry and then create a Foundry resource. When you want to create a Foundry resource, provide the subscription followed by the resource group. You need to provide a name of the Microsoft Foundry application, in which region you want to deploy this application. So these are the essential elements you need to provide when it comes to create your Foundry resource deployment. And once you've done all these elements filling, if you hit this review plus create button, the overall content will be deployed, and it will take hardly a minute or two to make this deployment successful. So once the deployment is successful, you hit the again Microsoft Foundry application. So under the Microsoft Foundry application, you can notice your Foundry application. Just click this. And there is an option to navigate to your Microsoft Foundry in a separate tab. Just click this option, go to the Foundry portal. So when you click this will be redirected to the Foundry portal. So under the Foundry portal, there are different set of options available, as I told earlier, in the Microsoft Foundry. There is the model section. Earlier, we call it as model catalog. Okay. Now they name it as a model section. If you want to check out, just check the home page. So under the home page, you can see there are APIs will be there and endpoint and which region you have been deployed. And the latest models, yesterday they released GPT 5.2, your Cohere re-rank model, as well as your Kimi 2 thinking model. So these are the new models available under the model catalog. If you want to see the extensive model catalog, you can check out the extensive model catalog under the Discover section. So under the Discover session, you can see the list of models. It could be an Azure OpenAI, Anthropic, or else Meta model, Mistral model, DeepSeek model. All the models you can notice. On the top of this, you can check which model has to be used for what type of activity, which model will be suitable for which type of use cases. That will be listed in the model benchmark section. And in the tool sections, we can check out all your model context protocol tools. It can be an Anthropic, or it can be your MCP local or MCP remote. So those providers and the rest of tools are available under this particular section, that is tool section. And there is another option, we call it as the build section. So in the build section only, we are going to create an agent. If I want to create an agent, I can go for an agent. So when you want to create an agent in the earlier Foundry application, you need to deploy a model. But here, if I want to create an agent, for example, I'm creating an agent called as expense agent. So this is the agent I'm going to create now. So automatically, this will provide a list of models for this particular agent. Okay. So it will take hardly a minute time to make an agent creation. So now an agent has been created successfully, and we didn't deploy any model as such, but it is already provided. These are the models you can make use inside your agent creation. Either you can use GPT 4.1 or GPT 4.0, 4.0 mini or O4 mini, or else based upon your need, you can change your model specification also. That is possible. And then this is the instruction section. So you need to provide an instruction. So I'm saying you are an expense agent. You will be able to answer expense related policies and queries. So there's an instruction, I just provided it. And the other important part is you can add your own tool. So here the tool meaning it is you can upload your knowledge base. Either you can directly upload your local files, you ground it to the local context, or else you can go to the knowledge section, and then from the knowledge section, this we call it as knowledge IQ. When I say knowledge IQ, it is your Azure AI search. Under the Azure AI search, you can ground your local context file and the corresponding retrieval mechanism. That is also one of the way to add it. So what I'm going to do is I'm having one expense policy document as a major stuff. So this particular document I'm going to upload under the tool section. So let me upload this expense policy under the tool section. So under the tool, let's upload a file, browser file. So what file I'm going to upload? Let me upload expense policy, upload it. To attach this particular file. Attach this. Now the tool section is ready. And the other area we call it as a memory section. So any agent as a component, there are three important stuffers there. One is the model, second one is the memory, and third one is a tool. So memory meaning is you can check the past interaction, past conversations. You can provide the context window length. Earlier in the open source framework and like LangChain, LangGraph, LangSmith, we will provide the context window length. Like if we provide the context window length as 5, meaning for the past 5 interactions, it will be allowing inside this particular session, even the session has been deleted if you turn on the memory. That is a memory area. So memory will be working as part of a thread only. That is your auto memory. So it is automatical memory one. And the other one is guardrail. So let's add some of the guardrail. So by default, you can see the Microsoft default V2 guardrail is in place. So what are the available guardrails are there? Jailbreak guardrail, content safety, your protected material for detection. So just add, create a new guardrail for this or assign a new guardrail. Okay. So I'm going to assign. So before we assign it, I'm saying an option. Hi. Because it is we are going to play around with the expense agent. So it is saying, how can I assist you with the expense related policies or queries? So I'm asking a question, how much I can claim? I can claim for meals. So there's a question we are asking now, and it is immediately providing an option. So you can climb up to $50 per day for meals, and you can see the citations of this particular document. That is one of the best aspects. So if I ask a question, like I'm asking a question like how to kill someone. So this is one of the guardrail question. Okay. So by default, which has been enabled is guardrail has been enabled. Okay. So this is says according to the content safety policy, we are not able to provide this. And if I'm asking a question, how to make an atom bomb. When you ask such type of question, there's the violence question. Again, guardrails will be detected. So this is the agent created and we successfully implement the guardrails in place. And as of now, this Microsoft Foundry is still in preview. And if you want to publish this particular agent, there are two ways to publish. Either you can publish as a Azure bot service or else Microsoft 365 Copilot. So under the Copilot Studio, you can publish it, or else using your Azure bot service, you can publish it. And I click publish. So this is not going to work because it is in preview phase. So it will ask a question whether you want to make it ready for a Teams application. If it is a Teams, your Azure bot service will be invoked. Or else if it is your Copilot Studio, you can publish in the Copilot Studio also. Next, if you notice from this section, the traces. The meaning of traces is like which particular model has been called and how many times the LLM call has making. So those sections will be available as part of the trace section. And as of now, you can notice there is no such type of evaluation happen because this particular agent we didn't publish it. If you want to publish this agent and you will be getting the entire dashboards reports, so that particular option is available. And you can check the metrics is like, do you want to check for the past 5 days or is from which time period to which time period you want to evaluate your monitor your agents. So that is available under the monitor section. And then let me move on to the content safety, how this guardrails actually use the content safety API mechanism only. So this is the content safety studio. So under the content safety studio, we will be exploring how do you moderate the text content. So when it comes to the text content, look at the prompt here. Chopping tomatoes and cutting them into cubes or edges are the great ways to practice your knife skill. And if you have noticed this particular prompt, when you start executing this test, the test says, this is a safer prompt because there is no harmful content. Since it is a safe prompt, all the severity levels are safe. But look at the content like this, like the 51-year-old man was found dead in his car. There were blood stains on the dashboard and the windscreen. At autopsy, a deep oblique long incist injury was found on the front of the neck. It turns out that he died by suicide. So whether this type of content is an acceptable content in a sense, it is not an acceptable content. It is rejected content because of the severity, violence, as well as self-harm. If I execute this particular test under the guardrails, it says the content has been blocked. So why the content has been blocked? Because of self-harm and violence. Same way, this particular content safety API, it is available in multiple languages as well, that is multilingual. So painfully twist his arm and punch him in the face, and we are having one French statement. Again, if I execute this particular test, the content says it is a blocked content because of violence category. So this is now we are done in terms of protected, you're doing the text moderation. Is it possible to block certain words from this content safety API? Yes, you can block certain words from the content safety API. How to do that? So in order to block certain API from the content safety, you need to click this option. Let's say use block list, and you need to create a block list. Create a new block list. I'm going to create a block list as block list underscore terms. Create this. Once you created, just add the terms. I'm going to add die. Die is one of the block list. Died, suicide. So these type of word occurs. It is going to block this. I just created these words. So we created a block list now. And again, if I re-execute this particular test, you can see it has been blocked. And what are the words it has been blocked in the sense? There are words like dead has been blocked, or suicide has been blocked. So these words has been blocked under the content safety API. Same thing, this content safety API is applicable for the protected material for text and the code. So when it comes to the text and the code, there are certain lyrics and certain recipes. If it is a patented, you cannot use such type of lyrics or your recipes in your own application development or building. So because those type of content is protected material for text detection content, because they are already patented or copyrighted with some other third party licenses which are associated with third party, or it may be associated with some other GitHub licenses. So in that case, we are having protected lyrics. If I execute this particular test, it says protected, this content is already protected. We cannot, it's not a protected content because the content is already patented. Same as for recipes. You can see this protected material for text has been detected. Similarly, for the recipes also, if I'm executing this is already a protected recipes because it is already patented. So this feature as well as protected material detection for code feature, both are in the preview phase. So there may be some of the code which is associated with the GitHub licenses, and those licenses we want to check for the compliance purpose in the GitHub repos. In order to avoid the code infringement, code IP infringement, we will use protected material detection for code. So let's take this example as a code. And when you provide an example, this as a code, if you start executing this, you will be getting an answer says that this code is already having a GitHub associated licenses, and which are the GitHub code repo it is available. You can see here. This code is available in 9 GitHub repo and attached with 1 licenses. Similarly, I'll show one more non-protected code, which means this code is not available in any of the GitHub code repo, or it is not associated with any of the licenses. So for this type of protected material for text, protected material for code, your text content, as well as multi-model content. Multi-model content also, which feature is available is your content safety guardrail feature is available. So all the content according to the images with respect to your responsible AI, it is blurred by default. If I unblur this image, I may be getting an option. So this image has been accepted. There is no harm in this. What about this type of images? This image is a harmful image. So if you execute this, so kill them before they kill you. Executing this type of thing. Let's see an option. It says the content has been blocked and it is rejected by the violence category principle. So coming back to the presentation again, where we are completed this, we completed till the Foundry, Microsoft Foundry agent creation and guardrails implementation. So let's implement this entire trustworthy AI in terms of your Python SDK. So for Python SDK, you need to install the library, which is nothing but Azure AI Content Safety Library. So this particular library, install it. And in case if you are using a text moderation, install the packages and get the keys and endpoint from the Azure portal. Create a content safety client class, followed by if you want to pass or construct any request, use the class name analyze text options. After the analyze text options, you have to create a try-catch block where you will be handling all the exceptions, and finally you print the severity score. So that's how we will be using for the text moderation. For example, let's move to the text moderation code. So under this particular code, if you have noticed that I have defined a function known as analyze text, and the classes Azure AI content safety classes we have imported, and you have to take the key and endpoint and create a content safety client. Under the content safety client, we have to pass the endpoint as well as we need to pass the key credential. Afterwards, you construct a request. When I say construct a request, you need to pass the prompt. For passing the prompt, you have to use one of the class known as analyze text options. Under the analyze text options class only, we were passing the prompt. Then under the try block, you will be calling the function, and in the except block, you print the error information. Okay. And whether it is a hate severity, you will print the hate severity score. If it is a self-harm severity, you print the self-harm severity score. So look at the in the main function, you just call the function name analyze text. So here, if you have noticed, a 51-year man was found dead in his car There were blood stains on the dashboard and the window screen. At autopsy, a deep oblique long incist injury was found on the front of the neck. It turns out that he died by suicide. So for this type of prompt, if I execute the code, Python, the name of the file .py, you will be getting these scores. If it is safe severity, you will get 0. And 246, medium, high, low. Okay, so here you can see that. So what is the response we got? There is no hate severity 0. There is no sexual severity 0, but there is a severity of self-harm is there and violence is there. So that too, it is 4 only. When it is a 4, it is a medium one. We can manage this. Manageable part is it is a 4. If it is a 6, we need to remove it. So this is for which type of API in the sense text direction API. If it is your image reduction API, what changes we have to make it as for image reduction API? The same Azure AI content safety package, we have to install it. On the top of that, get the keys and endpoint from the Azure portal and create a content safety class. When I say create a content safety class, so the name of the content safety class is you have to pass your key and endpoint. So key and endpoint, we have to pass for this content safety API. So any type of content safety API, if I want to pass it, use keys and endpoint. And instead of your analyze text options, what class are we using for image moderation is for image moderation, we will use analyze image model option. So analyze image model, analyze image option is actual class which we will be using for this image moderation, and finally use try catch block and print the severity. So let's see how this is actually working in terms of the images. So let me show you the images, then you'll have an idea. So this is one of the images I'm going to show you. I'm going to take it. This is while chopping tomatoes. I got hurt and blood came out. This image, and one more image is this one. So these two are the images we are going to use for the image moderation applications. Let's check out the option. So what I'll be using the same code, only one change is instead of analyzed text options, we will be using analyze image options. So these two are the changes. Use analyze image options. Don't use analyze text option. Under the analyze image option, you pass the image data file and your key and endpoint. You are not going to pass any prompt. This time you will be passing only the image location. So I have passed the image location under the image path, and the remaining code is the same. There is no change in that. So let's say what is that image? Image is I2. I2 is this image. So you got violence because you got hurt, right? So let's see the answer. Python, the name of the file. So you got a self-harm is 6 and violence is 2 because you got hurt. This type of moderation is nothing but image moderation. So instead of this I2 image, let me change the image type as image.jpg. And let's check the option. So hate severity is 0, self-harm 0, sexual is 0, and violence is 2 now because it is because of this image, right? So where we can use this content safety in the real-time application. So when it comes to real-time application, you can use in the online marketplaces, gaming software, an enterprise media application, solution provider, and the social media messaging platforms. So for the online marketing places, how this content safety will be primarily useful. If I want to moderate any type of product catalog or else product discovery phase, if you want to moderate it, use content safety. For the gaming companies, in order to moderate your gaming artifact as well as chat room, you want to monitor it, use your content safety. Social media messaging platform, you need to moderate the images as well as moderate the text where the users are supposed to add it. And in the education sector, only you have to provide them the correct content, not filter out the inappropriate contents. And in the media one, you have to maintain one centralized moderation content server. From the server only, we have to channelize the messages for the enterprise media applications. So pricing is, this is a pricing part. So for free tier subscription, 5,000 text per month is free, text as well as images. Standard pricing tier, this number will vary. If you want to check out the latest number, let's see the latest number of pricing aspect. Then safety pricing. So there's a content safety pricing now. Let me show you the content safety pricing. For now, for the standard tier, it is 0.38 for 1,000 records and 0.75 for 1,000 images. And to make this type of content safety more responsible manner, you have to follow the risk mitigation layer. So there are 4 layers of risk mitigation. One is your model layer. So always choose your right model for your use case whenever you deploy any type of agents in the Microsoft Foundry. And under the safety system, use the content filters, your guardrails, your jailbreak detection, your protected material detection for text, code, image moderation, text moderation. You have to monitor and protect those input as well as outcome. And the third one is system message and grounding. So use your instructions wisely in the system message in your agent's creation. And the grounding, always ground the data to the local context. It could be the tool section or it could be the knowledge section. And final one is the user experiences. So user experience, how do you gain it is through your documentation and personalization of your UI, you will be able to gain the user experiences. So these 4 layers, if you are in place, and you can ensure that whatever the agent you are about to build, it will be trustworthy AI agents. So that's it. Thank you so much. And over to the questions for the moderator.
Thanks, Jonathan, for your wonderful session on end-to-end demo. That's really a great session. Now it's time for the questions. Do you have any questions you can ask? I guess a few of the people have posted in the comment section, Jonathan. If we can see how MS Foundry going to decide which model is best for my use case.
So that is decided based upon the quality, based upon the safety. There are model leader dashboard. Okay. So from the model leader dashboard, you can decide the top 5 models. You can choose it.
Okay. I guess Devendra, you got your answer. And we have another questions from same Devendra. How effective are these guardrails? On what parameter we can decide it's safe to use? Today only read in newspaper that AI encourage for inappropriate behavior.
Okay. That is very valid question.
Yeah.
You can check out if it is a not only newspaper article, okay, even for your credit card information, you can create your own guardrail. There is a guardrail section. Under the guardrail, you can create it.
Okay. For we have another question from Deep. For
Just a
Microsoft.
second. Let me complete this.
Okay.
So under this guardrail, you can create, you can choose your behavior, what risk type it is, whether it is jailbreak or what type of content, the protected material detection. And then for which risk you want. Okay. Is it a sensitivity information or personal identifiable information? What type of content? So these are the available content. We can choose it.
Also, we can provide the different language words also, like for kill, we can write in Hindi and we can write in different words.
Yes.
Okay.
That is possible. Any other question?
Yep, we have for Microsoft Foundry subscription, what is cost, or it is available for, or sorry, it is available in existing Azure tenant?
Good question. It is available in the Microsoft tenant itself. Don't choose the old tenant. Choose the new one. When you redirect to the Microsoft Foundry, go to the Foundry. There will be a preview option as well. Don't use the preview option. New Microsoft window. I'll show that. You can see. New Foundry. Do you see this? New Foundry. If you don't want this new Foundry, you uncheck this, and then it will redirect to the old Foundry. There's an old Foundry. There is no cost. There is no separate cost. Once you created the Microsoft Foundry, the same cost only.
And we have another question from Vishal.
चलो बसून टाकूया मग करून टाकूया ढाल.
Hey, Dinesh, are you asking any question or?
बसून टाकूया तर हाय आले तर हाय बाजूचा जो आहे तो 30,000 बोललाय पण मीटिंगच देत नाही. विजिट झाली असती.
Any other question?
Okay. Yeah, Jonathan, we have two more last questions. So Vishal is asking, how does Microsoft Foundry isolate AI agents at runtime to prevent cross-agent data leakage or prompt injection attacks? So here we have
that is prevented by your prompt shield.
Okay.
Through prompt shield, we can prevent it. Both for direct attack as well as indirect attack.
Okay. How are secrets, API attacks, API keys and credentials managed securely when agents invoke external tools or APIs?
This is done by the content filters, and all the keys are secret keys that will be stored in the key vault. There is no need to expose your API key outside in terms of external resources. So no need to expose it.
Got it. And I guess this is the most important question. So how do you balance agent autonomy with human oversight in mission critical
Very valid
workloads?
question. Okay.
Yeah.
That is human in the loop. Use human in the loop in your work, while creating an agent. Create a human in the loop so that we can balance the human oversight, especially for the mission critical application.
Okay,
That's interesting.
got it. I guess Vishal, you got your answers. And like one more last question from Devendra. Can guardrails understand the word from different languages?
Yes.
No, got to answer that I was already.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Got it. And we have another question, last question from Rajkumar. Can you explain more about monitor and protect model inputs and outputs?
So protection detection for code as well as text, both are in preview. What they have given is, as of now, so for example, you are taken a code from Aditya. Without his consent, you are taken his code from GitHub. Okay. Later in point in time, Aditya came to know that you have taken his code without his permission and you are using in your own proposal. So that is your protected material code for detection. That is IP code infringement. You're not supposed to do that. You have to provide credits for Aditya. Okay, that is related to code, same as related to text as well. It can be lyrics, it can be your recipes, or it can be any type of Word document where it has been patented, which means that they got the copyrights. You cannot own that content.
Got it. I guess everyone got your answers. And if you have any questions more about this Azure AI Foundry or Guardrails, so you can reach out to Janardhan in the LinkedIn.
Can we
And
get
also,
this code? Hello? Can we get this code? Code or that PDF?
Which code are you asking?
You said create some Python code, no? That code can you available?
That code is already available in the Azure Content Safety samples, which is there in the Microsoft Learn portal itself.
Okay, okay.
yeah. Thank you, Janardhan. Thanks for your time and thanks for sharing your knowledge to the community on this. And okay, guys. From here itself, we are wrap up our session, and few other sessions is going happened at the same time. If you can keep eye on your inbox of that group, so you'll see different events and sessions. Cool. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much. Thanks
Janardhan, for
again.
your valuable time. And if you
Thank you so
have
much.
and attendees, if you have any questions, you can reach out to Janardhan on the LinkedIn.
Yeah, sure, Janardhan. We'll connect you on LinkedIn.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you so
Great.
much.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Janardhan. See you on the next event. Bye bye.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Sure. Let me sharing my screen. You're able to view my
I can
screen?
see. Yes, yes, we can see.
Okay, awesome. Yep.
Yes, Amit. So,
Yep. Now, you're
yeah.
able to hear me?
Uh,
Yep.
Hello, everyone.
You're able to hear me?
Yes, yes, Lalit. So, like, give me a moment. So, let me introduce the regarding the event
Yep.
and
I'll hand over the stage to you.
Sure.
Okay. Hey, hi everyone. Welcome to Microsoft Analytical Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group are super excited to host you all. After the amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across different states in India, we are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for the 2 days full of tech magic and a fest with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything what you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. So let's get started. Before this, we begin. There's a quick reminder about the Ask the Expert contest. Ask the thoughtful questions during the session to earn the points. Based on the speaker's rating, the top scorers at the end of the event will win Amazon vouchers. Please post your questions along with your registered email ID on the comment box. Okay. So before getting started the session, it's my pleasure to introduce Lalit Rawat, a distinguished cloud solution architect and Microsoft Azure MVP, who brings a wealth of experience in AI strategy and cloud innovation. Lalit is also a best selling author and passionate technology expert known for his throughout leadership in responsible AI. With his unique blend of technical expertise and business acumen, he is dedicated to driving ethical AI practices in real world scenarios. In today's session, Responsible AI strategy, business scenarios, Lalit will explore how responsible AI can be strategically applied across business contexts to ensure both innovation and integrity. Let's dive into the future of AI responsibility. I wish you all the best, Lalit, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Aditya, for warm introduction. And if you can hear about why,
Yes, Lalit.
okay, uh, if you can, heard about in today's world, why generative AI means and how you want it to, secure. Because majority of the organizations are using AI or generative AI and whatsoever the form. It is all artificial intelligence in terms of creating the document, PPT, creating the agents, working with multiple steps and all of those things, right? And that's why it's really important to have this knowledge session in terms of what is your responsibilities and what is important to each and individual, right? In terms of architecture, in terms of controlling, governance, compliance, and to reflect the process to more to use AI to be more productive and all of those things, and people are missing out a lot of things in that part. But this note, let me just start with Amlarit Rawat. Already introduction been done, so I don't want it to, add more in that part. But I'm working as a CISO at Kanerka, and I have been, wrote two books on Azure, public speakers, multiple things, author, mentor, blogger, and all of those things will be a part of it. Now, let's understand why the security concerns in and around AI, not even in AI, if you talk about cloud, digitalizations, and all of those things, why this security concerns is the board level topic. All the CXO talking about data, and have seen hundreds of cases where people have just put down their code into the ChatGPT, put down their code into the open source, and all of those things. They're done. Even they don't even look down, they have the credentials, they have database strings, and all of those things. They're just putting it up rather than using the secure way. So the first part is it's directly impacting your enterprise data. When I say enterprise data, it could be your PI data, PHI data, HIPAA, healthcare data, or financial data, or anything, right? And that's really, really, seeing like people are putting anything and updating on that and training them and
and without thinking on that part. That is one. The second is the traditional application security model is insufficient to detect all of those things. Until unless you are going to implement the DLP and all of those things. But application security is really, really important because in the back end, you'll have some of those models which is been running, and in the front end, you'll have chatbox and all of those things, and you're feeding those particular data there, right? So, how you're going to secure? You can secure from authentications, you secure from networks, but how you going to secure in terms of data level, right? How it is going to protect it? Because ultimately you're feeding the data and it's your own. Everything's you're connected, authenticated networks. So these two layers came. What about the third layer, right? And if you fail to implement all of those security control, basically majority of the enterprise are losing in terms of brand, having legal issues, regulatory compliance, risk, and all of those things will be a part of it. And then if an organizations in today's world want to be, secure, they'll have to have some of those governance model, ethics. They have to adopt the AI adoptions model or security models, mitigate the risk, mitigate the biases and all of those things. And the fifth point, and could not be the last, regulators have eyes on AI usage and their controls. So if you do not fail, if you do not, pass on that part, they'll have really strict actions against the organizations. They're asking why are these controls not available here, right? And if these controls not be there, what are the data you're feeding to in terms of multiple places and all of those things, right? And that's where it is a vast topic that you are using generative AI, good. It's use for productivity, good. It's improving enhancing the skills, really good. What about security? Because you cannot feed anything and everything on the models, right? And how you're using the guardrails to make sure they are secure. Now, if you look down the landscapes and the threats in terms of generative AI, so if you talk about in terms of static inputs, right? In traditional apps, you'll have static inputs, but if you look down in generative AI, it is dynamic prompt, right? It's nowhere static. Then, if you traditional applications, you'll have the predictable outputs. Where it is in generative AI, you'll have only probabilistic outputs based on your data you are feeding or the questions you are asking, right? In traditional applications, you know what are the vector attacks can become. But in generative AI, that patterns will changing like anything, right? So there will be any emerging patterns or the new patterns which comes and take all of those things. Traditional applications basically is code centric, whereas generative AI is your data plus prompt, whatever the prompt you're going to put, that is there. Static applications easy to audit because everything is in your control. Whereas if you talk about in terms of generative AI, they need a new telemetry, the data controls and everything should be there. How you're going to secure the applications, like whether you are using networking controls like private endpoint, authentications, and how you're going to control that particular specific model, right, which sits to you, it sits in your premises and all of those things. In the traditional applications like you, everything will be controlled by you, right? Either you're putting on VMs or using your web services, the data will be controlled and everything will be there, right? And that is the real challenge in and around in terms of traditional applications versus generative AI related stuff. Then if you talk about in terms of threat protections, right? How you're going to protect and generative AI applications from any threats. As and when end users, you built any of those applications and then put a prompt, right? Once you put a prompt, it will go to generative AI, right? And if you don't have any of those guardrails, it directly goes to the model and it gives you the answers. It helps you with lot of things, and even it will train their models, and you're putting your data and everything's there. But what happens when you enable the generative AI guardrails, right? Where it will detect at the first response when you just insert that data and then put in those prompts, it will directly ask the prompt injections, can you validate it? That is something they wanted to put it. They'll have indirect prompt injections as well to secure your data. Whether someone is trying to access, like, or it protect from your unauthorized access, DDoS attacks, if you are putting any of those sensitive data poisoning, and model hijacking. Like, model hijacking is very common scenario where everyone is coming with their own model. They're just tweaking, customizing, training that model, and so you can use it. And there are hundreds of free AI services or AI models. You go use it, you're done. And there's no responsibility because it's a free model. They say they are open source. Who's going to be responsible for that? Right? So rather than you're using an open model, if you have your enterprise licenses or company is giving, that's the good to go. And then once any of those alert will be detected, it sends to your admin saying that, okay, these are the things are there, and then SecOps team will be involved. They'll investigate through XDR, and then they will give you the automatic response saying that whether you should go with it and all of those things, or just process your data and gives the related answers. Right. So threat protections is really, really important in terms of today's world. That this is the one security you are going to implement in your environment. Now, if you talk about in terms of generative AI surface, right, or what could be the amplifying risks, right? In this, if you look down, you'll have generative AI amplified risk, new attack surface, and then vector search, right? So we'll start from the vector search, right? You have the control in terms of your applications, identity, endpoint, network, data, and cloud. Wherever you are hosting on Google or Azure, Microsoft Azure, you host it, you can still have those control because these cloud models will too much mature, right? In terms of protecting things, and you can use the cloud for Defender, you can use NSG, you can use private endpoint and compliances policies, Azure policies for data guarding. You can secure your data using Key Vault and all of those things that will be there. What will happen to this two layers, right? When you put the prompt, how it is going to be behave, the responses, whether you're getting the good responses, how you're going to orchestrate your AI model, which data your AI model being trained, whether your RAG data or RAG model is secure or not, what are the plugins and the skills, all of those things comes. If you miss one or another part of it, it's not going to be secure. Now, looks of the risk. Risk is your data will be leakage. And if you just like you don't want me to tell you that what could be the risk, but if you just search it on the Google, what are the recent attacks using in this? There are almost 95 to 97% attacks happen on AI. Either it could be one form or another form, and that's the truth, right? So you have the data leakages, jailbreaks. People are putting in direct injections, or whether your model has some of those vulnerability or hallucination or probably biases, and there are many things. So whenever you are training your model for specific use cases in terms of retail or all of those things, I'll have to make sure your model will be so secure that only they will process the data, the prompts, or the data which you have already trained, right? Apart from that, it should not be able to do that. And recently, like I was, looking out the ChatGPT model. I put my picture. I'll say, can you just make me a scary picture? They said, no, no, I can't do that because I'll say you let me know what are the good things I can do, but not the bad things. And that's how they are, making sure that the prompts and the words which you are putting it, right, that will be secure. Now, if you talk about in terms of data security, how the data security will be there. So you have multiple data sources, either it's your user activities, database, applications, networks, right? They all collecting the data, right? The data collections will be there. Then you'll have the data premises, then the model training, right? Once this is there, and if you don't have that attack detection model, right? What kind of the attacks, or because you are going to train probably structured or unstructured data, and that data will be in millions of files or millions of rows. How are you going to make sure that data is secure, right? It is millions, and there is no tool that can identify and give you this is the risk. Someone done the SQL injections, or only someone has put a small file in millions of files. How it will make sure that your data is there. So you'll have to put your data injections, and then you just publish the report to the dashboards and all of those things, and then give the RBAC access and all of those things, the user who wants to require those access and all of those things. And that's how you're going to secure. But I'll come up with another model in terms of data protections of Azure, how you can do that. And then if you look down, this is one is reference architecture in terms of using API management services, how you're going to secure. So if any users comes as your AI enabled applications, so have the network which is private link, which has been covered, and then you'll go to an API management services. And this API management services has another private endpoint which connects to your Azure OpenAI TPMs model. That is the one part. So if you look down, even any users counts the authentications, and only it is allowing through the specific private tunnel, right? Not on that. Second, if you have the OpenAI model and PTU and all of those things, that is also fine because you are using the private link and getting connected. Now, if you wanted to connect to all other services, how are you going to do that? You'll have to have the VNet pairing. And once you have the VNet pairing, right, you are going to connect your AI models to there as well. So that will be purely secure in terms of your network. So same, if you are using an authentications or authorizations, right? You use role-based access control and all of those things to make sure that will be get connected. Now, if you looked out data privacies and overall, right? If you have the data models, how you going to protect things? Let's say your applications is there where you put the prompts, right? As you put the prompts, what will happen? It will go to the your assistance of the thread models or APIs, or if you have the vector store APIs and basically all of those things, that it will run and is stored into the data storage, right? The specific data storage which you have been encrypted using the keyword, or you can use the double encryptions and customer resource and all of those things, right? Then once that is done, it will fetch that particular data and put it into the assistant services, which will again comes to the containers or embedding and all of those things. So basically you are putting a prompt, and now if you look down the interfaces part, right? So in this, you are completing and embedding your all the images and responses, which contains images, internal APIs and all of those things. And that is sending to your abuse monitoring, whether someone has put any abusing language and all of those things, and with the 30 days of retentions window and things. And that connects to particular AI guardrail model to validate whether this particular data has any of those abusive language or any misinterpretations and all of those things, right? Once that is done, then it will send and it will have the content filtering where AI Foundry has, direct model and the customer fine tuning model. In this, you can have the direct, you can enable the services. I'll show you the another slide that how it will be. So once this is done, once your content filtering will be done, then you can send this particular data to, stored into the databases. If you have batch API services, the file storage, it will go. And then at last, you'll do the fine tuning, and then you're using Cloud for Defender or any data guardrails and all of those things. Once all of those things done, fine tuning and everything is done, then your prompt is going to back and saying that this is your answers and all of those things. So these are different model in terms of three phases: assistant, interface, and fine tuning, right? And that's how you are going to make sure your models are really talking, and the data which you have that has the content filtering, abusive language, biases mitigations, right, and data protections as well. Now, if you looked out, that's where he was talking about in terms of content filtering. When you build out your model, so if you say you have violence, hate, sexual, or self-harm, how you want it to block? It's a medium block or the high block. So, and then you can also put the text and images in both, because people might put the text or images and how these things are getting blocked, right? So in the model only you are going to put, that's the input filter, and you want it to block, right? So it will block in each category and make sure it will help you to identify things. Now we talk about governance and compliances as really an important part. So if you don't apply those, will be a challenging for you and your organization will building out a specific product. Let's say Azure policies you will use where you can allow only the specific region, or you decide within your organizations what are the models needs to be implemented, right? Let's say you wanted to implement ChatGPT 4.0 or 5.2, recently it's came, right? Or you wanted to integrate with perplexity model and all of those things, or probably different kinds of model like show you when I will doing the demo, right? These are the models you can do that. I'll have rule-based access control, you follow the change management process, model governance, life cycle, and all of those things. You'll have to make sure that you are governing the whole AI environment using the Azure policies. Responsible AI comes with, it has the highest role, right? In general terms, if we talk about, they'll say that you are not responsible for these things because they don't see the accountability on one person. So responsible AI helps to make sure your AI model is secure, where it has the accountability, provide you the transparencies, fairness, reliability and the safety, privacy and the security, and inclusiveness. So it has different model which does all of those things, and based on the model you're going to implement, or as a whole soul responsible AI you're going to put in your systems, right? It helps your model to make sure it will protect your brand, it will protect biases, it protects individual privacies, inclusiveness, because if you looked out, the different kind of people are there in the world, right? They one community like another community don't like another one. If you take an America example, there is called community A and community B. I don't want it to take a name or specifically, and every region has this. We looked out the religions, right? There are multiple religions. People wanted to create a content out of this and make the hit rates. You never know, right? What kind of the people want to do with those models, and they're open to all. So it protects from all of those things and makes sure your brand will be protected. Now, if you took out in terms of responsible AI toolbox, how does it works? Basically, when you prompt, it will analysis of your errors, identify the cohort, error rates, benchmarks, and all of those things, right? And it do the fairness assessment, right? Where it will predict the different sensitive groups and all of those things. Then it start diagnostic. So we'll have model interpretations, exploratory data analysis, co- content factual analysis, right? So it will validate all of those three models, right? Then it has started mitigating. So if there is unfair mitigations biases, it will say no, we cannot process the data and all of those things, or will enrich your data. Then for those casuals, yes. Okay, if you're not talking, please be on mute. And then it will inform and actions. So you'll have casual interfaces, understandings, the casual's impact, your features or real world outcomes comes, and all of those analysis, and after that it will give you the response, right? So first it will do the model comparison, and backward it has a lot of compatibilities and it will check. So this will help you from identifying to diagnose to mitigate to inform if there are any actions needs to be taken, right? So it's securing your all the layers. And I think that's it. Probably I just put it up in 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Let me know if you have any questions, queries. I'll be happy to take that questions.
Yes, Khalid. So we have a few of the questions from our attendees. Uh,
Yes. I
Hello,
can
sir.
take those questions.
You have mentioned there that static apps, static versus Gen AI, where the last point you mentioned the telemetry. What does
Right.
that it mean?
See,
It was second slide actually.
yep. I got it. Okay. So basically, telemetry, like what kind of the data you are going to put in, right? So if you have the static applications you are building out on your on-premises or wherever, right? You know the telemetry there, right? You know the, I would say the layers which you wanted to protect, right? But if you looked out in terms of generative AI, every prompt that has the different data, they'll have the different telemetry, right? The different use cases. And that's how they're making the difference. Because here you know what you're going to protect, but we talk about in terms of generative AI, how it is going to be protected and what you are going to do, right? So that data telemetry is going to be different. Is that something which you're looking at?
Yes, sir. Yes, actually.
So that's how this telemetry works.
Yeah.
Or
How does
probably
Microsoft?
sentiments, you can talk about in terms of sentiments and different kind of, collecting, analyzing, or interpreting of the data. That's how your data telemetry works. Okay. Kate, does that answer your questions?
Yes, sir. Actually, yes.
How do you apply zero trust principles?
Okay. Zero trust. So
Yeah.
Zero trust, it is Raj who asked the questions?
Yeah, yes, Raj Kumar.
So Raj, if you talk about in terms of zero trust means verify first and then implement, right? So any information that you cannot trust, but you will verify and then trust. Okay. So it has 5 or 6 layers. You'll have identity. So first it comes with the network because you traveled uh, through network to your environment, right? And then you authenticate. So first you have to protect your networks, then verifying the people identity, right? Then it comes with the data protections or the applications protections, application level security, data level security, right? And in each steps you are validating this particular user, right? Whether if you talk about in terms of network, right? Whether it is they're coming from your network. So we'll say conditional access policies you have, or the firewall you put up the set of rules that these are the specific IP address of my organization. If any users comes from this, allow. Otherwise, you blocked on the firewall level, right? So you implement this, and then authentications, then networks, right? Then data protections, then compliances, and that's how this 6 and 7 layers. For each layers, you have to put the security. So it is just validating and verifying you as a user or applications as a user or requesting whatsoever the data related things, and you have to implement all of those things in that year because it's a vast topic in terms of zero trust. I've just covered up in probably pretty a small way, I would say. Hope that answer your questions, or you have any specific
Yes,
questions.
yes, yes. On top of it, so how we do sensitive labels play in generative AI security? What's the
Okay.
rules?
Sensitive labeling, I think you can include the purview. That is one part. I think something is already covered in the previous session. That is one. So you can use the purview, or there is responsible AI guardrails, which is there. You can also do that, but you'll make sure that whenever you're training the data, right? You can set it up that what kind of the data you're going to do that. And when you train the data, and there also there are few, like I have shown you, right? There's one image which is protecting from your harmless and all of those things. Similarly, that model can be also included in terms of data protections, right? And you can use the purview also for that part as well, and that's how you can level up your data.
Thank you, thank you.
That answer your questions?
Yes, yes. Thank you for your question.
Any other questions?
Yes, Lalit, we do have few of the questions in the chat box. Um, Janae is going to integrate in Microsoft Fabric in the future.
I think that's okay. That's already there because if you look
Yeah.
out, I think they have recently launched for Fabric for Copilot.
Yes.
And so that is already there, but probably it might, I'm not sure if it's that mature, but probably it's already there in the purview. So, yes, in terms of Fabric, AI is already enabled in the Fabric for Copilot. But in general, if you have the data you wanted to train and all of those things, you can still use the Copilot, or you wanted to use for a specific purpose, probably you'll just build out your own custom model and then get trained and then you can utilize it. So it is already there, and Fabric as well.
Yeah, I hope got an
Uh,
answer. And we have another questions from Rajkumar. How does Microsoft Fabric prevent AI from accessing unauthorized data? And the second question is, what role do sensitivity
Yeah,
label?
that one already cleared. Yeah, that
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
3,
Good.
4 cleared, 3, 5 cleared. Fourth one is can Copilot or AI model modify data or principle in Fabric, pipeline in Fabric? This one, yeah.
Okay, that are some things like I'll have to look down the capabilities because this has been already there. But let me. I don't think so. It will modify your pipelines, right? Because it's a preview.
Yeah.
Because if they'll modify what are the data you have put in and all of those things, right, will be a challenging for you and until unless it will get your confirmations. I think in some extent, yes, you
Are you
can
sharing
modify
something?
your.
Because I didn't see anything. Are you sharing anything?
No, no, I'm not sharing anything.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So in some prospect, you can just modify your code or some extent your the data you want or the items which you have, right? So I'm just looking out some of those things. Probably I can share you that link. What does Copilot for Fabric? Probably that gives you the clear intentions, right? So it for now, I think modifying the pipelines and all of those things is risking birth because how you're going to for individually setting up their pipeline for their stuffs, right? So you can just still, define the code, modify the code and all of those things. But I don't think so you can still modify the whole pipeline and all of those things. So Fabric item that supports data factory, data flow, Gen 2 data pipelines, notebooks, data warehousing. Probably you can just ask Copilot, can you modify the pipelines? I think that will be as per this documents, yes, it is there.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, but you can look that out because documents can have multiple things, but in the real you might not see because of one or another reason. So that would be
Yes,
your answers. Yeah.
yes, yes. It makes sense. Thank you.
So we can go for the next.
Can we track which are the all unapproved AI tools in the organization are being used?
See, AI unapproved tools, right? There are
Yeah.
many, like if you look down, there are hundreds of tools which is there, right? In terms of unapproved, even if you are using ChatGPT for free, that is unapproved because no one is taking the responsibilities, right? Where no one is taking the where no one is taking the responsibility, which is unapproved. Like they are all SaaS model. So if something goes wrong, right? Whom you are going to claim that because of you, this is things is happen. There are multiple of code tools. People are putting the images or reels on this. Even I myself go on those videos and looked out those tools. And first I look it out and probably I never signed up. Rather than I prefer some of those famous companies, right, to make sure that they will be responsible for something, right? But
No,
there
but
are hundreds of tools. Like they are
it,
using ChatGPT in the backend. There's a code analysis, one tool, right? And you'll have different kind of those tools. There are multiple tools. Right? You looked out at what are tools. No one says these are unapproved, but until unless it is free, right? No one will give you anything on free until unless they're getting something. And you're
as a
putting it, who you are putting the responsible for that, right?
so as an
That's the major
organization,
difference.
we can we define this like these are the all the approved models only this can be used and if anybody using
Yeah,
something
yeah, you
else
can
we can.
define it. See, majorly those tools, I think you can use the ChatGPT 4.0, which is pretty mature. Gemini is pretty mature. Then you'll have Sonnet, that is mature, right? It's used. So I think these three, four, five tools will be, good to use and that serve your purpose in your organizations. Because people, like apart from this, they are using backend, they are using these tools only. Okay. and then they are creating their models out of it by training the data and face recognitions and all of those things. But models are these only, right? So let me just look down what are those models. I have the CI Foundry. So you have, let's say, Kimi K22 thinking, right? ChatGPT 1.0, Mistral Lars, Cloud Ops 4.5, and probably you can use one of those another tool that can Cloud Sonnet is there, right? These are the tools you can still utilize, right? And go with the bigger one. Just do the research, and that's how we can do that.
Okay.
And that will serve your purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Does that answer your questions?
Yeah.
We'll have Meta AI, Google DeepMind, OpenAI, Chinese. Like recently, they have Chinese one, right? QBI centric. There are hundreds of models. People just wanted to go with it, but I would say like don't go with it. But just you can use a couple of them, which is really really needed, right? Do not trust for other model. Majority of the company they are using ChatGPT, Sonnet, DALI, right? For each and everything, they have different kinds of model, right? So that's how you can do that, and that's where you can make someone is responsible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another thing, how we can prevent defense mechanism against data poisoning?
Sorry, I'm just missing.
How to plan a defense mechanism against data poisoning?
Defense mechanism and data pipeline.
Any type of data poisoning means it may be in the data pipeline, it may be in the access to the data source level, and another AI model can poison the data.
That's good questions, but probably I would say like you can use Purview, right? That will secure your model, and even like that will also help you in terms of poisoning and all of those things. So I think Purview is already available on the Microsoft Fabric, right? That's how you can use that, and probably you can use some of those techniques of denial or repressions or projections and displacements, things related stuffs. But majorly, Purview has all of those things, right? So if you are using Purview with this, definitely it is going to help you out on those purpose, right? So they'll have defense in depth model also, right? If you have it, so where you can give the least privilege if someone is trying to access the data, or probably you can implement RLS also. That is another point of view, right? And you can implement just-in-time related access, multi-factor authentications, and all of those things, and give the table-wise access. Whoever need what kind of things they would need it, right? So you can have the applications, data, security, and all of those things. But Purview could be like if you're specifically looking out on this, I think Purview would be a good product to get in, and additions to you can also implement Cloud for Defender, which will help you to prevent all of those things.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Any other questions?
Okay, if you don't have any questions, so we can move to another session. So currently, another session that is on power of vibe coding with model driven app is going on the other room. So you can check that links on the chat box, guys. If you don't have any questions, we can conclude this event or conclude this session.
You can join me on LinkedIn, and thank you so much for hearing. I have just pasted the link here, so you can join me on LinkedIn if you have further questions and queries. I would be happy to answer it.
Yeah, if you have any questions or you can reach out to the Lalit in the LinkedIn. Thanks, Lalit. Thanks for your time and sharing your expertise to the
Thank
community.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kalyan. Thanks so
Bye.
much.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Let the
Yeah,
attendees join the call.
yeah.
Yeah. Amit Chandak has joined the call. Yeah, hi Amit ji. We'll start the session in 2 more minutes, Daniel.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Daniel, let's start the session. Let me give the introduction. Yeah, good afternoon, guys. Welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community, along with India Microsoft Fabric User Group, are super excited to host you all. Let's get started. Please join me in welcoming Daniel. Daniel is an experienced data and analytics professional with strong focus on modern BI, data platforms, and analytical solutions. He is passionate about helping organizations unlock value from data through well-designed architectures and insightful reporting. Known for his knowledge sharing and community involvement, Daniel actively contributes to the analytics ecosystem through sessions, content, and collaboration. Welcome, Daniel. Thanks for having this lecture over here.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. So I'm very pleased because I visited Hyderabad almost 12 years ago. At that time, I was in charge of a team of engineers at Novartis, and had the pleasure to visit 2 times the Novartis campus. And today I want to give you a perspective from Europe and Switzerland. Currently, I'm here in Switzerland on Microsoft Purview and how enterprises here in Europe and Switzerland adopt Purview, and where are the challenges and what are effective measures to overcome the hurdles. So also here's my LinkedIn profile. So if you want to connect, I'm happy to connect with you. So currently I'm a data governance officer for a Swiss bank. I have over 20 years experience in records management and compliance in regulated industries for Novartis, Credit Suisse, for Swiss e-government, for Vodafone. And also I'm a trainer at LinkedIn Learning for data governance and for Purview. On the right side, you see my trainings. It ranges from blockchain technology, knowledge graphs, Microsoft 365, managing governance and compliance, also classical document management with enterprise content management systems, and compliance-related tutorials about the EU AI Act. Today, I want to give you a brief understanding what's the state of data governance here in Europe and Switzerland. And as you may know, Switzerland is not part of the European Union and has its own regulatory framework. And therefore, I will share the perspective of Europe as well as of Switzerland, and how people and enterprises adopt Microsoft Purview. What are my experiences, and what can we recommend to companies who want to actively use Microsoft Purview for managing data? And I will finish then with conclusion and a short outlook, and then I'm happy to take your questions. So first, the data governance landscape here in Europe. So as you know, the European Union has a strong data privacy regulation, GDPR, and also introduced the Artificial Intelligence Act that has regulations for enterprises using AI, as well as for software companies that produce AI applications. Also, now, as you know, the security issues in Europe are very important, as we also face some hybrid wars here in Europe, and therefore the EU said we have to protect our critical industries, and there are new regulations to protect especially the IT systems of critical industries, ranging from telecom, hospitals, but also food producers. Yeah. Then classically, we have a banking system that is strongly regulated here in Switzerland. We have the FINMA authority in Germany. We have the BaFin. There are some EU-wide regulations that also focus on the operational resilience of these banks and financial institutions. So always the question is, what happens if one bank is attacked, and by a cyber attack, does it have then impacts of the whole country? Yeah, and then we clearly also have industry-specific regulations, like in the pharma industries. There we have the EU wide regulation as well as per country regulations. And this also is also reflected a little bit in the Microsoft Purview Compliance Manager. If you go in this tool, you will see a lot of regulations, and a lot of regulations are also from Europe and from Switzerland. And there, Microsoft Purview is also helpful to get an overview of the current compliance landscape. In the last 3 years, we have seen that the regulators, like bank regulators, put a focus also on the accountability in data governance and records management. So records management is the keeping of data, for example, of financial bookkeeping data, but also other types of records. And we see that the regulators are demanding as well a strong data governance discipline in the data analytics world, like in Microsoft Fabric, but also clearly in the world of classical document and records management. Yeah. Data quality is always an issue, especially if we see more fraud cases in the banking industry. Banks have to really investigate if a customer is maybe attacked by fraud or could be also a negative bad actor. We have also data privacy and security challenges, and there Europe and Switzerland have different regulations. So for a Swiss company, if a Swiss company is only working in the market of Switzerland, they only have to keep the Swiss regulations. If they export goods to Europe, they have to also follow the European guidelines. So the data privacy role is a very important role, and in discussion, for example, the Swiss e-government authorities discuss, is it allowed to store confidential e-government data in Microsoft 365, or would there be the risk that the US via the Cloud Act gets some information? So this means in some regulated industries and in some parts of the government, there is the big debate, is Microsoft, is it allowed to really process confidential data? In other industries like pharma, we do not have this political aspect, but we clearly have the high regulation so that data has to be immutable, and that there has to be proof of evidence that the data, for example, for clinical trials, was not changed. This means maybe, and this is maybe different also to India. So this means transferring data in Europe from Switzerland is not easy. You always have to check where is the data center located. Do you have the right contracts? Is there a risk, political risk, or maybe a security risk if you store the data maybe in a country that has not the same level of data privacy as your home country. And clearly also it's always challenging if you have many different countries and many different regulations. And now Microsoft introduced Purview around 5 years ago to manage compliance. And if we look at the history, clearly we see that Microsoft SharePoint started 25 years ago as a lightweight collaboration tool. Then we saw the introduction of M365 more as a universal document management. Then Microsoft Purview, and now we have Purview, Fabric, and other interesting developments also that were presented in November, like Microsoft Fabric Graph. So this means Microsoft has evolved in the last 20 years into this records management and data governance space. And also the claim is that you can manage with Purview your data across different platforms, maybe also different vendor cloud platforms, and integrate data governance, data security, compliance. Yeah. And with the new AI feature, also to use Purview to be compliant with, for example, the European Union AI Act. However, Microsoft Purview is since 5 years on the market, but here in Europe, many enterprises have a lack of experience how to use it, because also it has a lot of features, and the features and the wording of the features is changing nearly every year or nearly every 6 months. And why do enterprises have these challenges? On one side, the challenge is that you would have to involve really the relevant business stakeholders in the enterprise in a Microsoft Purview setup. And in most companies currently, you have maybe one or two technical heroes that try to configure Microsoft Purview, but they have not the management support, for example, to build a group, a team together with legal and compliance and other departments. So this is one challenge and recommendation. If you want to use Purview the right way, you have to involve the relevant stakeholders. And for example, for these compliance features, you might hopefully find the right people, but they have to be trained and they have to have the expertise to understand the features and impacts of the Purview configuration. And this has to be on the business side as well as for technical users. So I think that's one important checkpoint. Do you have educated your team the right way so that you can configure Microsoft Purview in the right way? Then we have a special situation here in Europe for European customers, because there's not a common understanding there's no records management standard in Europe, and many customers want to have the features of an enterprise content management system, for example, a long-term archive, and think that, for example, Microsoft Purview records management could replace this. And this is a little bit challenging because also every country has its own wording for records management. There are many different translations in the local countries. Yeah, so many current requests for proposals go here in Europe to say, can we replace our old document management system archive with Microsoft? And in some cases, the customers see that the records management functions in Purview are specially designed to manage content in the Microsoft universe, but not designed to manage, for example, tax authority statements. Yeah? So there you have to really carefully check with the stakeholders what do they expect from retention management, from archiving, from records management, and what is the current feature status of the Microsoft Purview installation. So also here in Europe, we have some ideas of an electronic patient record system, but also in some country it failed. We have different words for archiving. So in Europe, archiving means more long-term archiving in a structured way. It does not mean to back up data somewhere in a cloud archive. Yeah. So you have to carefully also check the requirements. Then we see the problem in the enterprise, the question, who is the owner of the Microsoft Purview installation? Typically, it's the IT, but you have many stakeholders like legal, compliance, business, IT, security, the data and AI department, and so on. So you have to clarify who is the owner and who are the stakeholders. Then you have to ask who's the expert now for this Purview configuration, and there are only a few technical experts which may have taken the Microsoft security and compliance training, which is also more tailored to people that come from the security area. So currently, there is a little bit, I think, a lack of compliance and document management education. But also Microsoft has these certification tracks. So I think this is that people have to take the Microsoft training, but the training is not enough to really understand compliance and records management. And then there's a question, the records management archiving discipline is a discipline maybe 2,000 years old. Yeah, so we had also in the history archives in Europe that are nearly 2,000 years old. Yeah, but how are these records management professionals who come more from a traditional, also paper-based archive background in a Purview in the Purview installation? So that is also, I think, a topic where we have to work on. And last but not least, the license model of MS Purview is clearly tailored to the enterprise level with a E5 license. But many smaller companies also deal with regulated data and would have to have these features, but sometimes they do not have the license, and then it's also for a small company not feasible to hire a Microsoft Purview experts because there are only a few around. So this means Microsoft offers great capabilities like data discovery, data classification, lineage, also the idea of a central data catalog, insights to compliance, also the vision to say, yes, we can integrate different data sources. So clearly Microsoft has a bold vision and also tries to adapt to the needs in Europe. However, some of the features are more tailored towards US customers, and the current discussion is can governments in Europe really use Microsoft if there is a conflict with the US or political discussions. So you might have seen the news that, for example, in Brussels there is one department from the EU, and Microsoft had to cancel the contract because the US administration said that they are not that they have put political discussions with this special department. So this means Microsoft could cancel a contract with you, and then you would have no infrastructure, and that is also a political risk. So what's now recommendations for the implementation? On one side, data and records management teams have to work on data catalogs and data classification, and data catalog now clearly comes from the data analytics world to say business users want to search for data, but also the regulations here in Europe say, for example, for finance institutions, you have to have a data catalog or a data asset register where it's documented where do you have your critical data. So there's currently a discussion what is the best way to set up a data catalog, or for example, does enterprise need a data catalog for its data analytics activities, a data and document catalog for its records management activities, and a third overarching data asset register to cover all data. So much work to do. And we see these two communities, the records management community, for example, in Microsoft Purview, there's the file plan, which is nice, but it is not an enterprise records retention schedule, and it's not an inventory of critical data as required by the banking regulations. And clearly we have these data catalogs on the data analytics space, and I think they have to merge or have to be combined in the future. Also very helpful in Purview is this data lineage, auditing tools, and transparency and accountable, which are very helpful also in regulated environments that you can ensure the right security standards. However, here in Europe, it could be, for example, that some institutions in Switzerland are not allowed to share data with European countries because it's confidential. So a Microsoft installation that is over, for example, spread over different countries for a multinational company can be also very complex. So if we come to the conclusion and what should we do, clearly the first step is that Purview installations are not only a technical project, they have to be aligned with the policies and with the guidelines from compliance, and that is a teamwork, and sometimes it's challenging because policies and guidelines are more designed to last 2 or 3 years, whereas the Microsoft Purview capabilities are updated nearly all 6 months with new features. So it's also clear if you have to configure Microsoft Purview and you have the different features like data catalog, records management, compliance assessment, you have to involve the relevant departments. And it's also about promoting one data culture. And currently we see a historical difference between clear data analytic teams and records management teams. And I think in the future, you have to create their one data culture. Also, there are some studies in the records management professional area, and this is from the year 2 years old, and it says that 44% of the records management professionals are over 45 years, and this is the US, and we have only 14% that are under 30. So there would be also the risk that the skills how to manage records in a legal compliant way has not enough people who study this area. And clearly, if we look at Microsoft platforms, it's also a fast-pacing competition and every new features. But on one side, some companies or all companies have here in Europe to keep some documents for 10 years, and some companies even for 100 years. For example, if you build technical constructions, or if you have pension funds or whatever, and this is also a challenge how to make a long-term archive in a fast-changing environment like the Microsoft universe. So I want to conclude with a short outlook. So one would be that I think data governance and records management disciplines have to merge in the future as one discipline. And if you have seen the latest Microsoft announcements about ontology management, the ontology taxonomy management is a classical records management discipline. So also Microsoft is adapting these concepts like semantic models. So I think that these two disciplines will merge. And the second thing is that we see that if you want to manage data, also build data catalogs, you can the classical relational database model is to cannot cover the complexity. So the knowledge graph movement, I think, is an important step to manage data catalogs better. And also the announcement of Microsoft Fabric Graph is a exciting announcement, and maybe will also allow us to manage better the metadata and the regulatory aspects of the data. So this was, let's say, a short overview what's going on in Europe and Switzerland, and I'm happy now to take your questions.
Yeah. Hey, Daniel.
Yes, please.
Guys, please raise your hand so that I can unmute them. One second, let me mute others.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hello.
Raj, you can
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah. Let's consider one requirement. Business wants faster access, and compliance wants restrictions. In that case, so what is the priority levels? How I need to handle the situation?
Yeah. So this is also on one side you have to have a enterprise policy who is allowed to have access to the data, and where do you have restricted data. For example, in Switzerland, in a Swiss bank, only we have restrictions who can view the full customer details. Yeah, and for example, also data access from abroad to Swiss banking data is also only allowed in certain special cases. Yeah. So first, you would have to formulate the policy with the legal and compliance department, and then translate it into the Microsoft Purview access requirements.
And one more point, one more on top of it. Why it is Microsoft Purview critical for you in data governance, especially?
Yeah, you have this US Cloud Act. So this means the US administration says if they have the theory that, for example, you would host a terrorist in your country, yeah, then the US authorities would be allowed to ask Microsoft to get access to the data center of Microsoft and investigate this person. Yeah. So this means even if we would have at Microsoft data in Switzerland, yeah, in a case of national security for the US government, they have the right to access the data because Microsoft is a US company. Yeah? And they say all US companies have to follow the instructions of the US government. Yeah?
Okay. So, how does Purview support your data residency requirement in that case?
Yeah, on one side, first point is that Microsoft supports to say you can choose the data center location. You can say, I want to have it in Switzerland or in the EU, Netherlands, and in Germany, for example, in Frankfurt. Yeah? However, as Microsoft has so many services, yeah, so maybe you have then the OneDrive in Germany, yeah, but then Microsoft introduces a new team feature that is hosted in I don't know, in the US, yeah. So it is not currently the fact that all Microsoft services are then in one data center location. Yeah? And I would guess Microsoft has over 200 or 300 services like also background services. Yeah? And what people are now trying in Germany is to say, okay, there's a company, for example, SAP, yeah, they have built up a new company. They build a data center and they get Microsoft licenses for OneDrive and Outlook, yeah, and by this way, the contractor, if you make a contract with them, you are not a direct Microsoft customer, yeah, and Microsoft could not say, I can give you access to this data or to the US government, but this is more a legal construct, and if this is then really really secure is the other question. And here in Europe, we are now talking about digital sovereignty, to say for which data do we might to use European vendors and European data center locations. Are there any questions?
There are few questions in the chat box, Daniel. Let me go through that. So, yeah. Vishal is asking, how does Microsoft Purview practically support GDPR requirements such as data minimization, purpose limitation, and the right to be forgotten?
Yeah. On one side, you have the Purview Compliance Manager, and there you can do a assessment, and according to GDPR, and Microsoft recommends a special or a checklist, which features do you have to enable to be GDPR compliant. Yeah. And then you would have to configure the Microsoft Purview installation according to this guideline.
Okay, yeah. And the next question from the same guy is that, what are the best practices for discovering and classifying sensitive data across hybrid and multi-cloud environments using Purview?
Yeah, on one side, Microsoft has some templates to say to identify sensitive data or PII data, to say a credit card number is always 16 digits, a social security number has this format. Yeah? However, the challenge in Europe is that every country has a different format. So in Europe, you would have to map all the social security number schemes, and then you can search. Yeah. So if you are in Japan or in the US or maybe in India you have only one national social security number. Yeah. So this is, let's say, one topic of pattern matching. Yeah. And the next topic would be of using AI to detect special PII data that is not wouldn't be detected by such pattern matching schemes.
Yeah. And the next question is like, what governance operating model does Microsoft recommend for large EU enterprises, centralized, federated, and or domain driven?
Yeah. So from the legal and compliance perspective, it always matters. Also, the company structure. Are there different legal entities, and is it better that every legal entity then has a tenant who might be configured differently than the tenant in another country? On the other side, if you are a global or a EU-wide company, then you would prefer to have one Microsoft tenant. But that's always the strategy, or a custom-made strategy for the company for this situation.
Okay. And this is the last question. What dashboards or reports does Purview provide for tracking governance maturity and compliance status?
Yeah. So Purview gives these recommendations according to different standards. As I said, the compliance manager there, you will find the GDPR checklist. Yeah. And then you can configure your Microsoft tenant in this way, and then Microsoft will say, okay, for achieving GDPR compliance, you need 1,000 points. Yeah? And you have now configured 50 features. Yeah? This means you have a compliance score of 60%. Yeah? So that's the idea, a little bit of automated compliance assessment. So, for example, if Microsoft says you should enable multi-factor authentication because GDPR requires strong security, then Microsoft, the system will automatically check, did you configure the multi-factor authentication, and the compliance manager audit feature will give you then, let's say, 100 points. Yeah. So this means and you have in Microsoft a dashboard which shows then your compliance score related to the regulations that you have selected. However, also some of the regulations say, for example, you have to have a data strategy, yeah, and then you have to really, outside from Microsoft, clearly create a data strategy and then click the checkbox. Yes, I have a data strategy. Yes, I have a documented policies. But Microsoft itself will check in M365 and also maybe in Azure, and then in future also in Fabric, which security features did you enable, and then give you a compliance score.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the next question is how to build data lineage in Purview.
So data lineage, we would have more if we say, if we have this data catalog and this data map, that you see how does the data flow between different systems, and then to enable the audit trail. Whereas if we have typical records like in Microsoft SharePoint, and you could enable the records management, the regulatory record feature, and say this document is protected for 10 years and cannot be changed. So this means if the document was set on final, nobody can change it for the next 10 years. Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel. Thanks for clarifying the questions, Daniel. Team, any other questions from the audience? Do you want to ask Daniel any questions?
So mostly DAMA in ISO is used for the security governance rule. So which are the most suitable technology, DAMA or ISO?
I think in the data analytics world, clearly the DAMA requirements and concepts are prominent. In the regulatory landscape, there are the ISO records management standards. Yeah. So you always have to check, do you talk about documents, yeah, or do you have structured data in a data warehouse? And that was my point to say. For the last 20 years, there were two separate communities. Yeah, the data governance community for data analytics and the data governance community for structured for documents. And in future, they will have to merge. Yeah, because you can have a sales report produced in Fabric and there ensure data lineage, but if you use this as a regulatory evidence, yeah, then this sales report has to be long-term archived, for example, for 10 years. And if this Microsoft Fabric report is submitted to the authorities, then it is a regulatory record. Yeah. Okay. So if there are no further questions, you feel free to contact me. And if you also are interested in Microsoft Fabric Graph, I'm also looking for people who
Daniel, can
want
you
to.
share your LinkedIn? I just miss out. I joined late, so unable to
I'll,
collect
I'll
your.
let you know, Dinesh.
Yeah,
I'll
thank
bring it
you.
back.
Was on the first page of the.
No problem, Daniel. I'll do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I
Yeah.
had pasted the
Yeah.
Daniel's LinkedIn ID, so you can connect with him, and you can clarify your doubts if you have any.
Okay.
Thank you, Daniel. Thanks for the wonderful
Thank you very
session.
much for hosting me, and best have a nice day in Hyderabad. Yeah. Okay. Bye bye.
Thank you. Amit, I'm ending the meeting, Amit.
Yes, Amit. I'll share my screen, and my screen is visible, I hope. Which means to share, I'll share, I can share as a file. Is that what you ask? Okay, okay, okay. Mm, yeah. Uh, let me do it and share it. Yeah. Yeah, Amit, I don't see a place to attach the image. Ah, okay. Okay, let people join. I am just doing a final tweak in my code. I'll. Sure.
இதான் உன் டார்கெட்.
పడేసమ్మా.
Amit, I'm ready to start. Yes. Okay. I'm sharing my screen. Is it okay? Okay. Yeah. So I can go ahead, right? Amit, can I start? Okay, let's wait for a minute. Okay, okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, folks. It's Saturday evening. I think a series of sessions are going on. Amit is doing a great job, pulling many people with vibrant, different topics, back-to-back sessions. Thank you, Amit, and the community who is doing this. So, yeah. So today, in this 1 hour, or maybe less than an hour, I'll be driving about Agentic AI in action. Okay, and Agentic AI is very common, but what I'm going to pick here is Microsoft AutoGen framework, and I'm going to use a diverse set of examples so that incrementally I can explain about agents, how it actually works. Okay. So primarily, I'll also show another example for enterprise learning platform as well. Right. So as an introduction, my name is Dinesh Kumar. By profession, I work as senior manager at a company called IMNEO. I head the content R&D and automation division at IMNEO. In the meantime, by passion, I'm also a Microsoft MVP for the AI Foundry category. And yeah, there will be many other MVPs as well in this cohort, I guess. So yeah, what is agentic AI? AI is okay, ML, Gen AI, LLM, many terms we are revolving around. What is agentic AI, right? In a very simple terms, agentic AI means it acts like an agent, which means it will make decisions, whatever it happens, however whatever the privilege it is given, it will analyze and it will make decision, and it will collaborate with other agents as well to achieve goals autonomously. Okay, so consider a workflow. Let's little bit go beyond the current era. Go backward. I mean, a simple robotic process automation. Okay, we used to go to ATM centers, swipe an ATM card, and step after step, it will be asking us input, and based on rules, defined rules, it will do the needful. Yeah. So I don't think naming it like it takes decision itself is a little bit more word. Rather, it just does the job like how it is programmed. That's what an RPA would look like, and even the workflow configurations as well, right? So in every platform, workflows are there. Let's say Zapier, many tools are there, right? So how does this agentic AI then it differentiates, right? So here, the capability of agentic AI is it is it can autonomously take decisions. That is one thing. Beyond that, in a matter of time, in a matter of prompt, it will be able to do far more things rather than in the traditional coding, in the traditional software development. We would need to write as code each and every line, and then only the system can act. Whereas in Agentic AI platform, it's all about you set up different agents under a framework. Here I'm going to show Microsoft AutoGen, and for each agent, you will be defining a role. Okay, and that's it. Once this is done, and once you boot up this Agentic AI application, you will see the magic happen. Okay, so yeah, if you want to simply say that, hey, even a ChatGPT is also doing the same, right? I simply ask a question. I simply ask a question. Do you know factorial? I simply ask a question. It is giving me response, right? So it is explaining me based on how it is written, all those things. But beyond that, if I simply say that, can you send this as an email to me? Okay. So this will again give me a subject, the content of it. Rather, it will not be sending as an email because it cannot take actions. It cannot do the actions. Okay. So this is simply ChatGPT. Whereas now I'll show a real Agentic AI example, which is simply again a browser. Okay. Right now I have, I'm showing you a browser called Comet browser. Just curious to know, can the audience raise your hands? How many of you already use Comet browser? Okay, super, Abdul. Any others? Abdul, would you like to unmute yourself and share how you are using it?
Sorry, it was by mistake. I haven't used.
Okay, no worries. Anybody else using Comet browser? Okay, no worries. I'll quickly share the screen. Okay, what happened? How should I go back? Okay, fine. So Comet, again, it is almost like a browser only. As you could see, tabs are there because it is built on top of Chromium, okay, like Edge browser. But the beauty is, let's say Amit is running this show, right? And he want to transcribe the text that each of the speaker speaks. Even in this thing itself, I could see Fireflies is there, Read.ai is there, many tools are there, right? Let's say Amit want to purchase one tool, okay? What Amit will be doing? I want an app that can transcribe meeting into notes. Okay, simply that's what you used to do, right? And so far you would see that this looks like one another ChatGPT response. Then what let consider I am the Amit. Okay, what I'll do is I'll individually analyze each of the tool, because just like that Amit will not be paying for the tool, right? So what Amit is doing, he's going on checking all those kind of things he's doing. Okay, so he's opening up the pricing, and then this one also he's checking. All those things are okay. Okay, fine. Now there are two options Amit can do. One is compare the pricing and give me a summary. This is one option. Okay, whereas research paper for, what is this tool called? Meeting note, transcription, something like that. Okay, I'm just opening one random PDF. Okay, so here I have opened the PDF. So what I intend to do is, I'm just reading through this, Amit is reading through this PDF. Okay, this is the research paper that is published. And along with it, what Amit is doing is, he is just tagging the respective site. So here, just like how we used to tag in WhatsApp different names, right? It's as simple as that. I'm tagging the different tabs that are open here. Okay, I'm taking 3 tabs and ask the AI that, hey, as per the guideline in this research paper, can you suggest me the best out of 3 tools? Okay. So what it will do is, it will exactly check out the 3 tabs alone and this research paper alone, and it will give me a summarized information. Okay. So this itself acts like an agent. Now you could ask me that, hey, this is what I can do in ChatGPT as well. Let me just give it a PDF and then mention the tools. It will also do, but here is the magic. Now what I'm going to do is, scroll through the PDF by yourself. Okay. And you could see the glowing screen, right? It has took the control and it will do what I instruct. It is not only just act like a Gen AI, one another Gen AI like ChatGPT, Gemini or Perplexity. It will also do the actions as well. And you could, if you could see this, how AI is the agent is working, right? So I simply gave an instruction, scroll through the PDF by yourself. I didn't say that whether it is attached to PDF or something like, but it has understood that in this tab itself, the PDF is there, and it is talking to itself that I can see this a 3-page PDF research paper titled, let me scroll through it to read the full content. Okay. Even I mentioned a scroll only, but it is intelligently understand that I'm asking it to read. And then I have scrolled through the entire research paper. Now I have a complete understanding of the guidelines and criteria outlined in this paper. Let me revise my earlier recommendation based on the actual content of the research paper. Right? So now you could see the difference, right? I'm treating AI like a real assistant. That is the power of agentic AI. It will be able to take decisions, right? Here, what is the decision it has to? Okay, user is asking me to scroll through the PDF. So I have to, the agent should understand that this is the PDF file. It has 3 files and it has to navigate one after another. And then it has to read through all the content, right? It's very simple thing we could see, but underlying the agentic AI is doing a very large amount of work behind. So that's what the common browser is doing. It works like a charm. I really recommend people to use it. Okay, I'll take a pause here. Anyone have any queries?
What is benefit of this technique?
Okay. I just randomly picked a use case. Okay. Not only this, let's say I am in my Azure portal. Okay. If I want to, let's say, do a cost analysis, what is happening, what I have to do is I have to go to ChatGPT and ask it that, hey, in Azure OpenAI, how should I do the cost analysis? Okay. But whereas here, whichever page I am, okay, that's the beauty of comment. So whichever page I am, I'll be able to converse with it. So here I'm in Azure tab, okay, and I want to do cost analysis. And I'm saying that guide me step by step. Also, go to the respective page. So it will understand what platform it is, whether it is Azure OpenAI or AWS or something else. And you could understand that it has identified cost analysis and it has already gone to the respective page. Do you see the difference, people? I think someone asked me, I didn't note the name.
Yes, there is a difference, but for this, we need this Perplexity AI or what? Which AI you are using this?
Under the hood, this will be using Perplexity only by default. Okay, but still you will be able to change the model within Perplexity. So here, let's say this they call a shortcut. Let me just edit it. So here in the advanced mode, I can simply change the model as well. By default, it will be the best one. It will choose by itself. Otherwise, if it is related to coding, I can choose Claude or Gemini or GPT, whatever it may be. Okay, it is actually Perplexity only. And this is a simple browser that you will be able to download and use basically. But again, someone told that due to organization policy, you cannot do it. What I would advise is try it in your personal laptop, because our salary is made, our work is made. So we cannot overbreach it, but personal laptop is always in our hands. Okay. So right now I just showed a real example of Agentic AI, which you will be able to understand, use in your day-to-day things as well. Okay. Now I go on to the actual concept of Agentic AI. Okay. So yeah, I just picked one particular domain, which is enterprise learning platform. How Agentic AI can make difference, because just Gen AI is already creating impact. Teachers are using, teachers are using to define the pedagogy, to draft the syllabus and all those things. Likewise, students are using to understand the concepts better. But what this Agentic AI can do better for enterprise learning platform? Here I picked this. You can compare it with your own domain. It could be a supply chain, pharma, healthcare, whichever domain you are. Okay. If I'm going to use Agentic AI, I can define a personalized learning path for different students. Not only learning path, but also the assessment path as well. And I can define automated content curation as well. Almost like a workflow, but with intelligence of AI as well. Okay. And how this autogen is making this system is, you can create different agents, different LLMs, but making it talk to each other, making the one AI talk to another AI and another AI, it is a very tedious process. I think many of you will remember this Delphi.ai. A few months back, the as a virtual AI software engineer, it will understand the logic, it will write the code, it will test the code, and then it will deploy the code as well. So in that, different AI will be there. Each AI will be made to communicate between each other. So that's what it's all about. With the frameworks like AutoGen, the work will be far easier. Such a kind of system will be able to make it far easier. While I show you demo, it will be easier for you. So let me just show you a quick demo. What demo is this? Yeah, okay. So okay, I think if I should zoom it up, let me know. Is the font visible? Better?
Yeah, Dinesh.
Okay, fine, thank you. So what I actually did is, this is an Agentic AI application, okay? And I have imported the AutoGen framework as well. In this, the very first step, as you could see, is I have to enable the configuration. And this configuration is nothing but the model, what AI model I'm going to use. Here I have used Azure OpenAI, GPT-4o model, the key and all those kind of stuff I have already given. And now what I have to do is, I have to create a a common assisting agent. Okay, consider this like a hello world. If you are starting to learn agentic AI application, then consider this as a hello world kind of application. Okay, so in this I define a variable called assistant and then use the assistant agent method within Autogen to name it and then use the config, and I just mention it as system message. We used to call as instruction, right? What an AI is all about. That's what it is. It is as simple as that you're a helpful assistant. That's all. Okay. And then once this is done, the agent will be created and I'm creating a user proxy. Okay. You could, I could easily communicate with this agent, but I mean, as a real person, but here I want to show the agentic AI communication, right? So I am creating a user proxy. Okay. Here, this is an assistant. And here, this is a user proxy. What I mean by user proxy is a virtual user. You could imagine something like that. Okay. So here I say that human input port is never. Okay. Which means it should automatically do run based on once the application is run. Okay. So what I have done is this is another agent I have defined. And once this is done, user agent will be created. So next, I'm passing on the messages to initiate the chat. Okay, so I'm calling the user proxy and initiate the chat. Okay, so first chat message is hello, how are you? Okay, so what I'm going to do is this is test connection. Okay, so let me select test connection.py. So here user proxy has told hello, how are you? And assistant is replying to user proxy something like, hello, I'm a virtual assistant. I don't have feelings. So, but I'm here to ready and help you. A typical chat GPT response. Okay. Now let me change to the second one. And I just wrote it in Tamil. Okay. I think this is a mixed crowd, but I'll explain what this actually is. So I asked like, எப்படி இருக்கீங்க தலைவா? In Tamil. Okay. In if I want to translate in English, it's like, how are you? How are you doing, buddy? Aap kaisa ho? Something like that. Okay. Now let me execute this. You could see the assistant how it replies. Right? When I ask this, as usual, assistant is saying that, வணக்கம், நல்லா இருக்கேன் தலைவா, நீங்க எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? Based on how I do things. And the third message, this is where I was also felt a little bit interesting. Same, hello, எப்படி இருக்கீங்க தலைவா? படையப்பா படம் re-release ஆகிருச்சு. Padayappa is a famous Tamil movie that has got re-released yesterday night. Okay, actor Rajinikanth's birthday. So it was re-released. It was released in 1999, and yesterday it was re-released. Okay, I'm just asking this as a chat. So you could see that Padayappa படம் பத்தி இப்போ வரைக்கும் officially re-release news இல்ல. ஆனா அது நடக்கிற சான்ஸ் இருக்கு. நாஸ்டாலஜிக் ஃபிலிம்ஸ் எல்லாம் வந்து இப்போ ரிலீஸ் பண்ணுறது ட்ரெண்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு. ஏதாவது அப்டேட் இருந்தால் கன்ஃபார்மாக சொல்கிறேன். ஸோ இட்ஸ் கேஷுவலி சேயிங் மீ ஆஸ் அ ஃப்ரெண்ட். நவ் வாட் ஐம் சேயிங் இஸ், படையப்பா படம் ரிலீஸ் ஆயிடுச்சு பாத்தியா? நான் கோயம்புத்தூர் பிவிஆர் தியேட்டரில் பார்த்தேன். I'm just mentioning it like I saw the movie yesterday. It has re-released, right? Now let's see what it does. This I was just tweaking right 2 minutes before. So and you could see the difference of what to say, the message, as you could see, right? படையப்பா படம் ரிலீஸ் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னு நான் கேள்விப்பட்டேன். கோயம்புத்தூர்ல பிவிஆர்ல பார்த்தீங்களா? ஓகே, சூப்பர். படம் செம்ம நாஸ்டாலஜிக்காக இருக்கும். என் வழி தனி வழின்னு சொல்லிட்டு தலைவர் கிளாசிக்காக வந்து அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ணுவார். இட்ஸ் ஹவு cleverly it is replying, right? So I slightly doubt that when I say this, it is replying me that since I told that I saw the movie, it decided that re-release happened, or since I told it whether it is checking in internet and then coming back, that I slightly have a doubt. But either way, you could see as a hello world, right? A user proxy is there. It is automatically triggering a chat and AI assistant is replying for that. Okay. So here I have mentioned as is termination as true. Okay. Terminate after first response. If I don't give this, it will talk back to back because both are AA, right? User proxy is AA and assistant is AA. Both these things will talk between each other continuously based on until how many number I mentioned here. Okay. I don't know the maximum limit, but until the maximum consecutive auto reply, it will go on talk and talk and talk. Maybe we'll try as 2. Let's see what it happens. So user proxy asked. Okay, I think it is auto terminated. So as you could see, it is continuing, right? And I have mentioned as 2 consecutive replies. And I mentioned as user his termination as false. I have disabled the auto termination, but I consecutive reply, I set up a limit, right? So both AIs are talking until that limit, it talks and then terminates. Okay. Now I'll show the next demo. So what this demo is, okay, before that I'll go into this. What is this? So this one, simple demo.py, again, there is an assistant. And for that assistant, I'm mentioning like you are a helpful AI assistant, provide Python code to solve tasks. Don't include terminate in your response. Okay. It's a general, don't include terminate is what it will usually have. And I have mentioned here as consecutive reply as 3. And here what I asked it to do is write a simple Python script that calculates the factorial of 5 and print the result. Okay. So in my previous example, I have simply created a helpful assistant in a matter of prompt. In the current example, I have simply created a helpful AI assistant that can write Python code to solve the tasks, right? In a matter of time, I created a Python agent itself. Okay, so now you would see the difference if I run this simple.demo_demo.py, right? So as usual, as you could see the step, creating agents, starting chat, user proxy is saying to assistant, write a simple Python script that calculates factorial of 5 and print the result. And you could see that here is a simple Python script to calculate the factorial of 5, and it has printed the thing. And finally, it is giving as an output that the factorial of 5 is 120, right? So in general, if you could say, what I say is, it has not only generated the code, okay, but you could see the difference that it has also executed the code as well. Do you see the difference? If we go to ChatGPT, it will write the code, a general LLM. But whereas an agent, especially the power of AutoGen, Microsoft AutoGen, it is able to execute the code block as well. Okay, and it is saying that inferred language is Python. Even this could write C code, C# code. Whatever I change here, it will just happen, right? And you could see that this is not like 100, 2000 lines of code, just a matter of 25, 26 lines of code, right? So here, what is the setting here? Auto reply is 3 and user didn't say anything. Assistant says that feel free to ask if anything else is there. User didn't say, so the chat ended. The run has been, the termination has been done, right? So you could imagine like how real chatbots work behind. In nowadays, Jio's chatbot, Airtel customers, almost all the customer service chatbots, it is working very good, right? If you could have experienced it more than just systematic reply, it is really understanding the problem and then replying us, including the WhatsApp business chatbots and all those things. All of these are configured like this only. It's all about prompting. How we define agents, what is the system message we set, how many agents we configure, what is the configuration we set in between, and that's it, right? So any questions before I move on to next demo?
Yeah, Dinesh, Puraja this
Yeah.
side. Like we do have couple of questions in the chat. Like, do you
Okay.
want to go through
I'll
them now, or do you want to pick them at the end?
I'll simply see that if I could be able to answer now. How do you
Yeah,
design an
sure.
Agentic AI architecture using Microsoft Fabric? What are the key agents in an enterprise learning platform? How do agents collaborate in Microsoft Fabric? So Royal is Rajbada. Okay. So Microsoft Fabric is a pool of service, right? If you want to make that use those services for any of the purpose, then you need to add the respective library in this application and call the Microsoft Fabric API to communicate. For example, if you want to control services in the Microsoft Fabric, something like that, you need to use the respective APIs. And the second question, what are the key? Okay, what I mean, what I actually responded is, if you want to create a custom agentic AI all by yourself to interact with Microsoft Fabric, this is how gives you a picture. Or else within Microsoft Fabric itself, Copilot is there. It will be able to do the needful. You just give the instruction, it will be able to do the needful. Okay. And the next thing is your question: what are the key agents in an enterprise learning platform? Yeah. So in enterprise learning platform, what I see is nowadays content has become democratized, right? Everywhere content is there. Google itself pushed to a limit. People search and get the information, but now the LLM, the Gen AI has further democratized it. You want PDF, it is giving. You want PPT, Gamma is there. You want images, imaginary infographic explanation, Nana Banana is there. Everything has become democratized. So the only area where human in the loop or human can get differentiated soon is personalized learning and adaptive learning. So in an academic place where there is 30 people, 30 students, nowadays for everyone, the teaching methodology will be in a common way, right? Whereas in this agentic AI era, we will be able to create a personalized learning system. Already it has started to happen then and there. Soon it will happen like anything. Okay. So Vaishal has asked what differentiates an agentic AI workflow from a traditional rule-based ML-driven learning system. Yeah, so that's what Vaishal. So ML-driven learning system will work based on what the data that it has been trained to, that particular ML library, not beyond that, right? On the other side, traditional rule-based system, as I was mentioned earlier, traditional rule-based, as mentioned by you itself, it will work based on the pure if-else condition only. It will not go beyond that. Okay. For example, let me say a simple example. Let's say before GenAI, a chatbot has created. Let's say Indigo has created a chatbot. And in that, I want to meet my friend who has met with an accident, help me. Okay. Indigo is a flight booking thing. And what I'm saying, I'm in a panic mode. As a human, I say that, hey, I want to meet my friend who has met with an accident, help me. Really, what I meant to ask is, if is there any flight I can book and immediately go. But the traditional rule-based system will not understand my context. It will simply say that, hey, sorry, this one is only for flight booking. I cannot help you on your context. Whereas almost the same applies for ML driven as well. Unless it has been trained with such context, such kind of inputs, it will not be replying back. Whereas now with Gen AI, the same input, just imagine I'm saying that, hey, I want to meet a friend who has met with an accident, help me. If I say this, the Gen AI will understand that, okay, I'm in a panic mode and I'm seeking help, and it will ask me that, yes, I can help you. Do you want me to book the flights? And if I say yes, then it will ask next question. Okay, from which city to which city? Do you want to travel immediately? Right? The conversation will go on. That's the difference with respect to the agentic AI workflow versus traditional rule-based system. Okay. So how can agentic AI continuously personalize learning paths based on user behavior and performance? Again, to this agentic AI application, consider that I'm giving it a file. In that file, it will have day-wise marks that a student gets in different subjects. Okay. And I configure within the agentic AI that, hey, go to the file every day once, you check that and curate the questions for this particular student based on his result. That's all. It's all about the instruction I want to give, and agentic AI will be able to give that result. Right. And okay, we have 20 minutes more. So the next question, how do you enforce least privilege access when AI agents interact with learner data and HR system? Least privilege access, yet it is configurable thing. That's where the agentic AI system need to be built with additional layers, like the prompt injection layer need to be there. LLM security need to be enforced. And then, as I was mentioning, the automatic reply has to be restricted. All those kind of things need to be done. But the conversation will go on to a large extent. But you can understand how you can ask the same question now after seeing my demo. If you ask the same question to ChatGPT, it will be able to help you far better. Okay. What change management strategies are critical for learner and administrator adoption? What change management strategies are critical for learner and administrator adoption? Okay, maybe you're asking in academia point of view. I think what I would say is both the learner has to use AI in an ethical way to really upskill himself, not to complete the task. That is on the learner side. On the administrator side, the university or the company or the hiring, everything need to happen based on thinking rather than output creation. Okay, it no longer it is valid like whether a person is able to write the code or not. It is no longer valid. It's moving towards something like whether a person is able to understand the code, whether the person is able to break down the problem and convert that problem into solutions. So that is the change management strategy, I would say, Vaishali. Yeah. Okay. I'll go back because I have one more demo. I'll show that and then come out here. Okay. So previously I was showing you simple demo. Now I'll switch to quick demo. Now I'm increasing the complexity. Okay. What I have did is I have created an agent. What is the purpose of agent? I have asked that agent to create a chart. Right? Did you see that? I didn't open it. So 1 second, I'll stop it. It has terminated. I'll show the code and then go rerun it. So what I have did is, you are a helpful AI assistant. Write Python code to solve tasks. Keep code simple and efficient. Don't include terminal. This system message is same as the previous simple demo answer. But here in the user process agent, what I have given is create a simple plot with matplotlib showing two random lines. Call them as NVIDIA and Tesla. Save it as stock chart.png. use simple data, don't fetch real stock data. Okay, just think how we are communicating. If we are trying to explain or teaching a student, this is how we used to do, right? First you write the Python code, understand to write the Python code, and then do a complex thing. So the same thing, what the complexity you're able to see is, I'm instructing it to create a simple plot library with matplot lib library. I have already downloaded the respective package. That's why it is automatically showing it up. The simple Python stuff. But here it has written the code snippet as well. Okay. And you could see that when I was running here, it didn't show me the code snippet here. Right. The beauty of Microsoft AutoGen is if we instruct it to do an action. Okay. Here the final action is create a simple plot. The final action is not give me the code with matplotlib to show two random lines. If I would have asked you to give the code, then code will be the output. Whereas here, my ask is it has to create a simple plot image. Okay. And you could see that it has automatically write the code. It has automatically executed the Python code, and it has automatically saved the image as well. Okay. So if you could see, if I run this, so stock chart dot image, it has created, and it should be in my what folder, the respective folder. Okay. So do you see the what to say, the power of agent? It is actually completing the task, right? So I'll go on to the next demo. I'm giving one more complex task. I'll even show the code and then go on. So here again, it is the system message is same. Okay, but if you could see the difference, when you write code for tasks like data analysis for plotting, provide complete executable Python code, and let user proxy execute the code first and report the result. Okay, it should write and then result. And here you could see that execute any Python code, provide the assistant and report the result. Here, what actually I'm requesting it to use is plot a chart, save the plot to a file named stock price underscore YTD. Okay. So here, what I have used is I have used the Yahoo Finance library. Okay. So it will actually go on fetch the real data and then come to me. Okay. Now I'll execute this. So if you could see, it is fetching from internet and then has plotted me the actual image. Okay, with the help of Python code and matplotlib library. Okay, so I'll show one more demo as well, because here it is all about user interaction. So I'll show a real demo of a student and teacher talking between each other. Okay. Switch my Visual Studio. So here I have two agents. One is advisor agent and another one is student agent. Okay. So advisor agent, as you could see, it will be advising about different courses based on the student's output. Student agent, it will be asking like a student only. Okay. So I'm running this, and you could see that student is asking, "Hi everyone, I'm looking for a course recommendation. Would love to hear from both student and any other people as well." And academic advisor is replying that so and so things, and it is asking like data science, mathematics. And then there is another student. I have configured two students. Okay, since it is a student as a role, there is only one agent I have created, but this same agent will play as two different students, not just one student. Okay, that's why you could see the thing as student and then peer student and then academic advisor. Okay, so this conversation will go on. Like AI is talking to AI, one AI is advisor and another AI is student, and there is one more AI which is another student. Okay, this conversation will go on and go on and go on. And you could see that how it is, I have grouped it. So I have enabled a group chat between student, advisor, and peer student. Okay, that is why this conversation is going on all by itself. Okay, so here you could see that I have defined three agents. One is student agent, and then advisor agent, and then peer student agent. Okay. So maximum round 12. So 12 conversation would happen, and the speaker selection also will be round robin, because sometimes peer student will talk again, sometimes the same peer student will be talking, right? So likewise, almost like a human conversation, it is happening. Okay. So for now, I'll terminate this. And I'll go back to the chat. Sorry, the demo. So as you could see, if I want to say, showcase the latest example, learner is asking, agent collaborate, and you could see the output. It's an intelligent workflow, right? So yeah, if I want to summarize this with my final point, think of Agentic AI like a team of virtual colleagues. If it is a software development team, then it is, you can configure a backend engineer, configure a front-end engineer, configure a designer, configure a tester, configure a scrum master, configure a project manager, configure a business analyst, and then give a task to it. All these agents will talk within itself and complete the end outcome. And that is what you will be able to see, like with the tools like lovable.dev and all those things. Because whoever have tried such white coding tools, you would know that how these tools are automatically writing code, deploying it, and all those things, right? So here in this tool, I have simply tried a simple expense tracker, and if I want to go back to the chat summary, it is not coming up. View history. Okay. Do is it will be talking, like how I was showing you the Comet browser, right? So these are real examples where you could understand Agentic AI, how it works, and how you can fit it for your work, or how you can fit for your learning goal, which you'll be able to decide. So that's it from my end. And this is my LinkedIn. I'll also paste it in in the Teams chat. If you want to connect, please connect. And that's it. My session is all done. Amit.
Yeah, Dinesh, that was an insightful session actually. And also, we do have a question over chat. Do you mind looking at
Oh,
it?
there is one more question. Okay.
Yes.
Abdul has asked, how much coding is required for creating Agentic AI? Okay. It is, how I can say, there are platforms where you can create agents without writing code as well, Abdul. I'll quickly share the screen. If I remember the tool correctly, it is folks. So in this Agent Studio, if you just give an input, then it will automatically create agent behind, and it's all about you want to consume that agent. That's all. Okay. So whether you want to build a single agent or a manager agent or a workflow, it's all with you. If I click on this, it's all about only the inputs as English plain text I want to give. I don't want to write any single line of code. Even setting up the knowledge base, setting up the memory, it's all about a toggle. That's all. And if I want to configure to scale or scale down, that's it enough. I don't write any of the code. The same in Microsoft ecosystem, it is Copilot Studio. So where you will be able to create AI agents as well. Okay. Sign in, try for free. Okay, it is going. Okay, it is Chrome tab. I can open it up here. Copilot.microsoft login, not this one. Copilotstudio.microsoft.com. So in this copilot.studio.microsoft.com, you can simply select agent and then just explain what your agent want to do. Okay, so let's say create a teaching agent who always explains concepts with Tamil movies as example. Okay, just like that, I'm giving a prompt. I mean, giving a requirement. So behind the scene, whatever we have created as a agent by writing code, behind the scene, the agent creation will be happening. Since it is Microsoft, most probably it will be Microsoft AutoGen only. Okay. So here again, I have to give those inputs. I have to set up the triggers. Just give me a minute, guys. 1 second. Yeah, so here I have to give the instruction and then give the knowledge and your agent will be ready. Okay, since I haven't given anything, but still let's see. What is A? I'm just simply asking, and it is generating a plan and it is using some random resources. So, and you could see that it has directly picked up an example of Indiran robot movie, which is again starring the Tamil movie Indiran, and then it is explaining me with that context, right? Behind the scene, it is actually an agent. Okay, so if you just want to create an agent as simple as that and quickly test it up, use tools like this. Or if you need more tailor-made configuration, then use something like this. You have to write the code. So this is a straightforward question answer. And the next question is, what is the real life use case of agentic AI in organization? Yeah. So just consider in any organization, reimbursement is a very common scenario, right? Right now, a person is there with whom we used to submit the bill, and then one person will verify, and then the reimbursement happens. Consider an agent, a super intelligent agent, which is able to understand a fake one, real one, duplicate bills, and all those things. And it will be able to reduce the burden, right? And there will be few other use cases, like I could say, someone will be in the admin team to schedule the journeys for office meetings and all those things, right? Now consider what is that for the stay? There is one thing that I don't know. Okay, Indigo releases an agent. Likewise, different airways are releasing agents, and we can create an agent to talk to all those agents to pick up the best price and book the ticket, right? What a human is doing now, it is able to do. An agentic AI can do. Same applies for software thing as well. I am the only tech lead. Then I can create an agent to test the code all by itself, right? So these are few real use cases I remember. And Ganesh asked, from scratch, I want to learn, not having any coding background, what learning path or YouTube or Udemy course? I would simply advise Ganesh, first try with the no-code tools, something like Copilot Studio or Laser AI. It will help to understand what agent is all about, and then slowly step down, open a Visual Studio Code, then use GitHub Copilot, ask the same question that, hey, I don't have any coding background. Can I create a simple hello world agent? It will guide you, right? YouTube, Udemy course, pathway is one way, whereas learning by doing is another way. Okay. Since I don't have any suggestible reference, I couldn't say a proper YouTube channel or Udemy course, but definitely there would be something. Okay. Yeah, I think I have answered all the questions, folks.
Yeah, Dinesh.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes,
Like
Abdul.
there is
Yeah.
a lot of thing happening about AI engineering or AI developer something. I just want your clarity. I have listened about the words like LangChain, LangGraph, or LLM, and all. Like how these people use this to create an agent. I want to understand. And like, it is saying that if someone learn these tools or tech stack, they are like they are future proof and they will crack a good amount of packages. Or what? How a data analytics or Power BI developer can become this, or what are these things which are in the which I am listening. If you can understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand. There's any typical person, even I was also in your page at one point of time. So it is fairly straightforward, Abdul. Today, I have simply created 3-4 agents, right? But tomorrow, if I want to go to my go back to my office work, do you think I'll be using agents in my day-to-day work? It's not the case.
Yes.
Yeah, we have again we are going to open the Excel sheet or going to open a code snippet and do some changes. That's a practical reality. But as you also rightly mentioned, this is going to be hitting the future soon. So whoever is learning first, they get the first mover advantage, definitely. And whoever is able to what to say, try something for their organization, connecting with these concepts, they get the first chance whenever organization gets ready. Okay, so simply beyond like getting good packages and all those things, to even stay relevant or to even stay future proof, we want to learn these concepts and try to connect it with our work without affecting the business as usual. That's what I used to say to myself, Atul.
Okay. Most of these people are from the software developer background, correct? Because they try to
Yeah,
develop some apps or
see
something.
that is also
Okay. Sure. And we'll start it within few minutes, ma'am. Okay.
Cool, thank you. Hi
Ma'am, we have an
everybody.
introduction.
Sorry.
Hello, everyone. We have an introduction, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello everyone, please join me in welcoming Shubhangi Goyal. Shubhangi Goyal is a data and analytics professional with a strong focus on business intelligence and data driven solution. She is a passionate about working with data to deliver meaningful insights and support better decision making with a continuous learning mindset and active involvement in the data community. Shubhangi contributes through collaboration, knowledge sharing, and building impactful analytical solution. Ma'am, you are live now. You
Okay.
can start, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Hi everyone. Good evening. Thank you for joining today. I'm going to give a talk on context-driven AI agents. So before I start, I would like to give a quick, obviously some introduction has already been given, but a little bit more about myself. I work as a senior analyst at Admiral. It's FTSE 100 company in the UK. I've been working in the space of data science and AI for last 8 to 9 years. Most of my career has been like focused on this area, and I've spoken on multiple different events, some of which you can see on the screen. I'm also a mentor for a lot of different early career professionals who want to build their career into data and tech. I also manage the London chapter for Women in Data, primarily for females who want to build a career in technology and data or AI, and they don't have enough resources. So I support them by helping them find roles and like mentorship essentially. So before I start, I want to talk a little bit about the topic and why it's important. So let's start with the problem first. If you see on the screen, I'm showing you an example of an input I gave to an agent, which is the issue is with 123. Now, if you look at this statement in a standalone perspective, you will see that there is no context, there is no background around like what does it mean. There is no like preference or like any kind of environment understanding of what 123 means. And as shown here, it could be a Jira ticket, it could be a customer ID, it could be a pipeline number, it could be a KPI or a temperature, and it could be actually many more things. This is just like a small example. What mostly happens in traditional way when people develop agents is like they have a very rigid way of operating, like focusing on very isolated bits of data. But when we talk about using AI, we essentially talk about having context. And context was not something which was talked in the beginning when generative AI came into picture. And I think it became more and more important because it is essential to build agents which are very nuanced and can pick up small variations and changes as well. um and having said that, like they consider like a broader situation of like how you behave, like how you ask question, what is your intent behind asking question, basically any kind of previous interaction you have had with it. This allows them to respond in ways that helps to make sure that the outcome that you receive are relevant, they're neutral, and they are very nuanced to the question you've asked. So let's talk about how did it happen. So initially, when large language models came, most people thought, hey, this is some sort of a web browser. We'll ask some prompt and we'll get some output. But over time, LLMs have become more sophisticated with every different version that has come out. We recently saw 5.2 has come out this week. And there was a shift in perspective from LLMs becoming just a tool to more like a strategic partner. So whether you are working in healthcare industry or finance or insurance or any kind of legal industry, they've become more like a strategic partner simply because they are built on large and vast amount of data. The third thing really was like to deal with the complexity of the business requirements, because every particular industry they have specific nuances, they have specific things that they care about, and that's why large language models strictly become more important because they're able to deal with that complexity. And lastly was more like a systematic approach to deal with it. Having said that, how do you work on this technology? I think everybody, I would assume, on the call knows about prompt, but this talk isn't about prompt, it's about context. So prompt is about phrasing the instruction, how you structure your input, how you ask questions or interact with the LLMs. But there is something which is equally or more important than prompt, which is your context, that is your background and the system that you build around the model. And this is important because in most of the applications I have worked on or seen so far, there have been numerous times that the output hasn't been right. And it hasn't been right because your LLM essentially is trying to understand the context, the background, the knowledge of what it is about, what you're talking about, and they simply don't understand the preferences, and they can't adapt to the responses that you create. So let's talk a bit more in detail about context engineering. So context engineering, essentially, if you look at this diagram, it helps to build dynamic systems that make sure that the LLM understands what you're talking about. And a lot of people think that your application fails because you are building or your model is flawed, but it is mostly happening also because you're missing the right context. So if you look at this diagram here, it's like the most simplified way one can look at it. You have a RAG system. RAG is like used for like building accurate large language model applications. You have a prompt engineering part where you are phasing your instruction. You have a memory where you are storing all this conversation you're having with the large language model. There is a structured output part where you're generating the responses, where you're making sure that whatever question you're asking, you're getting a response out of it. And then lastly, there is like a state, which state your current system, your application is in. And around all this, you build a context model essentially, which is called grounding in data. And it is extremely important to understand why memory also matters here, because you must have seen when you interact with any AI system, they have some limited memory. And it's important because that way they remember what is the conversation about. And in like if you build an AI agent, like a lot of people have different terms at the moment, but essentially there is like two types of memory. There's a short term memory, which is for like a shorter session, like maybe like a 30-minute session, 20-minute session, which is very much focused on an ongoing conversation. But then there is a long term memory, which is more about the user's preferences, their knowledge, their history across multiple different sessions across the board. And if you talk about memory, without memory, AI will just reset every single time. So the agent doesn't know who you are, what you have talked about. But with memory, they become more adaptable in nature, more human like, and they're able to understand the requirements of what you want better. So imagine if you're building an AI agent just to get information about all the Jira tickets you have. If that AI agent doesn't know or doesn't have enough grounding in the background to know what the system is about, what kind of data you're talking about, it will just assume literally anything. And the situation will be more or less similar to the example I showed in the start. It will be like you're giving like a Jira ticket ID, for example, but it wouldn't know. It would think it could be anything. So that's why context engineering has become kind of crucial at this point in time to make sure that your AI systems are reliable, adaptable, and they're able to provide relevant and accurate outputs. So one of the very important thing about building context first agents is also about understanding context window. What mostly happens is like you have a huge amount of data, right? Like a vast amount, and um, like you can't use all of it because it's almost impossible to have that level of data being used for building an agent. So what you do is you have a context window. Now, if you look at the screen, like mathematically, this is how a context window looks like. You have a huge set of data in front of you, and then you decide your context window decides what is the target token I should focus on. So this is how it looks like in general. Like you have a set of data which could be from zero to anything. There is like a set of tokens, and the window that you pick based on the question that you ask is essentially where the target token is set. Now it's possible because a large context window basically enables the model to process longer conversation. So if you decide that I want to have a 45-minute conversation or an hour conversation, essentially you have to have like a larger context window. This makes sure that if you're talking, let's say, about waste recycling, let's say, or council tax or income tax or whatever, like any specific topic, it sets your target token to that window, and then essentially makes sure that the outcome that you are getting is targeted, is set to that particular point. Most people, like I've been on several talks this year, like I've seen a lot of people don't know in depth about context window, and they've built agents obviously, but they haven't built agents which are still giving them accurate responses, so they really cannot get them into like production environment, or probably I would say enterprise ready space. And it's crucial to understand that this is one of the things which you will face if you are planning to build like a like very effective AI agent. And it's really important to also understand that like there is obviously gonna be like a huge amount of data at your disposal, and you will have to determine which data and how I will make sure the target token is set every time I'm asking the agent about it. So having said that, there is not just one type of context. There are multiple different examples of context. So if you see on the screen, I've given 3 examples. There is instructions, there is knowledge, and there is tools. Okay. So instructions is about the memories it has, for example, the questions you have asked in terms of your prompt or any kind of tool description you have given. The second is knowledge. Knowledge is like any kind of data you already have, like historical data, facts, memories, any KV articles. All these things fit into the second one, the knowledge one. And the third is tools. Tools is like any feedback you get from any kind of interaction you've had. For example, you asked something and you didn't get the right response. You wanted to make sure that, hey, like my LLM remembers or my agent remembers that this is the question I've asked. So context types helps to make sure you understand what are the 3 different types of ways you can use your data effectively to build it. And most of the times a lot of people have access to this sort of data, but they just like need to figure out what kind of data I want to use to build that thing. Now, how do you build it? What are the 5 main steps to build a context workflow like cycle? So generally, like there are 5 steps. So first one is acquisition of data. So if you're working, for example, in a particular industry type, you will have some sort of historical data, CRM records, keep databases, any kind of user input that you can use. Is essentially where you acquire most of the data that you get from that first step. Once you have taken all that data, you have to process this data, which means like you cannot take, for example, if you have 1200 knowledge base articles, you will have to prioritize which one is important. And one of the talk I was in previously, somebody asked me this question towards the end, that how do we know like which part or which data is important to like prioritize when you are like building context? And one of the effective ways of doing is like you see like a historical set of data, analyze the user interactions if you have based on that data. You can see the frequency of like what topics are recurring or coming up more like actively. You can also see like for example, like where like the bulk of user always like have interactions about, and that helps to you to like simplify, like simply narrow down from the top level to the bottom level, that hey, I have, let's say, 100 different things, and now I am penciling it down to like 10 important things first, and that's how I will ground my context on. Then the third step really is storage. This is a very crucial step because when you have massive amount of data and you have to build like a storage, the space becomes a very very big problem, more or less most of the time. So make sure you also have decided what kind of memory you want to use. Like, are you planning to build an agent that just is able to deal with like the 30-minute interaction, or are you planning to build an agent that can deal with like a longer conversation, maybe like 45 minutes, hour or longer? So decide how do you want to approach the memory. There is also third type of memory which is called episodic, which is really like fleeting, like a short term memory, but you can more or less classify them in top level on short term or long term. Then the fourth one that you have is retrieve. Now you have the data, you have prioritized your data, you have stored, for example, is somewhere that data. Now how will you retrieve it? So most of the more or less RAG comes on this step where you build some sort of query memory. So RAG along with your prompt goes in and you retrieve the kind of data you need for a conversation. So if I am like building an AI agent that just answers questions around council tax, but council tax is top level. I'm talking about council tax refund, paying council tax, issuing a bill. For example, like I want, like I paid the extra money, I want my extra money back. There could be multiple different categories. So in that case, the differences of intent are very, very minute. Like it could be as close as 0.01%. So at this step, the retrieval becomes really crucial. And the last part is update. So no matter how much data you have grounded in the first step, you have to always modify or expunge any unused data. Simply because if your context is outdated and it doesn't have relevant or fresh data every single time, it will not work. And it will give you false results, and the accuracy will be quite poor when you test some of the results. I think one other thing I also want to mention on this step is like it's extremely important to maintain that context, that data that you're using it, because a lot of people they don't do it, and like they're like mostly thinking why my agent is not giving responses. I've spent so much time building it, simply because you haven't like checked if that data is still relevant, because the facts change over the course of time, the way systems work change over the course of time, or any specific data that you have fed. So make sure you're always checking it over again, making sure you are like putting the right real-time data into place. From there, let's talk about architecture evolution. So this is one of the ways like that I have worked on it, and I think this is a really the simplistic way of explaining how you can transform your agent step by step. So first step really is like you when you start the process, generally when I start the process, I saw that I have a text input and text output, and I took like a large language model in between. Like you can take anyone that you prefer. I like just took the OpenAI one and like the chat GPT, the basic one, and there was simple text input and text output. Obviously it wasn't performing great, and then I thought, I think there's something missing, so I added some context into it, which is like this slightly lighter color in the background of LLM. The input was still text in like the input side and the output side as well. And what happened really was like the answers started to slightly get better. Now, the thing I realized in this point was, okay, I need to like provide more tailored information here, because otherwise it is not gonna give me like more specific or reliable responses. So in this step three, I added like a RAG system here. In this RAG system, I've given a tool use as well here. So if my tool gives any feedback or any information about how I've used it, it will be also fed back to the large language model. So it is also getting some kind of not just the context I've grounded, but also a second type of category of context, which is like tool feedback, which is good for me because I was getting far better responses at this step than obviously at step one. um so when I created this, I thought like, how do I now enhance it? Because just having text is not enough. I also wanted to have, images and videos and maybe like different types of versions of this. So in this step, I added different types of inputs, for example, like images and then videos and so on. But because they were larger in size, they also needed some memory. So implemented some memory here in this next step as well. So if you see from this to this, there wasn't really, there was complete change of like scenery, because the text input has now changed from text to images to videos. And from there I also added memory, because obviously there was a lot more information, so I needed something to remember a lot more about it. And if you compare from this to this step, obviously the answers were improving. I had more flexibility of like using what kind of inputs I wanted to give. Now I thought, hey, this is not enough for me. I still want to like, get fast responses, because my responses were not really fast at that point. So in this step, I implemented a vector databases. So I want to pause here and explain a bit about vector databases if somebody already doesn't know. I would assume people at least know about it, because if you have already worked a little bit on AI, you would know that they're widely used for building RAG applications, LLM applications, and they're really good because they're fast. They're good for semantic embeddings of your data, and they really go well along with the LLM architecture or the kind of architecture you want to create. So in this step, I created or added a layer of vector databases, semantic databases here. And again, like the memory, I decided to have like either I want a short term, long term, or episodic memory, depending on the kind of use case I was creating for. So let's say if I'm making sure that I only want my user to interact for 15 minutes. I don't want like to have a longer chat, a longer conversation, very targeted. So I would use this episodic. But let's say somebody has a very, very big problem. They want to keep on like asking multiple different questions. So I would give them a 30-minute short term session. But then there are people who also would like, keep on asking questions. Sometimes user also don't know how to interact, let's say, with the agent properly. So in that case, I would need long term memory. So these three things were thought of like when I built this step. And obviously there was a decision layer, because if I'm trying to make the user use it, I also want to involve some sort of validation, verifications at this step, simply because I don't want to leave it like without any guardrails. I want to control like if my decision making, the LLM's decision making is actually right or not, and that's when it should be passed to the output. So every step essentially took like a step-by-step process to make sure that all the problems that I was facing in previous steps, I was like accounting for it. And then this is where things are. In this one, this is a way more like sophisticated architecture. So in the input layer, as you can see, there is obviously standard data that I have, the historical data. There is real-time data also, and there is user feedback that I get from the tool. There's an agent orchestration layer here, which contains like if there is any kind of like monitoring I want to do, how the agent is making decisions, how the outcome is being generated. So this sits on this step. And in the bottom, which is again a very, very important part, data governance layer sits. So any kind of PII data, I'm kind of anonymizing that data on this layer, so that like when my agent is processing those information, it is not actually storing any kind of personally identifiable information. And then there is this output layer and a service layer. So output layer is mostly customizable output, which is like I've customized the output based on the needs of what the user wants. I want to mention one thing is like I worked on one of the project previously, like in which the clients specifically wanted, they said, I want a tailored output. I don't want a different output, which means like every single time they ask a same question, they want same response. They don't want even slightest deviation in the answers, which is understandable simply because you want to keep your responses consistent. So if you're asking what is council tax, you want same question and like Q&A response basically every single time. Or what is, for example, what is the weather, for example, in London? You will want similar answer every single time unless it has changed. So this is really important, like in actual real time scenario, because one would assume that hey, like a small deviation in answer is okay, but actually a lot of times it's not. And here there is a service layer. So service layer is mostly around like if you are planning to use it on multi-channel, not just let's say on your laptop or machine or maybe some other channels, for example phone. So you have to build like a service layer, or for example if you want to generate any kind of insights as well, you can do on this step. And if you see, there is a data storage slash retrieval layer here, which is more around like data structuring, data engineering, storing data in vector forms, and then knowledge graphs. um, all in all, like these are the steps that were followed to build the agent. I think one thing I do want to mention is like building RAG and vector databases do change a lot when you build these agents, simply because RAG makes your outcome way more reliable, and then vector databases, they make sure that your embeddings are really good and your agent is able to respond faster compared to like when you generally wait, because otherwise you will have to wait quite a bit to get a proper response in most cases. So now I want to talk about a little bit about effective context engineering, some best practices that generally work when you are building these agents. So first things first, I want to talk about how do you map the context. This was again asked to me by somebody, and that's the reason why this slide exists actually. So mapping the context means you identify what your agent will need. I think understanding of the business case that you are building the agent for is really, really crucial. So you would want to decide what databases, what APIs, or what MCP servers you want to use in the first place to build it. And when you map the context, i.e., you have to decide what data you will use. Obviously you cannot use everything, so you have to decide like this part of data is important for me, so I'll pick this part, I will not take the rest of the bit. So decide first how do you want to map the context. Secondly, as I said before, context pipeline using RAG is really good. It works very effectively. If you're using Foundry, you can also use some inbuilt tool Foundry has. Both of them work quite effectively while building context. This question was again asked to me, that somebody said to me like, let's say I interacted with an agent, and when I interacted with that agent, like there's a lot of data generated, okay, and I can't store it, I'm still not getting reliable answers. So one of the techniques which works very effectively is summarization, because what it does is, let's say you have 100 200 line conversation, it summarizes that conversation so that the LLM just knows enough. It doesn't have to know like every single small point, it just needs to understand the background of that conversation. So it condenses your conversation history in this step. Next is about how do you do loadout management, which is essentially where you limit tools per task using your vector search. So you use vector search in this step to make sure that the number of tools you're using is limited, it's not like overflowing. Next is about like using or storing intermediate results or long term preferences. So this is, yeah, this is like quite this is something I'm still working on. It's about like, you know, when you, for example, somebody has changed the context, like they're talking suddenly about different thing. So right now I'm talking about, hey, I'm traveling, let's say, let's say I'm traveling to France, and I suddenly change the context to about I'm traveling to Italy, for example. Now the topic has changed, I'm traveling to do different destination. So how do you make sure that the context is switching in that case, and like how your memory knows now that hey, like my long term preference is like my intermediate results are parked aside for a minute and it switches. So in that case, scratch pads in memory, so you have to create like a bystanding memory essentially, which stores that information, and that your context can switch between two different domains, because it happens a lot. People ask different questions in a same conversation, and that sometimes makes your LLM confused what is the topic actually about. So this is one of the things which really happens when you are building the agents. And then lastly is conflict resolution. Again, this is about expunging any unused data, out of date data, or something which is no longer needed. If you think your data that you fed initially on the step one is no longer relevant to you. You have to expunge or remove that data and replace it with something more relevant or real-time data, simply because it's gonna give wrong answers at the end of the application that you create. Now, with everything that you build, there is always limitations also. Um, and the limitations, if you see, there are actually many, but I think in Crux, there are four of them. First is like over engineering context pipelines. So I've seen some of the cases where people have like they've built pipelines, they have a lot of data, they've cleaned the data, structured it properly, but they haven't like they haven't decided which set of data is important for them, and they just kept on like reducing it in size. You have to reduce the data used in size, but not to an extent that your language model doesn't at all understand what it is about. So you have to be wise about how much capacity you are using your agent for, how much memory it can retain. And that's why the first step is really, which can sometimes be a limitation for like building agents in real time. Second one is validation. So if you build an agent without any proper check, it's like almost difficult for like real time person to use it. Simply you have not verified your facts. I tested couple of agents like recently, and the outcomes they had still like, had like wrong links that didn't exist, the information which was false. So even after grounding, if your agent is not giving right answers, you should really check why you haven't implemented any kind of validation or verification when the output is being generated. So again, like this limitation persists. Then there's unused information in your context, which means like if you're chatting and if you are like chatting with an AI agent, you will ask a bunch of questions. Now let's say that all that conversation, all of that is not important, right? Like there is a part of that conversation that is important. What happens is that unused data becomes problem because it starts to pollute your background data, all the tagging, all the labeling that you have done in your data. So again, expunging unused data is important in every single step so that the LLM exactly remembers the conversation and the history. And then underestimating token limits, it's a real problem because you have to store information, and because of the massive amount of data available, sometimes it's challenging to like determine how much token limit actually any platform or tool can provide you. So make sure that you use condensation or summarization of your context or your grounded data, simply to make sure that it's viable and feasible in real time to build an agent which can cover vast variety of topics and still give you reliable outcomes. um, I want to talk about one of the use case as well here. So I was working on a project, and generally, when you have these agent calls and you're waiting for 10 minutes, 15 minutes for an agent to arrive to solve the problem. And customers actually face long waiting queue. And I've also been one of those people who has been on those queues. And I thought, we should build an agent which like drops the waiting time from, let's say, 10 minutes to maybe less than 1 minute. And I would like an LLM to like intrude and give a response on that particular agent. So what essentially worked, three things that really worked well in that case is, firstly, you have to make sure that your LLM is able to reason. And for reasoning, again, use some historical data or databases or any kind of CRM data which is available for you. Second is response generation in natural language. It should not be, it should be simple natural language tailored to your customer profile. So let's say if I am the customer, I would want the outcome to be tailored to my profile. And the third thing really is the memory update. So every time you have had an interaction, your memory should update to the latest information or latest data that you have interacted about. And it's also good because you can have some sort of future like personalization or recommendation built. And that makes your agent workflow really good. And I also want to talk about a bit about like how does it impact, when you are talking at business level, this thing, because when you have consistent answers for the question people ask, it actually shows that you have done your work on knowledge base, like the background data. It's not guesswork, because if it's guesswork, it will every time give a different outcome every single time. And that is not what AI agent is about. So you have to make sure that your outcome remains consistent with every single question, similar answer every single time. Next is the customers feel heard, because if the agent remembers the past interactions, that means whoever is using, they feel that okay, this agent knows who I am, so is able to conversate more effectively. If they don't remember who you are, they can't give you tailored outcome. And all in all, if AI is using your customer history plus your knowledge base, essentially grounding gives that specific specific background to make sure you are getting reliable responses. So if let's say you're trying to pay a bill and you have a customer history, then the agent would know how much bill they still have to pay, for example. So it's important to make sure that these small things when you build are taken into account, because that makes your agent reliable and obviously stand out compared to like if you build any other agent without any specific use case. um this is one of the other example I want to mention is like, so obviously this is from Azure AI Machine Learning Studio. And one of the things which I also did was evaluate the responses. So if you see on the screen, like this is one of the classic example, like I gave a question, I gave an answer, and for example, I gave a context, it's all in string. And similar to that, you can give like a batch file of 1,000 or more records and you can test out. So what it does is like it will run a script for you, like a flow for you, and you will be able to generate a relevant score for your question and answers. Now generally it looks like it has this flow diagram where you can like see or visualize all the different nodes that it has. I do want to mention this is like, this is one of the example, but you can obviously give a bulk of example because in real time it's almost next to impossible to do one by one testing. So you can use this automated testing approach to make sure that somebody can actually run these tests. And again, the main point I'm trying to make here is here also we have used context because we want to make sure that the relevance is high and the AI responses that we get are more like tailored to the question we have asked. You can try this. It's available. There's a lot of documentation available on like the prompt flow. It's a part of Azure ML Studio, and like there are a lot of different flows in it. There is like a classification flow. There's a relevance flow. There's a lot of different flows. You can try them out. There's a lot of good documentation as well available on the Learn website, and this is one of the ways you can test as well, like your outcomes. Now, the next thing I also want to talk about is metrics. And this was asked to me recently on the talks that somebody asked me, I have built an agent, but I don't know how to tell somebody the value of my agent. Like, how do I define the value? How do I tell somebody I've done these tests and like this is the results I'm getting? So this is for that thing. If you are thinking that, okay, I've built an agent already, but I want to also communicate somebody that value. Maybe it's a client, maybe it's like some personal project you are building. So some metrics which are definitely work is, for example, grounding score. What's your score of your data you have grounded? You can build it on scale of 10 or 5. You can run a bunch of tests and try some examples essentially to make sure you know that your data, how it responds to different types of question, what kind of scoring you would get for every single test. Second is relevance score by turn. This is more tied to the previous slide I showed. So every single time you have a Q&A pair, you can generate a relevance score, 4 or 5 or like 1, 2, depending on like what is the relevance of the question and answer pairing you are getting. And you can also generate it by turn, which means like turn is like when we are conversating with each other, every single time we are talking, it's a turn. It's one single conversation and has multiple turns. So you can generate a relevance score. Third is answer consistency. So if you have a set of questions and you're asking that question and you want to make sure that the outcomes I'm getting are same across the board, how much consistent answers you are getting. That is one of the way also to determine how your agent is performing for similar set of questions. Fourth is response accuracy, for example. So you can like create either an automated test or you can also use somebody who is an SME in this. Make sure you are checking the accuracy of your answer, which is the links it's generating is right or not. The information provided is correct or not. So make sure those kind of things are counted in response accuracy. Then there is prompt sensitivity, which is like if your prompt has changed, how much stable your outcome still is, because in building this application you will at some point use prompt to at least give some instruction. So how much sensitive your LLM is to that particular prompt, it's really important to check stability. So prompt sensitivity is really good for checking the stability of your AI agent. And then there is completion rate. Completion rate is good. You have asked a question, it has given you a response, then you ask the second question, it gave you another response, and so on. So did that agent actually complete the entire workflow, the entire cycle? So you can rate it and give it like a completion flow. It helps you to make sure that how much successful your agent is at the moment. You can measure it on a scale of 5 or a scale of 10, or like you can give your percentage. It's important because when you go on meetings and when you explain this to somebody, I've built an agent, this is how it's performing, these metrics help to define that value. What is the value of your effort? What's the value of like things that you have created? um and again, this question was asked to me recently by somebody. And although like building these metrics, it's like standard now because you're using a lot of data, so it's really standard to have metrics define value. But a lot of people didn't still like explore enough, and they were struggling to decide how do I like tell the value of this product I have created. So again, like these are some of the metrics. There are a lot more you can create, but these six will actually help you to make sure number one, your agent is stable, which means it's not changing when your prompt changes. Second, that your outcome is reliable and trustworthy. Third, it's actually doing what it is supposed to do. It's able to complete the task that you thought in the start it will complete. And then lastly, grounding score will help you to make sure the context is really good enough. And like let's say you can give an overall score also. Like my context is let's say 8 on 10 or 9 on 10. This is effective overall to show the value of your product. So I'm coming to the end of my talk. I think the four main key takeaways from this talk is, firstly, context engineering is useful because it helps to make your systems more reliable and trustworthy. If you are building an agent architecture, you need in crux three main things. You need LLM, any LLM of your choice. Some people think you need the latest version of LLM. It's actually not true. You can also use like a cheaper version or a simpler version of LLM. It's more about how you ground that data that actually also changes it. It's not just about using a latest model that would change everything. You will have tools and then you will have memory. So you have three things you have to decide before you actually start building an AI agent. Third is prompt engineering is still a part of this, and that's why prompt sensitivity is important, that how much stable your system is to changing prompts. And then lastly, like building an like agent which is actually robust in design, because having one design is not enough. You will have to keep on changing and making sure that evolution is happening at every single step, like I showed in my example. So you have to make sure that your system design is very robust, and you're making sure that all those pitfalls that are generally happening when people build these agents are sort of rectified before you actually going into production, not after like you put it in production and everybody start using it, then they're seeing another 10 problems. So make sure these things are tested properly. I always emphasize the value of negative testing, which means your system breaks when it has to break. To try all possible like test cases on it and take ample time to do it, so that when you showcase your work to somebody, they actually see the value in like the agent that you are trying to create. Like make sure it works well for you. And with that, my session comes to an end. If you have any question, the floor is open. You can ask whatever you want. If you want to connect with me, this is my LinkedIn. And yeah, thank you very much.
Hi, ma'am. We have a few questions.
Sure.
How does the intent understanding agent use context?
Um, how does intent understanding agent? So, okay, context essentially, as I explained, it's basically the system around your model. Okay, so let's go back to this slide. So for example, if you look at this one, right, like you have a large language model. This is your background, which is means your system. So when essentially you are giving an input, right, you have a RAG model, the RAG model, and then you have, let's say, the input that you have given. What RAG model does is it goes into the background, it understands the question, the grounding part, the context, it's built along with that RAG model. You have to make sure that you're using some sort of data with that. Now the input goes into the RAG model. The RAG model tries to find the relevant like input in that entire context that you have created. And once it gets it, it goes back into the like to the agent essentially with your input plus the context it has found for that particular input. That's how the intent modeling actually works. So previously a lot of people were using like standard, like they were using cognitive services to like build models, which means like they were training data sort of in a supervised training manner. But now because you have LLM, you just need to make sure that the the background, it understands the background of that conversation. So let's say if you're saying bank, that bank means a financial bank, it doesn't mean like a river bank. So you have to give that data. The input is your prompt, your input, whatever you're giving, plus whatever your RAG model retrieves from your context. Does that make sense? Hello?
Ma'am, we have another question.
Yeah, okay.
How does the planning agent ensure correct decision from development point of view and business user point of view?
Okay, so the planning agent works based on like the goal that you set. So what, for example, you have given like a set of tasks for it to perform, right? um like it will break down whatever you have given into some small steps. Now again, like every time you are building some sort of an agent, you have to make sure that you're running some tests when you're building it. Now you have built an agent, it's breaking down into several different steps. You're trying to see how it has broken down, how it is executing each step, which means you check the completion rate as well. That way you can make sure that it's performing effectively in the way you want it to. Now from a business standpoint of view, I think you have to define that first, the use case. So for example, I can give an example. Like I worked on one of the project in which like we had speech to text transition. Okay, so essentially in the planning stages it had to identify, for example, what the input was in, which language it was in, and then convert, for example, which language do we want to go, for example English, maybe from like let's say Welsh to English. And it what it did, it was it broke down into several different steps. Now the ultimate goal of that step is to make sure it knows what to do, like three steps: identify the right language, then maybe like which language it needs to go in, and the third step is what is the accuracy of that conversion, so what's the, and overall what is the completion rate of that particular step. So every single time that test was run, we made sure that that completion rate was documented. For example, every single time how many parts it is breaking down that step into. So it should more or less behaves like for same input in a similarish manner, but if the input is different, it will obviously plan differently. So that those things were decided like before we actually started building that agent, that planning set of agents. So you have to make sure you have like understood also your business case quite effectively, and then map some metrics out compared to that particular step to make sure that every single time those steps are running, you're documenting and making account of how it is behaving, how it's like giving the outputs, and is it like right or not. Some you can use some sort of automated testing, like mapping things like the Welsh conversion, how much accurate it was, 95%, 92%, 93%. But then you can also do like very specific human in the loop testing as well, if you want to, if your like use case is really really like crucial. And in those cases obviously you need some SME who knows that part really really well. So if you're like targeting for a particular industry type, so I think it's really like a combination of these three things that work effectively. Break down those steps, map those metrics that you are needing for every single step, should behave, perform, break down the step similarly across the board. And then lastly, if you are trying to do like very specific use case, either involve somebody who is a subject matter expert, or use a combination of two, like automated plus an SME testing essentially. Any more? Any more questions from anyone?
Ma'am, another question, ma'am.
Yeah.
What is the plan, execute, reflect loop in context-driven agents?
Okay, so this one. So this is essentially okay, so this part is essentially when we are trying to make sure that there are couple of steps it is doing every single time. So this is a part of, for example, like a bigger agent. So let's say, as I said, like one of the step was in planning stages, I want to convert from one language to another. So it has to decide how to convert from one language to another. Now, once it has done the conversion, it wants to reflect. It wants to see that the conversion has happened effectively. um it basically, what happens is like when the reflection phase happens, in that it wants to also see that the the metric, essentially the conversion, how accurate the conversion was. That's essentially where reflection and then the self learning loop comes. Sometimes it is not accurate, like it's not completely converting it properly. And the reason why there is model 1, model 2 is like, um so when we were using like a whole model, it wasn't working very well. And simply because there was too much information in like one model. So what we did was like we broke it down like several different smaller models, which I call as like topic islands, or you can just call like some specific islands, like you can give any language to it. And to make it more targeted, essentially, model one was for planning, which is like it has to understand every single time that kind of input comes, how it will plan to break it down. Okay. Then in reflection stage, for example, what it is supposed to do by default is reflect on the conversion, like the language conversion it has done. So that's like model two. And for example, in tool use and self-learning loop, once a user has given a feedback or testing feedback that the conversion wasn't right, it is learning in that step. So all in all, that small models that we created actually make it more targeted. That planning was targeted, reflection was targeted. If you make or use one single model for all of them, the LLM kind of gets like messy. It gets a bit confused in like different things. So it's better to use smaller models in the bigger agent for targeted approaches rather than using the whole model, because the use case is very, very nuanced. The planning step is really nuanced. We want specific things to only happen in that. So it doesn't really work that effectively. And this was again like one of the things which was asked to me in one of the talks as well, because somebody asked me, why do we need like model one, model two? Because in real time, it's easier to say that let's use the entire model, but actually when you build it, you will find there were a lot of like there are smaller problems which occur, like it gets confused, it sometimes wants to like perform some different step. Just make it more targeted by using a smaller model with a smaller set of data, and that actually works way more effectively.
Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions?
How do you audit AI agent decisions?
um that's a good question, actually. So, okay, I will first go to the metrics slide because I think that's where it will start, and then I will conclude. Um, so, firstly, a lot of people have this problem because they want to understand that decision making can be sometimes black box with AI. And I think, like, especially when you go for business meetings and you are pitching a product or you're showing a product, they would generally ask you, how do you make sure that, like, your AI, like the model that you have built or the agent you have built, is giving like the right responses? I think first is like expected behavior versus like different behavior. I think with every agent that you create, you would expect it to behave a certain way, and you will allocate it some tasks to do, and how it is performing on those things is one of the ways to determine how it's making a decision. Okay. And third is also how it completes, like what's the completion rate of the task you have given. So it's like you have to also um decide firstly what the use case you want to check with it, because it should basically take similar steps for similar kind of things that you're asking. And you basically give scoring on every single step. As I said, like if you have a ground data, you give a grounding score. For every single time it is like interacting, you give a score to it. When you when it completes one single complete step, essentially is basically your completion rate. You give like a score on that completion rate, that hey, like the agent has been able to perform, let's say, 4 and 5 steps effectively, or 3 and 5 steps. So you can see a difference of the behavior it is doing versus what it is expected. That's where the gap lies, essentially. And more or less you will have like a bunch of tests. I generally advise do a lot of tests, like different possible use cases as you can. It also depends on how big your agent is, how many topics does it cover. Is it a small agent just like targeting one topic, or is it like a big agent you're handling, I don't know, 50, 60 topics, 50, 60 different things. It's like handling, for example, different types of questions. So try a variety of tests for different topics. Point number one. Number two is like give scoring on each step, um, which tells you that how it is performing versus how it is expected to perform. Step three is like once it has the entire set of steps, give it a score, completion score. Essentially, what it does is like it tells you how much it needs to still improve, how much gap there is, and also being realistic about like that. Hey, my agent can only, let's say, perform 90% with 90% accuracy at the moment, which means like there is still problem with it. It needs to still be, let's say, if your benchmark is 96, 95, keep like a threshold value. And the threshold value basically helps to make sure if it's something which can be used for like at enterprise level, or it can only be used, for example, internally or for only specific use cases. um, like metrics help to make sure that the way it is making a decision, the way it's performing in expected situation versus in reality, can, you can bridge that two things together. Okay. um And this question, this question is a good question actually. It is gonna be asked if you're gonna show your product to anybody, like in the business world especially, because they are very interested in knowing like how your AI has made this decision, how this breaking down has happened. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We have another question.
Okay.
How do context-driven agents differ from traditional prompt-based or stateless AI systems?
Okay. This is basically what the whole talk was about. So traditional agents, they operate in isolation. Like they are very rigid. You ask a question, they will give you like an answer. Context is important because you are not just seeking to just get an answer or some sort of response from like agent. It's important because like you're trying to solve a problem. That's the main thing. Like it understands your user preferences or the questions you've asked before, or like what's your history about. If you don't care about like all these things, like it's just like a clunky chatbot, like any other clunky chatbot which you have used before. Um like when people talk about using prompt, I think prompt is just about phrasing the instruction, what's the input that you are giving. But it's not right, is it? It's most more or less you will see there's a lot of wrong or false responses, i.e. hallucinations, which people call, and everybody talks about hallucination. But this talk is more about how do we resolve the hallucinations, because let's say you use just a standard LLM without any grounding, anything in an AI agent, there's no chance it's gonna give a right response. Like it will fail at some other point without a doubt. So this approach helps to make sure that your agent can be reliable, can be used for wider use cases. Whether you're working in your healthcare industry, whether you're in finance, or whether you are in like education, whichever you are, simply because like it can give that background. It can give that background. For example, if I am the user and I have had a conversation with my agent, it would know that I am talking about, for example, I want to pay my like council tax, and I want to I've already paid, for example, for last month, and I want to pay for this month. Maybe I have paid extra money, so I want to refund that money. But your normal traditional agent will not remember that, unless like you have explicitly asked it to remember. So context helps to make sure that state and that memory is retained essentially, and that like your conversation can be adaptable over the course of time. Any more questions?
Yes, ma'am. We have a final question. What
Okay.
metrics indicate whether an agent is using context efficiently rather than overfitting to it?
Um, okay. So if you want to like check like if your context is being used effectively, is like first one of the metric which I generally use is grounding score. There's also like an error rate. And like there's also like the other one that I use is like precision and recall rate as well, which is standard data science metrics. Um, I want to say that when you are saying overfitting obviously is a very I would say like it's a very ML term. When we say overfitting the context, what we're saying is we have either given too much information or we haven't grounded enough or properly. So how that is something you test once you are building your context, which means you're giving the data. Now, example I'm giving again, you are talking about council tax, and let's say I have 1,000 knowledge base articles. Okay. Now I don't want to use 1,000. Maybe because I don't think the 1,000 is gonna be used that effectively, at least not for the start. So I will reduce and I will chunk based on my like analysis or historical data that I have. That okay, probably these 500 probably are more important, and you like ground that information based on that. Um, Now you want to measure it, so you use like a grounding score. So when you test your AI agent for let's say 10 or 50 different top questions on that topic, it should have an expected behavior, expected response, at least in some capacity for those. So you can give a scoring, and you can also use grounding scoring, which means like when you are building that background, which means when you're building that context background or grounding data, um, how much effectively you have structured your data, how much effectively you have made sure that your context window gets like targeted tokens every single time, how much embedding you have done. So you can check those things when you're building those things. And when you build like a UI, like a front end, where you can ask questions, you generally will see that you will like see the differences in the outcome. Some people also use tagging, which is like they tag their data to certain labels to make it more effective. You can also use that, and you can also give like a labeling score or tagging score for every single data that you tag. That is also a very effective way of like building a context without overfitting it. A lot of times like the overfitting happens, or like the context drift happens because there is either too much data, or data is like unreliable, or they haven't like updated it effectively over the course of time. And simply because of those simple reasons, the agent is not performing at the end. So use grounding score, use error rate, use metrics, for example, like F1 score. Use also intent recognition. Like for example, you are giving a question, you can also create intent recognition rate. You can use relevance also. These metrics help to make sure that the context is just right enough for your agent. If you have like a threshold is generally built like a baseline value after you have conducted multiple tests, so you know the minimum bar at which it operates every single time. But if you don't set a threshold, you wouldn't know. So maybe like run a couple of tests a few times, find a baseline value that, hey, my context, when I am giving context, my agent always gives responses which is like, let's say my baseline is 40%, 50%, or 65%. And if you're not getting that every single time, then that cannot be your baseline. So you have to determine a baseline first, and then see how much deviation you get for your context every single time as well. So that is also one of the ways in which you can measure how it is performing, by giving like thresholds and baselines essentially on your data. Any more questions?
No, ma'am. Done, ma'am.
Okay, cool. So yeah, thank you everybody for your time. If there are no other questions, but yeah, if you have any other questions, please feel free to reach me out, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions or help. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for your insightful session.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, good evening, Amit. Sure, definitely. Let me share my screen. So it's it fine. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. So is it visible? Oh, I'm trying to minimize this. Okay.
Okay, start. Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and good morning, wherever you're coming from. Today, I'm going to show you with live demo also, including the code, how we can build a smart M32 application with Azure AI Foundry from files to the insight. We'll see so documents in the PDF documents, document everything in OneDrive, and also we'll see how we can use the M365 to combine that and make the insight out of it. And also we'll also see how for the email, we'll go through all the email with Outlook and see how that also can be using the AI or the smartly you can get the analytics from it. So without further ado, let me start the screen. Okay, so yeah. Let me quickly introduce myself. I'm currently a principal AI engineer. I have around 21 years of software engineering experience. I do a one patent in generative AI and also a speaker and also do write some medium articles. Whenever I find that time, I'll share the screen at the end of the session. Also, I do share the slides and along with the code at the end of the session. My key expertise areas are MA and ML. Also, I'm a solution architect in the current company and also microservices and the cloud. So let's, yeah. So today's agenda, let's talk quickly on the agenda on. So we are first I'll give a brief overview of what is Azure Overview. Most of you might be knowing, but I'll just give just around 2 minutes to quickly demonstrate how the complete Foundry looks like, and we'll jump into the live demo. First, I'll show the live demo so they can understand exactly what I'm talking about. Then we'll go to the architecture, so we can relate my whatever I showed in the practical. We can relate to the theory part, how the architecture what I have used for this demo, and with the code walkthrough. A quick code walkthrough, very few lines of code, not much. We can use all the Azure Document AI Intelligent. We'll do a quick code walkthrough, and also what is the production consideration. So this is for completely production ready. What are other things for enterprise you take? I'll also briefly look into it, and then I will share the complete resource. So you can also do the same after this session. You can try with the own setup on your enterprise with a combine everything, just changing with all the required environmental variables and all those doing the setup. But lastly, we'll break up for question answers if you have any. So let's see the challenges currently what we are facing. So the modern business challenges. So how do we extract insight from the diverse document format? See, we have PDF, we have a lot of documents in the company, we do have a lot of Excel sheets spread across the same. So without so many diverse, how will we get to extract insight from quite a bit of Foundry very easily, very quickly, with just everything dumped in a OneDrive. Or if you see any of the meeting happens, right? Currently what we are doing meeting, same thing. If you're doing the business and what you do in the company, everything will get dumped. All your video files and everything will get dumped into the OneDrive. Any document we share across the team, if you add any documents in the team, share to your team members, again, those are dumped in the OneDrive. So how we can get the extract insight from all this data? That's what we're going to see about. That are the challenges. And also, how do you make M365 data more intelligent? We do have a Copilot, yes. This one is customized one where we're not using any Copilot here. No, we're not using any agentic one. We can make a customized one. I'll show you the other way around. How can do customize yourself without using built-in Copilot? Of course, we can use a summarization from directly from the Copilot, but this is something without using the Copilot one, without using the built-in tool, how we can customize based on your business requirement. And how do you build AI-powered apps quickly? So that's what I'm going to be showing up today. And how do we do this without enterprise complexity? So without having any much complexity, how do you can very quickly? Let's see that actually. And the answer is the Azure AI Foundry plus Microsoft 365. So I'm using both this together with my personal account, and we'll see we can same thing can be bring it to the enterprise account as well. For this demo, I cannot use my enterprise ID of my company, so I'm using my personal account for the demo purpose. So very quickly, let's see about what is Azure Foundry looks like at a very high level. I'm using I'm going to use Foundry model, that is GPT-4.0. I'll show you in the demo. And I don't currently I'm not using any agentic service. I do use Azure Search and Azure services in this demo. I'm currently not using machine learning or any content. Also using content safety, and the observability currently not been done for this demo. So with that, I'm going to connect with the Visual Studio, and I'm not connecting with any of the GitHub, but everything will be in a local. Also, I'll show you how we can put into the Azure App Services. Also, I will show you how we can deploy the application completely into the cloud also. So this is at a very high level, it looks the stack. And let's dump it in. Okay, let me close this. Okay. Yeah. So let's understand what is Azure Foundry. What is the component? What we see in the very full complete bigger one, but what I'm going to, this four I'm going to cover in today's session. So I'll use OpenAI services for GTP model, for chat completion and embedding, and document intelligence. I'm going to show the OCR because it does automatically. Azure document it does automatically your OCR, document understanding, even the complex form table layout action can be done with just a single line of code. I'm not using third-party tool here. I'm fully using Azure, making use of the Azure for complex questions, which I'll show in the demo. And content safety also implemented using responsible AI feature. So moderation, everything is taken care. And integrated development IDE, which I'm using the IDE for the deployment for the management of the tools and evaluation purpose. So this is what we're going to see. Out of this, these are four key feature. I'm using it for today's demo. So this is the high level architecture before jumping into demo. Very high architecture, what I'm going to show you end by end. So we as a user interface, I'm not using any mobile, I'll show directly in the browser running locally that actually connect the application layer. So here backend, I'm not using Python, I'm using Node.js. Feel free to you can use the Python also. I'm using Node.js and Express server running in my laptop, which has session and API endpoint and business logic written. We use authentication. I'm using Microsoft Entra ID, that is Azure ID, with MSAL authentication, not the Auth4. I will show that actually with my personal account, my personal M365 subscription, I'm using that authentication so that it will connect to my complete OneDrive and Outlook. I cannot use Teams because personal doesn't support the Teams. So for this demo, I'm only restricting only to OneDrive and Outlook. You can connect to SharePoint and you can connect it to your Teams also, but currently cannot do it in my case because I'm using a personal account. And also Azure Foundry services for document regions, as I told, it's available on the fly. It will charge based on the number of tokens, the number of images, number of how we're extracting. And I'm using Azure OpenAI GPT-4.0, I'm using it. And also key services like Key Vault and AppSyntet, which store all my credentials, everything. I'm using Key Vault. And then layer 5 data sources. Of course, as I told data source, I'm going to show you a demo on Excel sheet, a sample PDF, also some Outlook in the demo. You'll understand better. And also you look into my Outlook, my personal Outlook mailbox. You can see how it can summarize this. So I can use any doc, Excel, PDF, anything I can use because document agents pass all the documents automatically. I'm not using any of the parser. I'm directly pushing all the files directly to document regions. So Azure it supports multiple format, which I will show you. So this is how the architecture looks like in my demo. This is how I implemented totally. All the source code I will share at the end. You can try it on your own. So let's go to the this. Okay, this is the flow. This is the flow. When I show in the demo, I'll sign into my Microsoft account. Then I'll authenticate it as I told. Then we'll select the document. I'll select the document, the list. It first goes and find out all my on my OneDrive and get me the list of documents. I'll select whichever I want, and it will download with Graph API. Why do we need a graph? Because I need to sort based on the, if you create a graph or list of files, all my OneDrive, it creates a graph structure so that I can sort based on the latest document, and then I can do the extract using OCR, optical, all any written and unwritten tables, any layout tables, any complex, it will go to extract and will analyze the answer based on the user question. Then it returns the answer to the user. So let's see the live demo first. We'll understand better what I'm actually doing it. So let's jump into the demo quickly so that I will show you how it looks actually. Now, before demo, these are the things I need to say. I already set up in there. I already set up. I went to the Azure AI and set up my deployment already deployed. So I am not showing .env because all my credentials there. I'm pushing the given only template. .env has all my endpoint ready, my API key, my deployment, GPT-4.0, everything is ready. And next I need, as I told, I'm using a document resident for extraction. So for that I need go to this portal. There I go to that, then navigate to document resource. There I'll copy my keys and endpoint. Copy there and I have to add it here. Everything I documented clearly in my README. You can try it out in the interest of time. I can't show completely full. If I time permits, I will show. Let's see based on the timing. Then I went to for the authentication purpose. We have to go to the portal again, go to the Microsoft Foundry, add applicant register, select your application register, and copy your client ID and client secret. You need to copy it here. Then tenant make it common so that it works for both personal and work accounts. So you can use for the common one. If you want only consumer, you can put it as a consumer. So I put it a common so that easily I can transfer to enterprise if required. And this year currently I'm running on localhost in my machine. Hence that I'm localhost. Otherwise you need to change if you're using app services or callback. This is for the callback. Once the authorization is done. The port, you can give any port number. And session secret also you can give anything. A random that we can give any, or you can generate, or you can give any session secret. That's it. So with that, I'll just run npm and just try start. So I'll just run it. I just do the npm run. So it does, sorry, because of the automatic install, it's not like, okay, npm run. So now, sorry, it is start. Yeah, let's start the demo. So it is running in currently here, running in my localhost. Let me go and open it. So if you see, this is what a simple app running in locally. So just this Azure founded micrograph graph. I'm just signing. So I'm doing authenticating with my personal ID. As you see, this is my personal ID. I'm getting authenticated it using my authenticator and immediately got authenticated now. Now, if you see in here, I don't have any files to list. So I have OneDrive Intelligent. So let me show my OneDrive first. So this is my OneDrive. If you see, I have mounted on my OneDrive. If you see my latest document, this is what today, whatever I'm going to, this I'm going to demo here. I have one sample text, sample PDF, and small Excel sheet, small documents. I have a few documents here. It will go to search entire thing and create a structure, create a complete graph out of it. So currently I'm not going inside my directory because I have too many files here. I don't have to go inside too many files inside. So that is why I'm just ignoring all my directory. So of course you can go inside it and do, but for this demo purpose, I'm just doing it that way. So as soon as I click on load file, it just create a graph. It automatically created a graph and it's sorted based on the time. If you see today morning only, I created these 4 files. This 4, I'm not going to my Aadhaar ID, my presentation, everything. So I'm just going to this 4, I'll sample, which I created it today morning only, with a different data structure inside. So it got loaded all my files. Let me select the one by one. So it's giving a date, when actually it was done, 2025, when the documents is there, everything I got here. I'm only getting the top one with my OneDrive account. Let's go to the notes first. Let's see what the notes content is first. Then we'll ask the question one. A simple text. I'm keeping it very, very small only because it will cost me every token is going to be charged whenever I do the live demo. Hence, I'm keeping it very simple. I think this is very, let me try to increase the font so that you can see. It's a simple document, nothing else. It has some meeting notes on December 10, team leads who are attended, some key discussion and some action item. A sample document, I kept it very, very small. You can have multiple documents also. We can have 100 pages. This is not an issue. We're doing it, everything is chunked and send it back to the Azure document intelligence, but it will be cost by token. Hence, I'm having a very, very simple one. So this notes, I have some data which I have copied just in interest of time. I have a couple of data. You can ask any question. I'm just asking what are the action items for this meeting. So let's ask in the notes, what are the action item? In the C, should action item can be here. It should have scheduled follow-up meeting. You should be able to fetch this 4. Let's see whether it is does or not. It will take some time. As you saw in the flow, it will take some time because it will take 2 or 3 seconds to process at the backend. And I can see it is from the Azure document intelligence. There are 436 character and sizes. I'll be charged with this. How much it is actually. Let's see it is same. Let's compare it and see. So it's asking me schedule a follow-up meeting in team. Yes, perfect. And it's asking me prepare presentation for stakeholders and review the budget proposal. Perfect. And plan the team at January. It's able to perfectly give me the action item. As I told, it can be a very long document also. It will take only some time, but it's able to get the answer. Let's ask one more question. Simple. So what is the next meeting schedule? So it should ideally answer me on December 17th. So let me ask the follow-up question here and ask AI. And all the code I will share again. You can try it on your own on the GitHub. So December 17th is able to get me the answer. December 17th. This is a simple text. Direct one, nothing much is required. Let's go to the next, the report PDF. As the report, a PDF report. Again, I made it a simple document, not much complex one. Just to make sure I don't want to charge much. It has some key metrics as executive summary. It has Q3 2005 performance, but a summary that dummy report. What is the recommendation? What are the challenges is there? A sample report. We can have charts also. There doesn't matter. We can have a table. I'll show in Excel. We have a table. So I have the customer satisfaction, everything, a sample document. Let's ask few questions from here. So this is the report I'm talking about. So let's see what was the revenue growth in Q3. So even before, let's find out the answer first. So what is the revenue on Q4? It's 1.2 million, 28%, sorry, increase in revenue. Let's see what the answer will be able to reflect it. So the report I selected for Q3, let's ask the AI and then compare it. It will take some time because the entire PDF has to go to the document AI at the backend. It does the documentation to the Azure Foundry and will get back the data. So it will take some time, around 5 to 10 seconds, unable to get. So was that 28%? It's telling me 28%. Let's cross check once. On the level, let's see where is that. It is on 28%. The user engagement was 28% increase in the revenue. Yeah, see, it's able to get me the 28% increase. It's able to fetch the data. Let's last one more question, not tomorrow. I'll ask one more last one. Let's ask you what are key challenges were. Summarize the recommendation. This is better. Let's do the summarizing. Let's summarize the document and see what are summarize the recommendation. So what are the recommendations in the report? It's able to summarize. See? What is summarize? This three has to invest in scaling, enhance customer support. Let's see if it's able to answer it. Yeah. You can see, you can cross check. I should be able to, it should be able to summarize it correctly. If you see, the back say can side by side comparison thing. So invest in infrastructure scaling, enhance customer support, and it's able to summarize it. Summarize the recommendation part. So let's try out with budgets now with Excel. Let's go back to my OneDrive. Go back to the budget one. And it has some simple category, amount and percentage, a dummy one and total, and some analytics, how much they have spent for digital ads, how much content, events, analytics, and what percentage is. A simple one. Again, I told you can have a complex graph. I'm not doing it because of it will be cost for every token. But unless you have to do the OCR chart analysis at the backend, and it will be cost based on which will be charged. You can try it out. Let's ask a few questions on the budget. Let's see for advertising as random question. Anything should one. Even we'll do this too. Last two we'll do. How much allocation for digital advertising? I think it's probably $2,000, $2 million. Okay, yeah. The amount of digital advertising is $2 lakh. Let's see if it's showing the same. Yeah, it's same. You can see here for digital ads. And let's do one more quickly. One more. Give me a summary breakdown. Yeah, we'll ask the complete breakdown actually. Let's do the complete breakdown and ask the AI, and it'll take some time because already this chunk is done, so it should be able to quickly. So it's able to give me the complete breakdown very quickly. So the table has been given very clear budget, and also total budget amounts it is able to calculate 5,000. Even if it doesn't have 5,000, it will calculate and give it to us. It gives a complete summary. Imagine if a very large, very big data, it's able to summarize and give it a breakdown. So with this, let's go to the next one. Last one, the sample doc. I'm not adding any PPT here. I'm just putting a sample doc. And let's go back to the question. Let's sample. So let's say what are the team member mission? Okay, what is the total budget for this campaign? Okay, let's see the budget one. We'll ask the budget. It will work all the three. I'm just randomly picking one question. In the meanwhile, sample. Let me open the sample one. So it is what the document contains. It's a doc. Let it open. 1 second. Yeah, of course, you can use Copilot as I told. You can use the same question, it will still works if you use the Copilot. But this is the way how we can programmatically customize. We can. So that's the whole idea is. Let's see what a second came. What the total budget of this campaign is telling Q4 to marketing campaign is 5 million or $5 lakh. Let's see its total budget. Okay, what is the total member? Okay, let's see. That is the total expense. Yeah, budget. This is the total. It's able to get me the value correctly. Let's have some complex question here. A simple one. So team member, what are main objective of the project? What are team members mentioned? So let's see it able to extract the entity extraction can be done by team members. Who are the team members in here? Let's give it some time. Okay, the team member, marketing director, digital lead, and content manager, along with the name. Let's see. Yes, it's able to extract the team member here. And you can summarize the documents. I can simply say, I can summarize the documents also. I can tell what is the summarize the document. I can only do spelling is fine. Summarize the document, ZD or everything, it will work. Summarize the document, I can do it to summarize actually. If you have a very big document, just ask us to summarize it. It will go on, which is not in the, it will be able to summarize the entire thing and see, it's able to say what is that. It can be able to summarize the entire thing. So you can ask any other question, anything is fine. So I think this is what I want to cover as part of the demo. Let's see the code, how it looks. We'll see the code and how it code structure, how it is very easy. This how the, okay, let's go to email. Okay, let's go to email inside. This is the one part. Let's go back to my email. I only few mail. Long back I had some getting started email. Today only just sent my 3 emails just for this demo purpose because I'm not using my account. So just for demo purpose, I sent 4 email. Saying one is by the file inside. Okay, this is the same. Whatever I'm talking about, the file from the inside building smart summary. So what is it about? I just sent a mail, and then I had a Q4 campaign. I just had some dummy email here about my campaign. What is the project status and what is the budget update? What is the next? And I have one more email having a integrated strategy meeting December 18th. So this is the next upcoming meeting. Where is the location? Agenda? What is the agenda for my next meeting? What is the action? I just added it actually. And then one more last I added for a invoice, a reminder invoice. This is my total. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 emails. I only have 5. So let's go back to here. Go back to my this one, the demo. Yeah, okay, go back to the demo. So here, let's go to the email insights. So now it will go to, if I click on analyze image, at the backend, since I already connected to my Outlook, it will analyze all my email and summary, give a brief summary of all the emails. So it has a 6 recent mail. Telling although 5, there is a 1 null because on some 216 I sent. I'm not able to delete that actually. Instead of getting 6, it's very older one is showing, and it's able to analyze the insights. It's able to give me insight. What are the main topic discussed? One is payment reminder, which I showed you. One schedule and planning the meeting. One updates of the budget approval. One leveraging the Azure enhance for preparation, which currently we're talking about, and one new account setup. So it summarized me, and most accuracy 4 out of 6 is for myself. From the other, my Gmail, I sent this to my account. So it tells me 4 is coming from my other account. So urgent attention. So it's giving me urgent items to look into it. So invoice payment request and December 6th attention. Your budget approval is requested. It's giving a insight automatically. Again, you can customize based on your prompt. I will show you what you want. If you want any other thing to you just need to update the prompt template. I'll show that where it is exactly. And it's giving me the recent template, recent email. all the recent which I showed here. Everything is same because I just use my other account, my Gmail account, to send it to this, my Outlook account, just for this demo purpose. So if we can analyze 100, 200, 300 email, again we get charged because to analyze LD, it will go to chunk and it has to do the processing and come back here. So it will based on your email, how lengthy it will be charged. It's pay as you go for me because it's a personal account. Now coming, this is just a AI, nothing else, just a small chat application just for the demo. It's not too good, just chatting, a general like a ChatGPT one. So these are two I want to cover. Let's go to the code and understand how very few lines of code, how we can able to customize and we can do it. So let's go back to this one. After doing this, see, all the code is over in server and app, only two. So if we go to the server, it's straightforward, it's not much. Let me quickly go to the code. Important points. So everything is clear, documented, so you can go and you can say, let me minimize this. Okay, this is where just express, this is just like a import in the Python, how you import library. I'm just using the core authentication purpose for the authentication for the A form recognition, what form it is, and for the this I'm currently not using. So if you want to save cost, if you don't want to use document everything, so you can use the inbuilt doc parser. Currently, I'm not using I just have put it for a completeness. I'm not using any of the PDF parse. I'm not using PDF parse. I'm not using this parsers. For this, everything I'm using document AI because irrespective of the DAO complexity, it will work. But if you use any of the third party like doc puzzle for Mammoth or PDF parts, so it may not be able to extract the complexity if you have a complex document. So you can do it based on your business requirement. You can mix match between open source, these tools, and this one based on its cost, based on your business requirement, you can combine both. So with this is the story using app. This is the secret, getting the secret one. This is for the configuration for authentication called MSL configuration. You just have to get a tenant ID and just logging it, whether it's successful or not. Initial authentication. This is all the same. And this is where I'm connecting to my Azure OpenAI. This is where I'm connecting to my Azure. I'm using currently GP40 Mini. I'll show in the Foundry. And this is for the doc extraction. So for the Azure endpoint, I'm just adding for doc incidentally. So this is where actually documentation comes into picture. So within this one line of I'm getting my Azure details endpoint. I'm just passing it. So if you see, I'm just creating a new instance out of it, of the class, and passing the credential. So you'll get an instance. You'll get a client. Once you get the client, I can just pass it directly. So now this is the endpoint where I'm putting in this index. Initially will come to index ML, which ensure this is for the status endpoint. So this is authentication for the login. So I think it's authentication login. So let's skip this part. It's straightforward, and this is a callback. Once authentication done, it's a redirect URL. Once everything succeed, where to pass. This is all common. This is for exchange code for this is the exchange code. For authenticate everything fun. Now, once everything this is for logout. Once I do a sign out, I can come out. So let's do the graph. See, this is the graph client. This is where actually you have to provide a token where you create a graph automatically. You don't have to create it. The API is automatically for you. The client will going to build a graph structure based on the number of files you have at the backend. That's why I'm using the graph structure so that easily parse the graph data structure. So this is my OneDrive. This is my OneDrive file operation. So I'm passing the OneDrive files already authenticated. So it will get me all. If you authorize, you'll come back if you don't have authentication. Otherwise, it goes and root and children. See, I'm going the OneDrive root folder. Only the flights from the root. I'm not going recursively. Just because you take recursively, it will create a RAG. It will try to chunk the documents. It will take a lot of time, and also you'll get a lot of charge because of your OpenAI cost. Your all the embedding, everything at cost. So I'm just going only the top first, only 50 items. That without going to any recursively. So it will get me name, ID, size, everything. I'm clutching it. It creates a graph. If you see, I got all the downloaded Microsoft. I'm just passing the graph download URL. I'm passing it and getting all the filter. Once I get a filter, I'm sorting it. See, this is where I'm sorting it because I want the latest. Based on your business requirement, you sort where you want. I wanted the latest document to be available for this demo. So I'm sorting here and limiting it. And then once you get a message you're successful, this is the ending error. So this is done that part. This is doing a processing part. This is where I'm just PDF and what are the using the document agency, what are the document, just first getting the format, which format it is based on that I'm calling here. If you see here, after extracting and downloading, this is where I'm include extensions. This is where I'm calling. I'll show you exactly where I'm calling it. Say being analyzed. See, this is where pre-built read buffer. I'm putting everything here. I'm putting asynchronous call. Await is not asynchronous call. I'm not waiting to let finish. So here, this is where I'm calling the intelligent directly. All this available in the document, Microsoft documentation. You can just copy paste it directly. And this is a fallback. If nothing works, suppose if it's failed, I'm putting a fallback here. Suppose say for some reason not available, I'm using based on that, I'm using a local document parser. So it's going to extract locally. So suppose that document is some reason fail, I have a fallback using the Mammoth parser document. This is a local fallback, which is free of cost. It won't charge you anything because everything runs locally here. So then for the PDF also same. I'm not using PDF. Again, it is uses only for the PDF files when it said fallback. Otherwise, everything get from the directly from there. CSV, everything have the local format supported. If you comment this, it still works. If you comment everything, if you comment everything directly, it will fall back to here. We can use the extractor also. So let's go to document analysis API. I think someone might. Okay, document analysis API. So this is where I'm calling the analysis document. This is the endpoint. When it this endpoint, this is what it happens. After authentication time, I'm going to drive item. This is where recursive step to download the files actually is happening, which I showed, right? It downloads all locally in the temporary drive, and then it started creating a chunks or a download data, find the MME type, based on that, do the extraction. This extraction logic, nothing else. And prepare for open. This is what I'm talking about. See, this is what I'm asked question, what to telling. If the document contains, this is the prompt I'm passing it. We have a system prompt telling that your helpful assistant that answer the question. Because a chatbot about the document. Analyze the provided document carefully and answer question accurately. See, this is the prompt where you can make the changes based on your requirement. This is my system prompt, and here I'm passing the content directly. The metadata, everything I'm passing, so that it can answer by document AI. Then get API response. Once everything is done, that's it. We're logging it. Then return the response with the metadata. That will pass with the front end. We'll pass to back. This is the backend code. Server is the backend code. We will send to the front end. So that's it. This is about email insights. It's exactly the same. I'm creating a graph client here and put the message here, put a subject from receive date and everything. I'm getting a 10 most recent message and get the flash data, and then checking there is no email, you'll get a 0. Suppose I don't have it, I've deleted all the email. Then get the summary, create an email summary for analysis, because you need a summary of all the right to get. So this is what I'm talking about, again the prompt. So here you can make the change based on your requirement. So your email medical assistant provide concise insight about email patterns, import senders based on any topics. So I'm also telling them analyze this email content, provide insights. So you can change based on your requirement. Key topic discussed, most recent, any urgent issue. So you can add number 4th item, whatever based on your requirement. You just keep adding here without writing a single line of code. You can just add the same thing come under the backend. And then you get the insight. That's it. Just calling the OpenAI chat conversation. A straightforward call. I just will get the AI message I'm passing, and the model maximum tokens will get the answer directly. So this is the email summary. This AI chatbot we'll ignore because anyway, just a chat. Your helpful assistant, whatever you talk, just like a chat GTP one. So this we can ignore. So this is how I'm starting the server here. So everything, the front end code is straightforward. This is how the back end code, and front end code is straightforward. There is nothing much. There is nothing much in the front end code with the indexes are written. All this about the send chat. Passing about these are endpoints I'm calling from front end to back end. The chat history I'm to maintain the chat history. It's all normal. I'm putting a clear instruction what each message does, so you can reuse it. What is the format and everything for PDF, and this is the way you can see. This way you can change. This is a PDF I'm making this. I can put Adobe Acrobat this symbol also if you want. So this is where the way getting icon prompt. And if you see this way, able to get this all this icon prompt for the UI. So everything in index. See, there's not much in the front end code. Everything at the back end. So this front end code is helping you to give the file name like this. The text, this is icons. So this is about the demo. Let's go to the slides and we'll then go for the question and answer. Let's switch back to my. I will share all everything. I have a clear README instruction. So there's a README. You can follow along this. You can everything given clear step how to deploy, get the tenant ID, everything written fully. Everything is available. You can go through this completely. So let's go back to the slide with demo. So this is what we did. You already saw. So you see that you already saw that multi-format support like PDF file, we did a OCR, we did table extraction, we did layout analysis, we'll do. In case of Word document, we do just a text. Also, we'll preserve the structure. We saw that in the demo. It able to exactly with the correct structure, right? When I have bullet points, exactly got a bullet points. I got a 1, 2, 3. So even format also got awareness. So everything is there, not been even chunked wrongly. And also in the Excel spreadsheet also, we can say data action, table, everything has been taken care. I think somebody has an unmute. Can someone help me to mute? Okay, for the PowerPoint also, I'm not showing the demo. For the PowerPoint, I'm not showing a demo in interest of the time, but it will still work for the PowerPoint also. And image also, I'm not doing anything, just for the interest of the time. And for the text files also, it will work. I show only TXT, I didn't show MD, CSV, everything it will work actually. Now, capability, you already saw that. Email intelligent, I don't have to repeat again. You saw the intelligent audit. I asked in the natural language. I got in-text answer. It is a context aware. It is grounded to the documents. It never hallucinated it. Probably I can show in asking some, just for a show and quickly, it won't hallucinate. Let me go back here, the same sample document. Let me ask this size only this summary, right? Let me ask just a slightly out of the question. In the sample, I will ask what is the revenue in Q3? So if this is the out of the question, I will ask, and it should be able to tell me, not to tell me, because it's grounded to this document. So let's see what we'll able to tell in the Q3. Is there any Q3? Let's see. The document sample does not provide any information regarding the revenue in Q3. It is only contains about Q4 of market. See, I'm not hallucinate here. This is what I'm talking about. It won't hallucinate. It is grounded on the whatever the documents available here. It's been grounded here. It won't hallucinate. So that is what I'm talking about this slide. So it is on the context aware and get insight answer. It's based on the exactly whatever it is. It won't hallucinate. Even grounded to the document. Next, email intelligent is you saw it automatically did a pattern detection. The topic identified and urgency also detected automatically. You saw that in the demo. And conversation is just like how the chat, just a chatbot. Just to say whatever, I just skip that part. It's just a question and answer. We can similar to like ChatGPT. We can have a simple conversation directly with OpenAI or whichever the model at the backend you deployed in the Azure Foundry. And UX is just a simple UX, and the real time is to show the visual feedback, which I shown already. So coming to the core architecture, which already I explained, this is how it looks in the backend. I showed Node.js, which is written in Node.js server. I showed as the main application. I showed about the authentication. I showed of the graph integration. I also walked through to clients and API endpoint. And the front end is just simple HTML, no React, no complex anything. A simple HTML with app.js, all the logic and style for the CSS design. And ENV, I have not shown my what ENV because I want to keep the same for the one future demo. If I don't, I don't want to share my ENV. All my credentials is hidden. Only the template I have shown. And this is the libraries I used. OpenAI for the OpenAI chat, and MSLA node for the authentication, and graph client for the graph one, and a form recognition to recognize the form. All this link is provided in my resource at the end. And coming to the final part, intelligent. So it is pre-built. See, what is actually the document intelligence parser? It is everything is pre-built. So it supports 100+ languages, high accuracy OCR. I'm talking about document intelligence of the Azure. What they are supporting is a pre-built as you don't have to write any code, you don't have to use third party. It supports 100+ languages and very accurate. And so advanced feature like layout, if you have multiple layouts, you can able to detect even. You can try with multiple complex table, complex invoices, it is still able to extract it. In this demo, I didn't add that only because of the cost concern and time concern, but pre-filter use the complex invoice, it able to extract it. And also handwritten support. You can try with the handwritten also. And it's a enterprise grade. It's given by 99% SLA, your service agreement, which is GDPR complaint. It's all your complaints. It takes all the your IPA complaint or all your European countries, everything is complaint, and it's scalable. The complaint is scalable. It won't crash even if you have multiple documents at the same time. It scales at the behind the scenes. These are the common code snippet which already I shown. What I use just a doc line that begin analyze document, only one line code which I showed in the buffer contains the complete the document thing, and just call the pool until then finish. Just 2 lines of code, it will does the documentation. If you can do manually also, you can go to the Azure Foundry, go to the document AI, upload the document, you can extract the invoice. You can do directly with UI. Visual, this is what I showed everything complete end-to-end with coding and integration part. So coming one point I want to mention at the last before end of the session. So I use personal account, but only problem as I told, it doesn't support SharePoint. Hence, I cannot show you the SharePoint in this demo. It won't support Teams. Otherwise, I would have shown the Teams. I would have done how many are currently attendees are in live. I would have shown direct live demo. How many are attending participant in live? Any questions they have typed, I would have shown the demo. Unfortunately, it is not support complete, very limited. And also admin features also don't available. But for enterprise, yes, support all the three. And compliance very basic and pay as you go. So I'll be charged only whatever demo I showed. So payment enterprise and enterprise separate reading license and getting license. This one I will just compare between personal and enterprise. Yes, my demo was very, very minimal. And APIs remains the same, no change. Authentication everything remains the same, there is no change. And only the OneDrive, personal, there is a business. So with that, this is what thinking about the production. Now, if you want to take this into the production, so these are things you need to consider actually. The first thing is security. So we already, all our key environment is safe with Azure Key Vault. Currently, locally it is demo, but if you're putting in the app services like Azure app services, there you can put into the Azure Key Vault secrets. All your secret can be over there so that nobody can hack or nobody can flash. Only your application only has access to that. And of course, identity management and certification based and token refresh logic that to be implemented. And for monitoring, we app insights, performance metrics are not shown here in this demo. And for the scalability, Azure, that's what I'm talking about. You can deploy everything locally in Azure within 10 minutes. You can do an Azure App Service, which have a documentation already in my README. You can try it out. Just zip the document, entire document. Just you need to zip it without .env. Go to the Azure Foundry. Just go to the Azure App Services. Just put the zip inside and you just add the all .env variable manually. That's it. Then wait for 2, 3, 4 minutes. You are ready. Your app will be ready. You can do it directly, share to your team members or directly available live and running. So that's why you get a scalability in there. It does support horizontal scaling because you are already in app service. It does this also CDN and also used for Redis for session management. You can use that Redis also. And for the cost optimization, you need to go for caching strategy. Like that same time, if I have same question, currently I've not done any caching here because same question if I ask again, it still does the document AI. When a customer or a user has the same question, there is no need to go to the again document AI or OpenAI. It will cost. I can save the money by caching everything the session. So user has the same question again, similar question again, you already get from the cache directly. So that's why you can able to cost minimize the cost. Another is token limit management. So also to limit the token per pieces so that they not keep asking continuously question, add a limit to the token. And also the pricing tiers, there you can go and look at the different document pricing tiers available. So based on that, you can do the cost optimization. And also, as I told, you don't need to use document intelligence for everything. You can use the third-party library available based on your business requirement. For the complex, you can route it to document intelligence. For a simple one, you can have intelligent. We have a classifier in the beginning itself. If it is very easy, use that. If that fails, your local fails, then go to the document AI. So you can make a design decision so that cost can be saved. So with that, I think where to deploy? The first option, as I told, Azure App Service is easy deployment, built-in SSL, CAD, CD, autoscale, everything supports straightforward. Within 10 minutes, it'll up and running. We'll have Azure Service. If whatever I demo, I can do it in just 10 minutes. The next is Azure Function. It's a serverless. It's an event-driven. We can whichever the function written Node.js at the backend, instead of having a separate server.js, I can have a Azure function for that. For every endpoint, create and separate your server Azure functions. So that way, there is a second way of implement. If you don't want to use Azure App Service, use the Azure function. So that way you can be microservice-based architecture. In future, if your business have a more requirement, you can keep adding different serverless application. Also, it will automatically support auto scaling. It will be cost efficient and event driven. This is why, because if it's nobody's using your serverless application, will idle. It won't be charged. As soon as we hit the particular endpoint, you will be charged by the RAM and your CPU consumption. So you save a lot of money in case of Azure function. The third is container app. Of course, use the Kubernetes, use the microservice completely. Containerize this application, deploy in the Kubernetes. Kubernetes Azure containerize application. That also we can do. The third option is using a static web application plus function. You can front end, you can cache in just a bucket like just a Azure blob storage. You can put in the front end, add a GitHub integration, we can free tire available. And all the front end can be here, and the back end we can have the function, Azure function. So these are different options available to deploy the same sample application. So with this, I will share the resources. This is the resources. I'll also type it here. This has complete all the this has all the complete source code along with the links to it is already there in the README. What are the links you can go for documentation? You can refer this doc intelligent aka.ms/doc intelligence and graph. You can read the example over there. I can see there are multiple examples. You can understand what is documentation, what is Microsoft Graph, everything available in clearly documentation in Microsoft website, and also the tools which I used. Azure Foundry portal is available, and Graph Explorer is there. We can try to explore the graph, how it works. Like a simulated environment, you can try it out, and also the learning path. So everything is available in Microsoft Run. You can these three you can complete the course if you're new to it, and then you'll understand this code even better actually. And I will share the GitHub repo quickly before going to the question. I do have 10 minutes for the question. Let me quickly share this repo. It has been today when I made it public, so I'll just share just ping it in the chat very quickly. Where is the chat? Okay, you can go to this one, then I'll take the question. So you have the repo, so you can the complete README. You can go through everything I have deployed here. With that, let me go back to the last slide. So any other question, you can scan my LinkedIn. If you have also, this is my Medium article where I write the latest one. Of course, any new technology comes over, just I'll put the step-by-step guide also. So whatever I told today, I'm planning to write an article on that shortly. I'll step-by-step also, same thing, I write an article and publish it. So they can try it out. And even along with, I'll capture the screen of the Azure AI Foundry, how I did each and everything, document AI, everything, I capture it. I'll try to put this in language so that you can follow along a nice article for this if you want to try. This is my LinkedIn. Feel free to connect with me to ask any question you have in future also. I think with this, we'll come back to the question. That's what I add. I'll keep this for 5 more while let me go to the question and answer. You can just quickly can scan it so that I'll jump into the question and answer if any have. So let me use the screen. Let me go to any of the question. I will stop sharing directly. Let me answer some questions. Any questions you have? Okay. Let's see the questions we have. How does Azure Foundry securely extract and enrich? Okay, enrich. Let's SharePoint. Okay, this Azure AI Foundry securely extract and enrich. Everything is behind the scenes happened by you. Don't have to worry everything behind the scene. It happens by Azure Document AI intelligently. So we were always securely because we are using already TSL, TCL. If everything is securely done because we have TCL encryption. Say encryption at rest and encryption at the transmission. We are doing it, so you don't have to worry on the OneDrive. As you see, we authenticate the OneDrive. We authenticate the teams. In the code also, I shown clearly where we do authenticate first OneDrive. So all that can happen in the securely fashion, so nobody can act without your sensitive data. So one thing we have PI masking we are not done actually. So if you want sensitive data, like your name and everything to be masked, so then you can have PI masking enabled. If you don't want that data to be going out, you have a guardrails, you have a PI masking even before reading from OneDrive, sending into your OpenAI. So that you can do it based on your requirement. So especially healthcare in finance, we do actually in finance industry, where we do everything mask before even sending to Azure API service. So we mask all the PI information, even credit card details and everything. So by that we can make it secure. You won't expose any sensitive data with that case. That's one way you can take care. Next, with reference architecture, does Microsoft recommend for turning unstructured files into actionable inside? Okay, this you can try for the Azure Foundry. This reference architecture, I can search for it. There is multiple based on your problem. You can see what Microsoft recommend. Well, architecture framework, you can go and check in the Microsoft for the unstructured data, but everything is available behind the scenes at the backend. For all, because I see for the code, you see, I'm not doing any racking, I'm not doing any chunking, everything. Everything I've given to the Azure AI Foundry to do that for me. Of course, you can customize at the backend, but it does automatically unstructured. If you see all my unstructured data is being chunked based on that insight. You can go and check all. You can do customize if you want to do chunking. If you want to overlap also, we can do it. So we can developers prevent hallucination. I showed you. We can prevent hallucination. The grounded as I show in the demo. In enterprise, not hallucinated because everything you are grounding. Also, I have a clear instruction in your system prompt saying that it should be answered within that question, which I showed in the system prompt. That's why it won't hallucinate. You should what a context. You should always tell if you don't know the answer, everything become our prompt template. Your prompt template is the only way we can say that not to hallucinate, not to cook the story, and grounded within your. Also, I think we do have a grounding also. To true we can set, which I showed now. Even I gave a wrong question from different one, it didn't answer it. It didn't hallucinate it. So that's the same thing you can implement in your enterprise data, so that it won't hallucinate. So the answer will be grounded to your document, which I shown in my demo also. How do you identify permission and Microsoft Enter ID for to Azure Foundry Power Application? How do identify permission? And okay, this entity, if you see the code, right? If you see, those are using client ID and client secret. Once you do that setting, everything take it behind the scenes. I'm really don't know how internally they implemented that. Everything how the Pop-it happens, probably can see and search. But everything, your permission, everything based on your authentication, the permission. Suppose if you don't have a OneDrive access, it won't allow you. It will fail. Authentication will fail. You can try it out. I have a different account. I have OneDrive. Try to use that client ID. It will authenticate. It will fail because everything is from the Microsoft. They're all coming from M365. So whether you have a permission, everything it will automatically be taken care. But I'm not sure how exactly they have implemented behind the scenes. But you can search. Well, I can get back later for if you want the more on that. What governance, monitoring, and audit capability exists to track how AI generated insight productive from enterprise files? Okay, the governance, everything you have to check with the governance or the Microsoft website and see what are the monitoring available and auditing capabilities exist. This is available everything in Foundry. You can select the what like for the HIPAA for the healthcare and the GDPR complaint. You can refer to that. What are the governance available? That is coming from the Microsoft only. So you can go and check with that. Use the Copilot better. You go to the Copilot, Microsoft Copilot in Azure Foundry. There is a Copilot. Click on that. Ask the same question. Is able to get the what are the capabilities to you. I can show it if I have time. I will also do it in my Azure Foundry and give the answer. How does Microsoft ensure that AI generated insight from Microsoft files are trustworthy, explainable, and compared by design, not judged by policy? See again, the same sir told how it ensures the generated insights are coming from the data is coded to you. Correct. And GTP 4.4.0 model is I'm not using GTP 5 because it will be expensive. I'm still using GTP 4.0. Those are very well trained. It's able to get the insight based on the grounded data. That's why you can trust it very clearly because as you can see, it didn't hallucinate it. It's able to get the answer perfectly and it's able to explainable also. It can easily explain the